Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. They rushed out. The combat boots under their feet spurted strong air currents, and they accelerated towards the roof. Vinsmoke Judge didn't stop. He knew very well the fighting capabilities of his three sons. During the embryonic stage, he manipulates their lineage factor and lets them undergo strict training after birth. Although they are still young, they are already the most powerful warrior in Germa 66 besides himself, the Supreme Commander. Especially when they wear the technological raid suit he specially developed, which makes them definitely exceed ordinary strong men. Asshole. Go to hell. Die. Although they have just turned 14. But they looked cold and showed no fear, and the strength they showed was quite amazing. In the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of Luke and launched an attack. Black bug. Electric light, firelight, air pressure. Some are dazzling, and they come with a blast. Oh? Germa's battle uniform? Luke's expression remained unchanged. With a playful smile, his fingers moved slightly. The next moment, Akiji, Nijai, and Yanji, who rushed up, froze and were unable to move. What? The expressions of the three brothers changed drastically. But despite struggling hard, they couldn't move an inch. Each one's eyes were spitting fire as they glared fiercely at Luke, who was less than 1 meter away. How can it be? Akiji-sama, Nijai-sama, Yanji-sama. They are bound. They are the strongest warriors in Germa. Ah! Damn it, is that guy a devil fruit user? Those soldiers from Germa couldn't help but feel shocked. They can't believe that the other party subdued the three brothers so easily. That's a string? Judge and Reiju's expressions changed drastically. Soon, they discovered a few thin black strings faintly in the air. Don't get me wrong, I'm not discussing with you. Luke stood up, looked down at Vinsmoke Judge, and said calmly, I'm informing you, Vinsmoke Judge. You. The outraged. Vinsmoke Judge was outraged. He held the spear tightly and was about to take action. But he was shocked to find that he couldn't move either. I can't move either. What's going on with that guy? Not only Judge but also Reiju next to him. They all found that their bodies were suddenly out of control. Hell, but the next moment, Luke's eyes sharpened suddenly. An unparalleled fluctuation suddenly spread from him. The entire fleet, which had just started to get closer and was vaguely about to form a huge castle, was all shrouded by the Conqueror's haki. Thump. Thump. Those fearless clone soldiers who were not afraid of death and were gathering continuously, fully armed and ready to fight, foamed at their mouths and fainted one after another. At this moment, only the Vinsmoke family, who were controlled and unable to move, still maintained consciousness. Conqueror's haki? Judge and Reiju both broke out in cold sweat. They look up in shock at Luke, who disguises himself as Yasuo, the vice captain of the Netherworld pirate, but does not reveal his true face. The three brothers Akiji, Nijai, and Yanji were full of anger and still glared at Luke without any fear at all. I'm sorry, I officially announce. Luke jumped slightly. Arriving in front of Vinsmoke Judge, he said calmly, Germa is mine. His right hand was aimed at the three Vinsmoke brothers, who were unable to move on the roof, and he shook it suddenly. A large number of shadow strings poured out, directly tying them up before throwing them to the ground. Do you have a problem? Vinsmoke Judge. An indifferent look makes Vinsmoke Judge extremely frustrated. He was full of panic, but more importantly, he was full of unwillingness and anger. You can't do this. Wait a minute, I don't know what a strong man like you wants to do. If you just want Germa's technical information, then you can just take it away. Reiju on the side glanced at her father, who had completely lost his sense of proportion, and secretly shook her head. She took a deep breath, looked directly at Luke in front of her, and said in a deep voice, but the Vinsmoke family is the core of Germa, and my father is the best scientist in Germa. He is also the supreme commander of Germa 66, and all soldiers obey his orders unconditionally. This gentleman, getting Germa is of no use to you. I think we can cooperate instead. Chapter 93, Cooperation? In the square, Luke looked at this beautiful and sexy eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family who remains calm and wise despite this situation. There was some appreciation in Luke's eyes. But it's a pity, cooperation is impossible. Because he has a safer and more effective way. Reiju. Judge, who was a little panicked, full of despair and unwillingness, looked at his daughter in astonishment. He never thought about it at this time. The only ones he could rely on were not his 3 sons, who he had worked hard to transform and had high hopes for them. It's this daughter that he doesn't usually pay much attention to. What you said makes sense. Luke's expression remained unchanged. It seems that he is seriously considering Reiju's proposal. For a moment, he spread his hands helplessly. Whether it is the lineage factor-related technology mastered by your father, cloning technology, or Germa's raid suit, they are all very good technologies. But if there are no outstanding scientists to host it, it will really not be easy to fully utilize it in a short period of time. Cooperation is indeed a good direction. Speaking of which, Luke sneered in his heart. A guy like Vinsmoke Judge, who has high ambitions, is not so easy to control. Even the world government has been tricked by Dr. Vegapunk. How could he completely trust Judge? Hearing this, Vinsmoke Judge breathed a sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat at this moment. Looking at the mysterious, strong man in front of him, he felt even more frightened. He never expected that the other party would know so much about the technology he had mastered. Obviously, he came prepared. As long as you can provide sufficient funds and corresponding blood samples, I can mass-produce absolutely obedient clone soldiers for you. These clone soldiers only need 5 years to mature. He became aware that the person in front of him was definitely not something that the current Germa could resist. Vinsmoke Judge's bones are obviously not that hard. On the contrary, because the other party knows his trump card very well, and he has been completely exposed. He could only grit his teeth and bear the pain of giving up with his heart dripping with blood, even if you want the latest trade suit. Developed by Germa, that's no problem. As for lineage factor modification, it needs to be modified from the embryonic stage to ensure success. These are all easy to say. Luke, who had already made a decision in his heart, did not have any fluctuations. He asked directly, "Can you clone giants?" It is undeniable that Vinsmoke Judge does have excellent scientific research talents, and he really can't find a candidate who can replace the other party in a short period of time. However, it does not necessarily require a living person. It's possible, but the funds and equipment needed to clone the giants are probably sky high. It's completely unnecessary, and the gain outweighs the loss. And the growth cycle is too long. The time it takes for an adult giant to grow from embryo to mature and leave the factory is at least 3 times longer than that of an ordinary human being. Vinsmoke Judge's eye twitched. Of course, Germa had thought about cloning the giants. But first of all, because Germa does not have its own land, it can only place the laboratory on top of a snail warship, which cannot accommodate such large equipment. Secondly, there are limitations in funds and resources. Relatively speaking, cloning a giant warrior requires too much money. Enough to produce thousands of elite human soldiers. Furthermore, it would take at least 10 years or even more for them to turn into an adult. It's completely inconsistent with Germa's needs. Is that so? Luke nodded, non-committal. Looking at Vinsmoke Judge, he asked directly. Then, without considering the investment of funds and the training cycle, Judge, can you clone giants and transform their lineage factor to give them powerful powers? For him, funds and time are not an issue. The key is whether the combat effectiveness is considerable. Because some special devil fruit can break the time limit. For example, the ripe fruit can accelerate the maturing of a target. It can even instantly make a several-year-old child skip the growth cycle of more than 10 or 20 years and become a real adult. Fortunately, he happened to know the whereabouts of the person with the ripe fruit ability. What? Vinsmoke Judge's pupil couldn't help but shrink when he heard this. Reiju, on the side, also looked at Luke in shock. This man's ambition is beyond imagination. Gulu. I haven't tried it yet, but in theory, it's no problem. Judge swallowed, and he said somewhat uncertainly. So it's not a problem. Luke smiled, and then he directly put the shadow strings away. He smiled at Judge, Reiju, and others who had regained their freedom and said, "Please forget about the unpleasantness just now. I think next, we can sit down and talk about cooperation between the two parties." Judge. Reiju. Are they qualified to object? After regaining their freedom, Akiji, Nijai, and Yanji still attack Luke again. Stop it. Vinsmoke Judge stopped them quickly and yelled. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Now he is our distinguished guest. After he said that, he looked at Luke and said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I haven't asked you for your name yet." "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself." Luke stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, "Let me formally meet you, my name is Obask Luke." "What? Obask Luke?" Judge and Reiju's eyes widened. They stared at each other blankly, a little stunned. Black Prison, Luke, of course, They paid attention to it. After all, the other party has been very popular recently and has made the headlines in the World Economic News several times. But the man in front of him, who looked relatively young and handsome, was completely different from the person in the newspaper. "Sir, you are really good at joking." After shaking hands with the other party, Vinsmoke Judge forced a smile. Until now, he has been unwilling to reveal his identity. The other party is too insincere. If the other hadn't completely overwhelmed them, he would have turned against him long ago. "I'm not kidding you." Luke chuckled and shook his head. "In this case, you will recognize me now, right?" The next moment, all the muscles in his body tightened and made several bursts of sounds like exploding beans. The body shape continues to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning from a height of 2 to 3. The face has also undergone great changes. What? Seeing this incredible scene makes their eye widen in disbelief. Looking at the young and handsome figure in front of him, Reiju's eyes lit up as she was always a beauty-conscious person. "Is it really you?" asked Luke. His appearance suddenly changed, and he looked completely different from before. Judge couldn't help, but his pupils narrowed sharply. Chapter 94, A Special Zombie. "Please have tea, Mr. Luke." In the castle, inside the gorgeous hall, Vinsmoke Judge and Luke sat across from each other. Reiju poured tea while looking at Luke's handsome face, unable to look away. Luke smiled and nodded at her. "So handsome." "You're welcome." Reiju's eyes turned red, and as if she was out of control, she became infatuated again. But she quickly came to her senses and finished everything with a blushing face. "Reiju, go down." Seeing this scene, Vinsmoke Judge's face darkened. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Next, I will further discuss the cooperation with Mr. Luke. No one is allowed to come in and disturb us without my permission." "Yes, father." Reiju nodded seriously. She is also a person transformed by the lineage factor. Although she still retains human emotions, she cannot disobey his father's orders. "By the way, my ship will be here soon." Luke reminded her, "I'll ask you to entertain my subordinates later, Miss Reiju." "Don't worry, Mr. Luke." Reiju responded with a smile. But soon, after Reiju exited and closed the door, "Mr. Luke, the proposal you just made is fine on Germa's side, but how much funding can you provide?" Vinsmoke Judge's face was solemn. Looking at Luke in front of him, he went straight to the point. After all, cloning a giant soldier is not a small sum of money, not to mention having to change their lineage factor. As long as he moved his hands and feet a little bit, at that time, the clone giant would only obey his own orders. Thinking of it secretly in his mind, Vinsmoke Judge's attitude became increasingly more mild. "Funds, you don't have to worry." Luke smiled. He could see through Vinsmoke Judge's concealed expression. Whoosh! Without warning, a strange black shadow silently emerged from Vinsmoke Judge's shadow. Crack! The next moment, Vinsmoke Judge's shadow was cut directly. Then, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately lost consciousness. "Hey!" Looking down at Vinsmoke Judge, who had his shadow taken away and fainted directly, Luke said with sarcasm, "I'm sorry. Cooperation also requires strength." He took the shadow sent by the shadow clone. Looking at the struggling shadow was directly absorbed into his body. These memories are really complicated. Then he selectively retrieved some memories. "This guy didn't leave his Vivre card to his children before, so it saved me a lot of trouble." His eyes flashed a strange red light, and his shadow clone, who had just returned to his feet, suddenly began to divide at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shadows split. Without warning, a human-shaped shadow emerges from Luke's shadow and stands up. "Originally, I wanted to leave this opportunity to that guy, Gecko Moria, but it doesn't hurt to use it to make a special zombie." Looking at the unconscious Vinsmoke Judge, Luke laughed playfully. "Next, don't let me down, Vinsmoke Judge." In fact, as a shadow fruit user, the number of shadows he can split is limited. Every time a shadow split, Luke felt that he was faintly weaker. It would take some time to recover, and he could not split indefinitely. He estimated that his situation might be similar to that of Big Mom. So, to ensure that his own strength was not affected, there would not be too many zombies created through his shadow. If it were just an ordinary zombie general, in all likelihood, the knowledge and abilities that can be inherited are limited, and they will definitely be far inferior to Vinsmoke Judge himself. But if you want to get an outstanding scientist, he still has to use his own shadow. "In my name, I will grant you new life. You will be loyal and never betray me." Without delay, the shadow was given an independent personality and a contract was made with it. Luke directly fed Vinsmoke Judge's shadow to the new shadow, eat it and receive all the memories of this shadow. Time passes bit by bit as the shadow receives all the memories of Vinsmoke Judge. "Don't blame me, Vinsmoke Judge. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak." Luke's eyes were indifferent, and then he lifted his right hand and hooked them gently. Each and every shadow string that was undetectably submerged silently into Vince Smoke Judge's body directly destroyed his vitality. This is the Supreme Commander of Germa 66, who is ambitious and determined to let Germa rule North Blue again. His life was completely lost in this way. Even after the plundered shadow dies with its host, the shadow that has lost its vitality still carries some instinct and residual information. It is obviously enough for the shadow clone who has received all the memories of its life in advance. Hey, it's almost time to start. There was a flash of strange red light in Luke's eyes, and he directly implanted the shadow clone into Vince Smoke Judge's body. From today on, you are Vince Smoke Judge. Thump, thump. Not long after, the heart that had stopped started beating again. Vince Smoke Judge suddenly opened his eyes and flashed a strange red light. The confusion gradually turned to clarity, and he saluted in Luke's direction. Luke-sama. In front of others, call me Mr. Luke. In private, just call me Luke. Understood, Luke. Now, can you perfectly replicate the related technologies to the lineage factor? Luke asked directly. The special zombie, Vince Smoke Judge, responded seriously. It may be a little rusty, but the instinct and experience are still there. If I want to innovate on the original basis, I still need more time to study and adapt. But if I want to replicate the knowledge in my head, it won't be a problem. That's okay. Luke nodded with satisfaction. At any rate, it was his shadow, and it perfectly integrated Vince Smoke Judge's shadow and obtained all his memories and experiences. Although it is not expected to surpass Dr. Vegapunk, the world's most talented scientist, it's not worse than Vince Smoke Judge himself, right? Let's go, it's time to meet your children. Don't keep them waiting. Luke chuckled. He was not worried about whether they would realize something was wrong or not. Because, as people were transformed by the lineage factor, they simply could not resist Judge's orders. Even if the Reiju, who's more sensitive, noticed something, so what? Chapter 95, Am I a Hostage? A ship as big as an island? TSK, it's even bigger than our castle. Going back in time a little. The giant snails that were originally out of control have already formed into a huge castle. The four siblings, Reiju, Akiji, Nijai, Yanji, and Germa's clone soldiers, couldn't help but be a little shocked when they saw the huge giant ship coming slowly. Through the monocular telescope, they keep observing those beast legions and flying troops. In particular, Or's figure is so huge that it is intimidating. It even made Reiju directly break into a cold sweat. TSK, are there such big giants in the world? Looking at the exaggeratedly large giant on the thriller bark, Yuji asked his sister, Reiju. That should be the legendary ancient giant. Reiju took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Father once said that there are ancient giants in this world. Their height is larger than the average giants, but their appearance is more like a humanoid monster. 500 years ago, there was a very famous ancient evil giant clan in North Blue. It was an extremely terrifying and vicious villain. It was called the Or the Devil, also known as the Continent Puller because he likes to move away from all the countries and islands he likes. Have you checked it out? With that said, Reiju turned her head and asked the people around her. We have found the relevant information, Reiju-sama, that is the thriller bark. The ship of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. A Germa officer in charge of intelligence was sweating profusely while flipping through relevant information as he reported there. One of the 7 warlords of the sea? Gecko Moria? Reiju's pupil shrank sharply. What is the relationship between Obaskluk and Gecko Moria? No matter what their relationship is, although I don't like that guy very much, since my father has told me, let's just entertain them. Akiji, who was following Reiju, said coolly. You're right, they are just a bunch of vulgar pirates. Nijai said indifferently. I am from the royal family of the Germa Kingdom, the eldest daughter of the Vince Smoke family, Vince Smoke Reiju. These are my brothers. Not long after, when the thriller bark approached, Reiju came up with her 3 naive brothers who had no affection for each other. Mr. Luke is discussing the cooperation between the 2 parties with my father. Let me entertain you for a while. Welcome, everyone. It seems that it has been resolved peacefully. Oh ho ho ho, what a beautiful lady. Is this the rumored mythical evil army, Germa 66? Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, so this is the North Blue's famous mercenary family. The legendary kingdom of science is really an eye-opener. Wiper, Brook, Perona, Van Augur, Hogback, Lafitte, and others were all looking at the kingdom of Germa everywhere. When the eldest daughter of the Vince Smoke family directly said Luke's name, they roughly guessed that Luke should have revealed his identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to recognize Luke, who has disguised himself as the Wind Swordsman, Yasuo. Hello, Reiju. Staring at the young, beautiful, yet mature and steady, sexy girl in front of her. Wearing a lifelike human skin mask and dyed blonde hair, Robin stepped forward, stretched out her right hand, and said with a smile, "I am Luke-sama's assistant, Isa." Isa is the pseudonym she uses in daily life. Although the other party already knew Luke's identity, she habitually remained wary. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. "I am Luke's most trusted female subordinate, Perona." Holding a flower umbrella, Perona floated in the air and spoke with pride. Looking at Perona's childish behavior, there was a smile on Robin's lips, and she couldn't help laughing. "Miss Isa, Miss Perona, hello." Reiju was slightly surprised. She recovered immediately and nodded with a smile. "This is not the place to talk. Please come with me." Looking at the delicate and beautiful Isa and the young, beautiful, and eccentric Perona, the three brothers Yuo, Jing, and Yanji, who inherited the lustful genes of the Vinsmoke family, can't help but feel jealous. But they were ignored. Good work. In the living room, Reiju entertains everyone. In the process of communicating with Robin, Perona, and others, she intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the news. But before she could find out more useful information, she saw Luke and Vinsmoke Judge walking out of the conference hall with smiles on their faces. It seemed that the two of them were having a great time talking to each other. Seeing this, Reiju, who was still a little uneasy, couldn't help but relax a little. The four siblings came to Vinsmoke Judge's side. Luke. Sir. Robin, Wiper, Perona, and others also stood up one after another. "Mr. Luke and I have reached an intention to cooperate." Vinsmoke Judge smiled. Then he said to his children with high spirits, "From now on, the two parties will formally form an alliance. The Netherworld Pirate will be responsible for providing the funds, and we, the Germa Kingdom, will be responsible for providing weapons." Luke nodded and said with a faint smile, "In the early stage, our Netherworld Pirate will invest 30 billion belly in Germa, and we plan to increase it year by year. As long as our two parties work together, this sea will be ours sooner or later. Not to mention the ordinary clone army. It also requires huge amounts of money and resources. If he wants to build a powerful giant army, tens of billions of belly are obviously not enough. Maybe the gold brought from Sky Island will soon be insufficient." 30 billion? Rage's pupil shrank sharply. Unlike the three brothers, who have no big idea about money and are completely trained as super soldiers, Reiju has begun to become involved in all matters of Germa under Vinsmoke Judge's intentional training. Although she has not been truly decentralized, she is in charge of Germa's finances. But it is natural to know that 30 billion is a huge sum of money, which is enough for Germa to accept employment for war. Especially since this is only the initial investment. Is this guy, Luke, so rich? As for Wiper, Robin, Lafitte, and others, although they were full of surprises, they were also a little confused. Naturally, however, they didn't have any objections to Luke's decision and didn't interrupt him. "Reiju, from today on behalf of the Vinsmoke family, you will follow Mr. Luke, obey his orders, and be responsible for communication between the two parties." Vinsmoke Judge said directly, with a tone that could not be refused. "Ah." Reiju was surprised but didn't disobey Vinsmoke Judge's order. Glancing at Luke's handsome face, she nodded gently, "Understood, father." But has she become a hostage? Chapter 96, Germa's clone soldier. Half an hour later. In the underground in the kingdom of Germa. In a huge experimental base. Whether it's Robin, Brooke, or the others, their pupils can't help but twitch. Everyone sucked in cold air, some with numb scalps, and stared blankly at the almost identical human beings in the huge jars filled with fluid. Even Luke himself, although mentally prepared, was still inevitably a little shocked. Are these all? Looking at the human beings in these containers, Robin was filled with horror. Yes, Miss Robin, they are all cloned of Germa's strongest soldiers, the artificial humans. Reiju, on the side, introduced the situation. Is this kind of thing possible? Looking up at the culture vessels and the people inside, Perona was inexplicably shocked. Incredible. This is amazing. Is this why there are rumors that Germa's soldiers are not afraid of death on the battlefield? Wiper, Lafitte, Hogback, and others could not help but marvel. It wasn't until this moment that they understood why Luke suddenly decided to cooperate with Germa. The Netherworld pirates are not short of money now. As long as Germa continues to mass-produce clones, there will be an army that is completely unafraid of death and absolutely obedient, coupled with an increasingly large and powerful zombie legion. It will start to snowball in no time and make them obtain the qualification to challenge those big forces head-on. Human beings can be clones. There, Vinsmoke Judge said in a deep voice, Dr. Vegapunk, the world's #1 genius scientist, once formed an illegal overseas research team, MADS, when he was young. I was also a member of it. Vegapunk accidentally discovered the lineage factor existing in living organisms, but I prefer to call it the blueprint of life. In short, this discovery can be said to have touched the realm of God. Later, the deeply disturbed world government regarded the research on the lineage factor as dangerous behavior and ordered the arrest of the MADS team. Later, Vegapunk was bribed by the world government, joined the Marine Science Force, and began to serve the world government. At that time, I escaped smoothly, returned to the Kingdom of Germa to continue research in this area, and finally successfully developed cloning technology and lineage factor transformation technology. So that's it. Robin suddenly understood. Rachel, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. Staring deeply at her father, Vinsmoke Judge, she instinctively noticed that something was not quite right about her father, and she was a little confused. According to her understanding of her father, he is extremely proud and conceited and has always been extremely unconvinced of Dr. Vegapunk, a genius scientist. He's not willing to mention the other party at all. Not to mention admitting in front of others that the other person is the world's #1 genius scientist. Next, Judge, you first try to produce a batch of ordinary clones with lineage factor transformation as soon as possible to send. Looking at the artificial humans in these containers, Luke said directly, I will find the ripe fruit as soon as possible and mature them directly to save time. I will fully verify their combat effectiveness before deciding whether mass production is required. As for the blood samples of the giants, I can give them to you later. He decided to clone a group of ordinary human soldiers first with lineage factor transformation to confirm the effect before considering whether to mass produce them. As for cloning the giants, there is no need to be so anxious. If even ordinary human clone soldiers cannot meet the requirements after undergoing lineage factor transformation, there is no need to consider cloning humans. After all, if he wants to clone ordinary giant warriors, it's not that it can't be done. Be careful. On the thriller bark. At Luke's order, one zombie after another began to carry a large amount of gold to the Kingdom of Germa. This gold. Rachel, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, couldn't help but be stunned. Especially seeing the dazzling, extremely luxurious, and eye-catching golden bell tower standing on the training ground. She became even more speechless. Don't be surprised, we found the legendary City of Gold, so we are not short of money at all. Robin didn't hide anything, she smiled and said directly, I think you, who came from North Blue, should be very familiar with the story of the great liar Noland, right? In her heart, she felt a trace of pity for the girl in front of her. Since Luke finalized the cooperation so simply, and he showed a gesture of 100% trust, she vaguely guessed that the Supreme Commander of Germa 66 was most likely under Luke's control. In fact, maybe he has turned into a zombie who obeys his orders. The legendary City of Gold? Hearing this, Raju was stunned and lost her voice. The story in the picture book is actually true? The Great Liar Noland and the City of Gold. This is North Blue's well-known picture book, which has been published in children's books. Who would have thought, this story that has been circulating in North Blue for nearly 400 years is actually true? Noland did not lie, the legendary City of Gold really existed. No wonder Obaskluk is so wealthy. Then, did the City of Gold have really sunk to the bottom of the sea? Raju took a deep breath and asked curiously. No, I heard that nearly half of the island was washed up by the knock-up stream to the Sky Island, which is 10,000 meters high. Robin spread her hands and said with a smile, so when the king and his people rushed to Jaya Island, they did not find the existence of the City of Gold. She hasn't been to Sky Island yet, either. Because when Luke and the others went to Sky Island, she also searched for historical monuments around the entrance to the first half of the Grand Line. Sky Island? Raju exclaimed, incredible. At this time, those zombies no longer carry gold. Instead, they worked together to carry huge and heavy pieces of metal. It quickly caught Raju's attention. What are these? This is memory alloy, a very rare synthetic metal with extremely high scientific research value. Only our netherworld pirate has it in this world. After Luke had explained some matters to Vinsmoke Judge, he came back and said, it can be used to upgrade your Germa's combat uniform. These memory alloys. Naturally, Wapal, the tool man, used Munch Fruit's ability to synthesize it on weekdays. Now, it comes in handy. What? Memory alloy. Raju was shocked, and she looked at Luke in disbelief. She is no stranger to memory alloys. Because her father, Vinsmoke Judge, once mentioned this rare alloy while full of yearning and admiration for it. Unfortunately, it currently only exists in theory and cannot be manufactured at all. But does the netherworld pirate actually own this metal? Is this real or fake? Chapter 97, Attack Goodbye. I'm looking forward to your results, Vinsmoke Judge. Don't worry, with the memory alloy, I believe the armor I dream of will be completed in a short time. Father, take care of yourself. Have a nice trip, Vinsmoke Judge. That afternoon, they did not stay any longer. At Vinsmoke Judge's command, one by one, The snail battleships began to separate there, formed a formation, and were ready to set off. On the thriller bark opposite, Luke, Robin, Rachel, and others watched the fleet of Germa 66 slowly leave. But what is strange is that the fleet of Germa 66 actually split into two groups and ran in different directions. There is no other reason. Because of Luke's proposal, Vinsmoke Judge made a decision directly and prepared to divert to the Grand Line. He plans to personally go to the future country Baltimore to acquire the laser technology and related design drawings that Dr. Vegapunk left in his hometown, as well as some other related technologies, to design a more powerful raid suit. As for the war employment in a certain kingdom, it was directly handed over to his three chief sons, Akiji, Nijai, and Yanji, who had been strictly trained since childhood, were responsible for leading the team. Well, although there were some episodes, the result was still pleasant. Luke was stretching there with a chuckle. As for Vinsmoke Judge, can he rely on the technology that Dr. Vegapunk left in his hometown and combine it with memory alloy to create a more powerful raid suit based on the original one? He was looking forward to it. I didn't expect you to know so well about the experimental base Dr. Vegapunk left in his hometown and what technologies he hid. Looking at Luke, who was high-spirited in front of her, Rachel, who had to stay and act as a hostage, took a deep breath. She really didn't expect it. When Vegapunk was young, he had already developed laser technology. And he also left relevant technical information in the sealed laboratory in his hometown. Don't forget, I also have another identity. A member of the secret CP9 directly under the world government. Luke chuckled. He have to say that the identity of CP9 is sometimes very useful. Some unknown special information can be reasonably explained. Then world government is really unlucky to have picked an ambitious guy like you to train as CP. Robin covered her mouth and said with a chuckle. Don't say that. Over the years, I have been working hard at CP and have handled a lot of dirty work for them. Luke shrugged. Then, he stopped Wiper and others, Wiper, Lafitte, Brooke, Van Auger. You guys will get ready later. Luke-sama. Wiper and the others who were about to disperse and were doing their own activities were startled and looked over. Van Auger, you are from East Blue and should be very familiar with this place. I have a task for you. Luke threw 2 bounty lists directly to Van Auger. Take some people and bring Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, and Jin the Man Demon from the Krieg Pirates to me. This is also one of the reasons why he rushed to East Blue. Uluro and Jin are both very talented. It's just limited by small fish ponds like East Blue. Recruit and train them well, the future will be worth looking forward to. Of course, Luke just gave them a higher platform and a chance to become strong. How far they can go in the future ultimately depends on themselves. Huh? Luke-sama. After looking at the 2 bounties, Lafitte was full of confusion. Is there anything special about these 2 guys? Kuro of 100 plans, bounty, 11 million belly, Jin, the Man Demon, bounty, 5 million belly. These 2 people are completely useless. I'm afraid that just sending out any zombie squad leader can easily deal with them, right? Although East Blue is known as the weakest sea, that is because the living environment is relatively mild. It does not mean that East Blue cannot produce strong people. When I was in CP9, I paid special attention to the newcomers from East Blue. They still have some potential. Luke smiled and said, one has a good IQ, and the other has a strong will. I like them both. Anyway, just go and bring them back. He waved his hand. He wasn't prepared to explain too much. Such a small thing does not require him to do it himself. When he was in CP9, Luke paid attention to the information of new pirates from all over the world, made some preparations secretly, and began to look for talents consciously or unconsciously. After all, Luke was not prepared to face the world government alone from the beginning. He stayed in CP for so many years just to master the 6 superhuman fighting skills and hockey, using it as a platform to make myself stronger. Luke remembered something and directly ordered a few people. The captain of the Krieg Pirates was once Jin's benefactor. You can use his life as a condition to make this guy join us obediently. When the time comes, follow the Vivre card back and join us. Since he wants to recruit them, he can't do too much. He still has to try his best to make the other person feel at ease. Understood? Wiper, Brooke, Van Auger, and others naturally have no objections. If they can't handle this little thing, they won't have the pride to continue following Luke. Luke-sama, what about me? Perona hurriedly raised her little hands. Previously, with the addition of Nico Robin, she felt that her status in Luke's mind had plummeted. Now, here comes Vinsmoke Rachel, who is still a noble royal princess. This gave Perona a sense of crisis, and she was eager to prove herself to Luke. It's just a relatively simple task, and it won't require so many people. Luke glanced at her and said directly, you and the others just stay on the ship. If you're so free, how about doubling your training volume? Ah. Then, no need. Not long after. In Perona's envious eyes, Wiper and others did not delay. Riding on a small sailboat, they left the thriller bark. According to the guidance of the sea chart, they prepare to go to nearby countries to inquire about relevant information. Chapter 98. I remember you have a younger brother, right? Late at night, in front of the huge windows. Robin, who was sweating profusely and working out hard, turned around and rolled her eyes at Luke, who was patiently coaching her. Shouldn't you go and accompany your princess? Don't make trouble, concentrate on training. Luke's face was not red, and he was out of breath. He never denied that he was very romantic, especially for beautiful women. Although Reiju is really moist, he really doesn't dare to touch this woman who is full of poison at this stage. That guy Vinsmoke Judge, is he under your control? Robin asked with a smile. Cooperation also requires strength. Obviously, he does not have that kind of strength. Moreover, that guy is not a trustworthy person. If there is a more stable and safer way, there is no need for me to argue with him. Luke sneered. Having said this, he patted Robin's head carefully and said, the next training event. Makes sense. Robin, with a rosy complexion, nodded suddenly. They already have a tacit understanding, and she understands Luke's instructions instantly. She rolled her eyes but still stood up obediently, preparing for high-intensity fighting training. This little man likes this. She does not know how long it has been until the training is over. Robin, who was sweating profusely and lost too much water, felt weak all over and was too tired to stand up. Looking at Luke, who was still full of energy, her eyes were filled with resentment, and she said helplessly, you are such an animal. Next, it's time for Devil Fruit ability development training. Luke said with a smile. She has been listening on the wall for 3 days. You should go and collect that girl. Robin rolled her eyes and pointed to the opposite wall. That girl, Perona, used the power of the hollow fruit at every turn to make her spirit come out of her body. Did she really not notice it? Aren't you jealous? Luke asked with a smile. Jealousy. Can I eat it? Robin was helpless. She already knew what kind of man Luke was. It is inevitable that he attracted others like moths to a flame. The meat can't escape in the pot. Don't worry, we'll talk about it another day. Luke is naturally not a gentleman. That girl, Perona, has been his exclusive pillow for so long. Except for the last step, every level has been broken. If he hadn't put more energy into improving his own strength during this time, that girl would have been eaten to pieces. Luke took a breath. Are you serious? Don't you know that women are always duplicitous? Robin smiled half-heartedly. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. Isn't that what you said? I only know that you are playing with fire and burning yourself. Luke did not give in and said angrily, today's training must be doubled. The next event is handstand horse balance training. Robin, if you don't meet the standard, I won't give in easily. Who's afraid of whom? Robin was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Cease-fleur. So many hands all at once. Are you a spider spirit? Luke's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless. Devil fruit is also part of strength. Isn't that what you told me? Robin was somewhat proud and plausibly said, shouldn't physical training and devil fruit development be a two-pronged approach? Just don't cry later. As a qualified coach, Luke felt the need to establish authority. Snort. The next day, Luke walked out of the room refreshed. Reiju? Morning. He met Reiju, who was arranged on his floor and had just come out after washing up. Morning, Luke-sama. Reiju looked at Luke in astonishment. But she soon regained her natural look and gave a professional smile. If she remembered correctly, that should be Robin's room, right? At first, she really didn't expect that Isa, who claimed to be Luke's assistant, would actually be Nico Robin, the devil child who was wanted by the world government with a bounty of 100 million belly. However, as she stayed on the thriller bark yesterday, she got to know the netherworld pirate better. After learning that those lifelike zombie legions, no different from living people, were actually from Luke's devil fruit ability, she felt inexplicably uneasy. Because his father, Vinsmoke Judge, is a little too abnormal. Did you have a good rest last night? Luke asked with a smile. Reiju responded with a smile. Looking at the young and handsome figure in front of her, her eyes were a little complicated. By the way, I heard that in addition to the 3 brothers Akiji, Nijai, and Yanji, you also have a younger brother? Luke seemed to have remembered something and asked directly. Yes, but we separated when he was very young. Reiju's eyes shrank, but she still forced a smile. I heard that there is a famous Barati ocean-going restaurant in East Blue, and there is an apprentice there named Sanji. Luke patted Reiju's shoulder lightly and said meaningfully. Maybe he is your long-lost brother. Reiju was shaken all over, and she looked at Luke in disbelief. Then, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. You are a smart woman. I believe there are many things that cannot be hidden from you. What should be done and what should not be done? You don't need me to teach you, right? Luke stroked Reiju's pretty face and said with a smile. Father, You really? Reiju froze, and she looked at Luke blankly. The bad premonition in her heart finally became a reality. She was a little overwhelmed, inexplicably confused, and at a loss as to what to do. But it's not as sad as she imagined. When she discovered that her father treated these children as tools to realize his ambitions, she actually lost some attachment to him. At this moment, after confirming that the other party had had an accident, there was absolutely no emotion like grief, anger, or hatred. In addition to being inevitably a little sad, she felt inexplicably relieved. It's like being liberated. What's going on? Chapter 99, Logue Town. Inside the castle, Reiju, who had frozen in place, came back to her senses. Looking at the already empty corridor, she sighed quietly. She seemed to be at the mercy of others. There has never been a chance to choose one's own destiny. Verity. Ocean-going restaurant. After an unknown amount of time, Reiju took a deep breath, suppressed those messy thoughts in her heart, and came outside the castle. She didn't know whether the news Luke said was genuine or fake. But obviously, she didn't dare to gamble. Compared with the three brothers, Akiji, Nijai, and Yuji, who have no emotions and have been transformed into war machines. In Reiju's mind, her once weak brother Sanji was not a failure. It was her mother, Sora, who risked her life and took banned drugs to give birth to the only child with feelings in order to fight against her Vent Smoke Judge's dehumanizing lineage factor transformation. She never hoped that he, who had finally left an evil family like Vent Smoke and could live as an ordinary person, would be involved in such a thing again. She walked out of the castle and passed by the number 2 training ground. This is Luke's own exclusive training ground. It was a training ground that Luke specially prepared for himself in order not to affect other people but also in order to be able to concentrate on training and develop his devil fruit abilities. From a distance, she noticed that Luke was wearing a sea prism stone and squatting up and down with dumbbells. Those should be sea prism stone handcuffs, right? Reiju was full of surprises. She directly asked a zombie next to him, has he always trained like this? Was Obask Luke, who is known as the strongest CP9 genius in the past 800 years, actually trained so hard? As a person with devil fruit ability, he is actually wearing a sea prism stone. He's really not simple. This Luke-sama has just started to warm up. The zombie was full of pride and raised his chin directly. A few days ago, at the prehistoric island in the Grand Line, Luke-sama used the mountain as a sandbag for training. Using the mountain as a sandbag? Are you kidding me? Reiju's face was filled with astonishment and some disbelief. You don't believe it? The zombie's eyes widened. Looking at Reiju, who was full of disbelief, he pointed directly to the other side of the training ground. On the side was an extremely thick iron wall about 5 or 6 meters high. It was covered with huge marks. See that pitted iron wall? I heard that it is made of the hardest memory alloy. Even if real artillery shells hit it, it cannot shake it. But usually, Luke-sama uses it as a sandbag for training, hitting it day and night without wearing any gloves or armament hockey for defense. When Reiju heard this, her eyes shrank sharply. Looking at the uneven and shocking iron wall, she can vaguely judge that some traces should be left by fists and feet. She stared blankly at Luke's tall figure. Are these all left by that man? It's incredible. Not long after, Reiju saw it. Luke, who was wearing sea prism stone handcuffs, put down the warm-up equipment. Then he came to the huge and thick iron wall. He kept punching, swinging his legs, elbows, and knees. With a face full of determination, he beat it wildly without uttering any sound. The thick iron wall made a creaking sound that made people's scalp tingle just hearing it. What a monster! When Reiju witnessed this scene, her eyelids twitched, and she was deeply shocked. She and several of her brothers had even undergone lineage factor transformation. With an extremely tough exoskeleton, they could be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. But they still did not dare to practice so crazily. With this level of training, is he not afraid of hurting his body and leaving hidden dangers? Reiju could not help but ask the zombie on standby. Don't worry about that. Dr. Hogback, the ship's doctor, is the user of the repair fruit and can treat Luke-sama as soon as possible. The zombie did not hide anything because Reiju has a special status, and he also specially prepared a potion for Luke-sama to bathe and soak every day to ensure that there will be no injuries. In addition, Luke-sama's physical fitness is not what ordinary people can imagine. No matter how tired he is, he can become lively after waking up the next day. In fact, in addition to Luke's amazing physical fitness, the most important thing is the effect of the life return. But this zombie was just an ordinary minion, so he naturally didn't know this. There was a moment of silence. Reiju, who was about to go back, saw 2 sweaty figures running along the coastline. They were Perona and Hogback, wearing weight-bearing clothes, holding heavy dumbbells in both hands and training there while gritting their teeth. In the sky, there was also a huge pterosaur, on which sat a figure dressed as a samurai, shouting from time to time. Then she shifted her gaze and looked at the figure on the training ground who was persistently hitting the iron wall. Reijo hesitated for a moment but finally made up her mind. She caught up with Perona and Hogback and joined the training. A ship as big as an island? It's a bit familiar. It seems to be the ship of the Gecko pirates. 2 days later. At noon, when the sun was shining brightly. East Blue, Logue Town. The huge thriller bark came slowly. It caused a sensation instantly. Countless merchants, pirates, nobles stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the huge ship like an island in disbelief. Some people were full of anxiety and fled for the first time. Luke-sama, Logue Town is ahead. On the number 2 training ground, a zombie navigator hurried over and reported there. Oh? Really? Luke, who was sweating profusely while constantly hitting the iron wall, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After a while, he stopped training and took off the sea prism stone handcuffs. Then he took the towel from the zombie attendant and wiped his sweat. Are we finally here? The legendary town of beginning and end. The hometown of Pirate King, Goldie Roger, and the place where the Pirate King was publicly executed. At this time, on the number 1 training ground, Robin, Perona, Hogback, and others who were originally training were also full of surprise. They all stopped training and came to the coast, looking at the island ahead, which was getting clearer. Even Reijo, who had been to East Blue more than once, had never been to Logue Town. They were looking forward to this legendary town. Chapter 100, Tsuru's suspicion at the Marine headquarters. Tsuru, haven't you found the whereabouts of that brat? In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku directly asked Tsuru in front of him. As for the world government, they issued strict orders to him and demanded that Obaskluk and Nico Robin be captured as soon as possible. One is a genius who was once hailed as the strongest CP9 in 800 years and knows too many secrets. The other is a survivor from Ohara, and she is most likely the only person in the world who can decipher historical text. When the two get together, it will be too dangerous. No, that guy and Nico Robin seem to have disappeared suddenly. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head helplessly. She frowned and speculated, I suspect they are probably hiding in the Com Belt. Com Belt? That would be troublesome. Sengoku frowned. The Com Belt serves as a lair for the Sea Kings. Even if the Marine's warship is inlaid with Sea Prism Stone, which can release the same energy as the sea, avoid attracting the attention of the Sea Kings, and can enter and exit freely from the Com Belt. But there is still no guarantee that it will not be attacked by those Sea Kings. Warships must be careful every time they enter or leave there. Not to mention wanting to search for targets from there. Bolo at this moment, the Den Mushi on Sengoku's side rang suddenly. Sengoku picked it up directly and answered the call. What's the matter? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is the Marine branch base from Logue Town in East Blue. A somewhat panicked report came from the Den Mushi. Just now, the thriller bark, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, their main ship suddenly appeared in Logue Town. What did you say? Gecko Moria? Sengoku raised his eyebrows, and his voice suddenly became high-pitched. Why did that guy suddenly go to East Blue? Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help but look over, full of surprise. Gecko Moria is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Why did he suddenly go to the weakest sea, East Blue? I remember the base commander who is currently in charge of Logue Town should be that guy, Smoker, right? Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned slightly. There is no way. Every move involving these big pirates can't be ignored. Even if it's a warlord, who was recruited by the world government, and the relationship with the Marines is ostensibly an ally. But pirates are pirates. After all, they are not the same people. If there is a chance, it is hard to say when to directly attack or stab the other party in the face. I don't know. Captain Smoker has already rushed there with his people. The correspondent reported on the other end of the phone. Tell Smoker not to act rashly. Sengoku frowned and said loudly, pay close attention to every move of the Netherworld pirate and report it at any time. Pirates on the level of warlord are not something that a mere East Blue Marine branch base can fight against. Once a quarrel breaks out, the situation will not be easy to deal with. Yes, click. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku looked worried. These unruly warlord are really a bunch of troublesome guys. None of them can be trusted. Why is he going to East Blue anyway? With the scale of a thriller bark, there is no need to install any Sea Prism Stone. It can easily pass through the Com Belt, which is the nest of the Sea Kings and is classified as a restricted area for ship navigation. According to the information we have received, Gecko Moria has captured many pirates and bounty hunters in the New World. It is estimated that he wants to seize their shadows and use the ability of the shadow fruit to create more zombies. Analyzing the relevant information about the Netherworld pirate these days, Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head helplessly. It's just that now he suddenly crossed the comm belt and ran to the East Blue. In recent days, Gekko Moriya's behavior has been a bit abnormal, which is really unpredictable. I hope nothing troublesome will happen. Sengoku said with a frown. What if Obaskluk and Nico Robin were hiding on the thriller bark? Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly thought of something and blurted it out. What? Hearing those words, Sengoku's expression changed. Looking at Vice Admiral Tsuru in shock, his face became serious. Tsuru, are you sure about this? Once Obaskluk and Nico Robin really got involved with Gekko Moriya, a warlord. That's no ordinary incident. It's just some guesses, I can't be sure. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head slightly and said bluntly, because Gekko Moriya's behavior in recent days is so abnormal. In the past, that guy always hid in the Florian Triangle and refused to come out. And in terms of time, it was also after Obaskluk caused a scene in Anai's lobby and betrayed the world government. When you say that, it's indeed not impossible. Hearing what Vice Admiral Tsuru said, Sengoku looked shocked. He frowned and paced back and forth. The more he thought about it, the more likely it became. Garp seems to be on vacation in East Blue, right? However, just after Sengoku finished speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru directly poured a bucket of cold water on him. The problem is that Gekko Moriya has the status warlord of the sea. Even we, Marine, cannot take action against him at will. This is troublesome. Sengoku clenched his fists, feeling a little aggrieved. Even he, the fleet admiral, who seems to have great power and is all-powerful, sometimes has many worries and constraints when he wants to do something. Especially when it comes to the 7 warlords of the sea. A little carelessness may affect the balance of the sea. Vice Admiral Tsuru breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, we can only leave it to the CP and let them investigate secretly. At this time, at the Logue Town in East Blue, Luke transformed into the Wind Swordsman Yasu and boarded the port of Logue Town with Robin, Reiju, and Perona. A team of armed Marines hurried over and blocked the front nervously. The leader was a somewhat unruly young man with short white hair, wearing a large off-white coat with the word justice on it and 2 cigars in his mouth. Where's Gekko Moriya? He glanced around, but no sign of Gekko Moriya was found. Looking at Luke in front of him, he frowned and asked, who on earth are you? This is the vice-captain of our netherworld pirate, Lord Wind Swordsman Yasuo. Perona put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, Marine, a good dog doesn't block the way, so why don't step back? How? Looking at the white-haired young man in front of him, Luke, who recognized the other party's identity, crossed his arms and chuckled. I remember that in the agreement signed by our Captain Moriya and the world government, there was no restriction that the 7 warlords of the sea and the forces under their command could not go on a sightseeing trip to an island under the rule of the world government, right? Of course not, I'm just here to warn you. Smoker looked directly at the figure in front of him and said in a deep voice, if you dare to do anything that violates the regulations in Logue Town, I will arrest you. Arrest us? For a while. Luke laughed. The next moment, all Marines' eyes blurred. Luke's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared in front of Smoker, whose pupil shrank sharply, and he was a little frozen. Putting his right hand on his shoulder, he lowered his head next to his ear and said with an extremely arrogant smile, I admire your courage, but it's a pity that you don't have the strength to back it up. Chapter 101, Bartolomeo and Desire You. On the port, Smoker's blood surged, and he glared at Luke angrily, don't be too arrogant. White fist. His words have not yet finished. White smoke spewed out, and the clenched fist suddenly accelerated towards Luke. However, halfway through it, Smoker's eyes bulged out, and he flew out like a cannonball. Bang! He smashed directly into the 3-story building, which was directly collapsed due to impact. The shockwaves spread everywhere, and the smoke filled the air. Captain Smoker. The Marines were stunned, and their expression changed drastically. Looking at Luke, who kept his kicking posture and slowly lowered his foot, they were at a loss and even more frustrated. The other party is from Warlord of the Sea. Without permission from above, they, the Marines, cannot act accordingly. Arrogance also requires strength. Luke glanced at the ruins. Ignoring Smoker and his Marines, he led Robin, Reiju, Perona, and others towards the town. Next, everyone is free to move around. Just return to the thriller bark before evening. Looking at the bustling town, Luke smiled and said directly, Perona, do you want to go shopping? Reiju asked since she couldn't resist. Then just enjoy life happily. In the past 2 days, she has often practiced with Perona, and their relationship has improved. What surprised her was that Luke had no intention of stopping her from taking the initiative to practice with Perona and others. Even Rima has no secrets at all. As a person transformed by lineage factors, she relies on her super high physical fitness. In addition, she already has good combat effectiveness, and her talent is not weak. She easily mastered one of the 6 superhuman fighting skills, instant transmission. Okay. Perona's eyes lit up. I want to buy some beautiful clothes. Looking at Nico Robin, who often wears very fashionable outfits, she felt that she must be dressed too vulgarly. That's why Luke moved on and fell in love with someone else and looked down on her. I also want to see the execution platform where the legendary Pirate King was executed. Robin said with a smile. Luke, do you want to come with us? It's not interesting. Luke shrugged. In fact, he has been to Lobetown a long time ago. I want to buy something, and I'm going to find someone, by the way. You guys can go shopping on your own. He said directly. I want to buy a batch of medicinal materials. Otherwise, I can't continue making the medical bath I brew every day. Hogback bared his teeth and said with a smile. Then let's disband first. 10 minutes later, at the weapons store. The boss sold a sword and rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. Looking at the young figure carrying 2 swords, gradually going away, he said goodbye. Guest, go slowly. What a pity. I just did something bad. I let him take away that demon sword, Sandai Kaitetsu. Watching Luke leave, he shook his head and returned to the weapons store. He heard that the demon sword had a curse. Its previous owners had no good ending. He couldn't sell it at all, so he mixed it with ordinary swords and threw it into the basket. Unexpectedly, it was bought by Luke. We finally sold that unlucky things, but why do you care so much? The important thing is that we made money. The proprietress of the weapons store happily counted the money. I didn't expect that your sword, Yubashiri, could actually be sold for so much money. Humphrey, you know nothing. That's a famous sword that many swordsmen dream of but can't get. You don't like money. The proprietress put her hands on her waist and glared at her husband. Then you still sell that sword, Yubashiri? Money is only one aspect. More importantly, he is a powerful swordsman worthy of that sword. The shop owner said plausibly with his arms crossed. The proprietress held the money bag, turned around, and walked toward the 2nd floor. You are amazing, you are so noble, then don't go to my bed tonight. Is there such a good thing? When the shop owner heard this, he was a little overjoyed. Huh? What did you say? The proprietress turned back with her eyes widened in anger. I made a mistake. Honey, please don't do it. Well, these 2 famous swords are not as good as Rima's black sword, Shujui, but they are still so-so. On the street, Luke puts 2 swords on his waist. Then he glanced at the marine personnel who were following far behind. Thump. With a sneer, his eyes turned slightly stern. A blast of Conqueror's hockey came out with unerring precision. In an instant, the marine personnel suddenly foamed at his mouth and fainted. He ignored the suddenly panicked pedestrians around the unconscious marine. Luke turned left and right and came to a somewhat dark and shabby bar. A ferocious-looking young man with green hair and a coxcomb haircut was sitting there, with several younger brothers waiting on him. Luke, dressed as a swordsman, naturally attracted the attention of many people in the bar. Next to the green-haired delinquent boy, a pretty-looking red-haired girl with a comb-shaped haircut and a somewhat unflattering look, her eyes lit up. So handsome. Are you Bartolomeo? Luke glanced around casually and came directly to Bartolomeo. Hey. Is Boss Bartolomeo's name something you can just call out? Our boss is in charge of dozens of streets, and he is a big shot in both the black and white world. A gangster who followed Bartolomeo glared at Luke. That's right, I am Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo glanced sideways at Luke and asked casually, are you here to pay homage to the peer, or do you want to come to plant a flag? In his opinion, the other may just be a little-known swordsman. It's nothing more than after hearing something, he wants to try to act bravely, put an end to violence, and come here to challenge him. How can a villain like you be a half-hearted gangster? Come and be a pirate with me. Luke crossed his arms and spoke calmly. I've seen a lot of people like you. What? Bartolomeo said something, but his eyes widened suddenly, thinking he heard wrongly. Then, he looked at Luke in astonishment. What did you say? Eh? Are you a pirate? On the side, Desire, Bartolomeo's childhood sweetheart, was also in a daze while looking at the other party in surprise. In this case, can I be clearer? Luke's eyes narrowed. The powerful Conqueror's hockey swept out. Thump, thump. In an instant, everyone in the bar, except Bartolomeo and Desire, all rolled their eyes and fainted. What? Bartolomeo and Desire's pupils shrank sharply. Staring blankly at Luke in front of them, they lost their voice in disbelief. Do you want to follow me obediently, or should I knock you out and take you away? Looking at the 2 people in front of him, who were shocked, Luke asked with a smile. Originally, He was only planning to take away Bartolomeo. But he recognized the girl next to him. Her name seemed to be Desire, right? As a hobby of collecting stamps, he wanted to take it along with him. Gulu. Is he a person with the same devil fruit user as Bartolomeo? Desire came back to her senses. At this moment, her back was soaked with cold sweat. But she still gritted her teeth and looked at Luke with vigilance while glaring angrily. Who are you? How could we just surrender to you? It's unbelievable, just one look can knock everyone else. But then, the next moment, Desire's forehead was full of black lines. Bartolomeo stared straight at Luke in front of him, with stars in his eyes. This is really so handsome. Boss, I am willing to follow you, please take me away. Chapter 102, Losing Something. Wow. So cool. 10 minutes later, Bartolomeo and Desire followed Luke back to the thriller bark. Looking at the huge, exaggerated ships, as well as the legions of beasts and the pterosaurs patrolling back and forth, their eyes couldn't help but shine. These are all zombies made by using the shadow fruit ability to plunder other people's shadows and implant them into human or animal corpses. Luke introduced there, they feel neither pain nor fatigue. Zombie? Bartolomeo exclaimed, it's amazing. Incredible. After looking around, Desire couldn't help but feel inexplicable. At this time, in the forest. Aha. There was a deafening voice, is it dawn yet? It's not just Bartolomeo and Desire. On Logue Town, the civilians, business travelers, and pirates who were secretly paying attention to the thriller bark, especially those Marines. Every one of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide as they stared blankly at the exaggerated figure that suddenly stood up from the forest, yawning and stretching like a demon. It was unbelievably huge. Cold sweat broke out immediately on their back, and they felt somewhat apprehensive. What is that? Bartolomeo's eyes widened. He looked up at the huge figure, which was 60 or 70 meters tall. This is. Desire was a little stunned. Don't be nervous, it soars, an ancient giant. It's bigger than the average giant. It's the strongest zombie king. Luke said with a smile. Whoa. Bartolomeo and Desire both couldn't help but gasp. Such a powerful monster is actually a zombie? Hiss. The strength of the netherworld pirate is beyond your imagination. Hogback, who had just returned from purchasing a large amount of medicinal materials, said with a strange smile. It is unclear where Luke recruited these two people. But he believed in Luke's vision. Let me ask one more question. Looking at the shocked two people, Luke asked again, are you sure you want to join the netherworld pirate? Bartolomeo nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Ever since he had seen Luke Conqueror's hockey in the bar, he had already become Luke's fanboy. After following Luke to board the thriller bark to visit, he feels that the little fights he made in the past that were not on the stage are simply inferior. Then I'll join too. Looking at Luke's handsome face. Desire's pretty face blushed slightly, and she also echoed. Then, you are welcome to join. Luke laughed, then he looked at the sky and said directly, it's still early now, there's no rush. You go back and pack your luggage first and get ready. We will set off before evening tonight. Yes, boss. No problem. And at this moment, on Logue Town. Hiss. In a hidden high-rise building, with the help of a monocular telescope, Smoker observed the scene on the thriller bark. Looking at the ridiculously huge figure that made people feel numb, he took a deep breath. There is such a monster on that guy's ship. Report the news immediately. Yes, Captain Smoker. The Marine next to him hesitated to speak. It's just that the superiors asked us to investigate as much as possible whether Obaskluk and Nico Robin were on that ship. Isn't there no trace of them inside or outside? Smoker put out his cigar and said calmly, just report it truthfully. On the ground, there are an astonishing number of zombie legions on guard. Even in the air, there is a large flying force patrolling back and forth. With such a tight guard, not even a bird can get in, let alone send someone to lurk in to investigate. Although he has an impulsive personality, often disobeys orders, and goes his own way without fear of authority, he takes the lives of his subordinates seriously. Monitor closely first. At dusk, Robin, Rachel, Perona, and others return. Bartolomeo and Desire, who had packed their luggage, also came directly to the thriller bark. In the relieved eyes of those Marines in Logue Town, the huge thriller bark sets sail again and goes slowly toward the depths of the sea. Inside the gorgeous castle, looking at Luke, who had returned to his original state, looking completely different from the original but more handsome, tall, and stalwart. Desire and Bartolomeo opened their mouths in disbelief. Get to know me again. I, Obaskluk, am the boss behind the netherworld pirate. TSK, it turns out that you, Boss Yasuo, are, in fact, the great pirate Obaskluk, who was offered a bounty of 500 million belly by Marine some time ago. Bartolomeo looked at Luke in front of him and exclaimed in disbelief. Wow! Boss Yasuo. No, Boss Luke is more handsome than in the photo. Desire took out a stack of bounty lists from her pocket. The bounty that belonged to Luke was quickly found. She looked at the ridiculously handsome young figure in front of her, and then couldn't help but compare it in the photo in bounty. At this moment, she found herself in love. Huh? Bartolomeo, next to her, noticed that Desire was staring at Luke blankly. He felt strange in his heart and also inexplicably a little disappointed. It's like losing something. For a moment, he was a little confused. He scratched his head and thought no more. Welcome, both of you. Robin took off her human skin mask and said with a smile, I am the archaeologist of the Netherworld Pirate. Nico Robin. Hello, Robin Senpai. Bartolomeo and Desire were busy responding. Don't be cautious, from now on, we are all companions. Luke said air. Soon, everyone got to know each other and gradually became familiar with each other. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, are these the sword you bought today, Luke-sama? Perona was filled with surprise when she noticed the two swords Luke put aside. Robin, Reijo, and others on the side were also a little curious. Of course, they noticed. Well, I'm lucky, I got it from the weapon shop. Luke shrugged and said with a smile, one is a good sword, Yubashiri, and the other is a cursed sword, Sandai Kaitetsu. Chapter 103, Perona's attack late at night. Luke orders the zombies to arrange rooms for Bartolomeo and Desire. After enjoying the sumptuous dinner, Luke returned to his bedroom and prepared to take a bath. After reading the notes given to him by Crocus, Hogback specially prepared a medical bath for him. He said that it can relieve physical fatigue to the greatest extent, greatly speed up wound healing, prevent him from getting sick, and leave hidden injuries due to high-intensity training. Luke-sama. Just after, he returned to the room. A young and beautiful figure rushed forward and stopped him. Looking at the girl with a slightly drawn look in her eyes, Luke did not refuse her approach and asked with a smile, Perona, did you have a good time today? Perona blinked her eyes and looked at Luke's perfect face, full of expectation. Luke-sama, I bought a lot of new clothes today. Do you want to see them? Hearing those words, Luke raised his eyebrows. Originally, he planned to go to Robin, a gentle and intellectual elder sister, after taking a shower to have an in-depth exchange of experiences about today's trip. But when Perona said this, he became interested. He glanced at the piled bags. It seems not just ordinary clothes and lace? He didn't refuse and agreed with a smile. How could he not know what this girl was thinking? At first, it was just because of the death of that guy, Gecko Moria, that he did not take action because this girl might be resentful. However, based on their current relationship, it can be said that it has become a matter of course. Then I'll change now. Perona was delighted to hear that Luke did not refuse. She took the clothes I bought today and ran to the bathroom. A small private Victoria's Secret show held by Perona lasted for about half an hour before it came to an end. This is good. Luke, who was satisfied with his view, began to evaluate Perona's performance just now and pointed out its shortcomings. Considering that the weather is too hot, he mainly points out its cool summer style. He instructs carefully on the aspects of body, voice, movement, etc. In terms of art, Luke has always been strict. He has to admit it, the cute prince's style of twin ponytails has a unique flavor. The next day, early in the morning, after he finishes eating breakfast, he comes to the training ground. Except for Ruma, the best coach tool, Robin, Reijo, Hogback, and others are already training there. In addition, from a distance, two newcomers, Bartolomeo and Desire, could be seen running around the thriller bark while sweating profusely under the strict supervision of two pterosaurs. The two of them were a little miserable. Because as soon as they slow down, they will be attacked by the zombie pterosaurs arranged by Ruma. They can only grit their teeth, squeeze out their physical strength, and keep running forward. It is worth mentioning that at this time, Bartolomeo was already the barrier fruit user. So, at a young age, he was already a gang boss in charge of protection fees for dozens of streets. But apart from the absolute defensive ability of the barrier fruit, other aspects are not outstanding, and the strength is mediocre. Both he and Desire are the same as Perona. They start with the most basic physical exercise. Luke-sama, good morning. Seeing Luke arriving, everyone went to say hello. Good morning, everyone. Luke didn't deliberately show off, and smiled and nodded to a few people. Immediately, he greeted Robin, who was training, and said, Robin, come here. Luke-sama, did you enjoy last night? Robin walked over with a graceful step, and then she looked at Luke with a half smile and eyes full of teasing. How much fighting power can a little girl have? Luke's face was not red, and his heart was not beating, and he said openly and honestly, the one who can really make me have endless aftertaste is a honey sister like you, Robin. If it hadn't been for respecting Robin yesterday, he would have just run over in the second half. Robin blushed, and then she rolled her eyes at Luke unhappily. Today, I was originally going to personally guide you in the practice of observation hockey. But in view of your attitude just now, Robin, I decided to change my approach. Luke smiled, and then a dangerous light flashed in his squinted eyes. Let's play an interesting role-playing game. Robin's heart skipped a beat. She had some bad premonitions. Oh? Then I want to see it. Robin hummed unconvinced. This is what you said, don't beg for mercy later. Luke's eyes were full of smiles. He turned around and walked towards the exclusive training ground he usually used. Of course, it's useless to beg for mercy. Robin felt a little regretful and had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow him. Not long after, on the second training ground. Can we start? Carrying a black cloth, Robin prepared to cover her eyes. To train observation hockey, naturally, she cannot use her eyes. No need. Next. Luke stopped her. I will directly block your hearing and vision, and I will be responsible for playing as an enemy with no bottom line and will use any means to attack you mercilessly. With a stomp of his feet, a large amount of black shadows surged out. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it flows and spreads in all directions. Immediately afterward, a large black shadow rose into the sky like a waterfall, forming a hemispherical enclosed space. Huh? Robin felt her vision darken. A space of about 10 meters in radius is completely sealed off. Luke and her were both enveloped. Tear. In the dark, Robin narrowly escaped. Holding the clothes that were suddenly torn half a half, her face turned red and she was a little angry. Luke, you are so shameless. Don't say that, I'm just letting you experience the cruelty of this world for yourself. Luke's teasing voice came faintly from the darkness. But the strange thing is that Robin can't tell which direction it comes from. Now I am a villain who does all kinds of evil and has no bottom line. Wait a minute, I admit defeat, I want to quit and stop playing. Robin regretted it. This man is so bad. What will happen if this continues? By then, she would be too embarrassed to see anyone. Sorry, the game has started and cannot be stopped. Whoosh. Ah. Hateful. Chapter 104, Betrayal? A week went by in the blink of an eye. The thriller bark caused quite a stir in East Blue. But Luke didn't care and still rushed towards the destination. Arlong, it's not good. A giant ship broke into our territory. That ship seems to be the thriller bark that caused a huge sensation in Logtown recently. It's the Netherworld pirate. Kokoyasi Village, Arlong Park. Several fishmen were a little panicked as they emerged from the bottom of the sea. They came to a tall fishman with a jagged nose and blue skin and reported in a panic. What? Arlong, who was sitting on a beach chair and sunbathing leisurely, had a drastic change of expression. Damn it, what happened? He stood up directly and looked at the fellow fisherman with a pale face. Why did Warlord come here? Although they oppressed ordinary civilians by force and kept saying that humans are inferior creatures and think that they are 10 times stronger than humans. As the darlings of the sea, the fishmen who can breathe and swim on the bottom of the sea are the noblest race in the world. But Arlong naturally knows the true strength of those humans. In particular, he was beaten and severely humiliated by Kizaru, who had just been promoted to admiral a few years ago and relied on his overwhelming strength to easily defeat him. As for Jinbi, a fishman who agreed to the world government's invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea system for the sake of the Fishman Island, Arlong naturally knows his strength very well. Although he says Jinbi is a coward who compromises with the world government, and he's very unconvinced by him. But what he must admit is that he is indeed no match for Jinbi. Gecko Moria, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is most likely not an ordinary person. Arlong, they are already here. Gulu. Is that Moria's thriller bark? This is the first time I have seen such a huge ship. Boss Arlong, if we want to destroy their ship, it's not that easy. It's impossible to launch an attack from the bottom of the sea on this scale, right? At this time, the black spot grew bigger. It soon attracted the attention of the fishmen present, including Arlong. As the huge thriller bark approached, the faces of these fishmen who usually dominated East Blue all drastically changed. Every one of them opened their mouths wide, and a cold sweat broke out on their forehead. Damn it, are they here for us? Arlong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Looking at the thriller bark that was obviously heading towards Kokoyasi Village, they were shocked and angry. At the same time, behind these fishmen, in a building about several stories high, in a room that is not particularly spacious, there are a lot of drawings. An orange-haired girl who was bending her head on the table, writing and looking back at the drawings, straightened up. She rubbed her sore eyes after working for a long time, then she looked at the blue sea outside the window and was about to relax. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She stared blankly at the huge and menacing ship on the sea, which was as big as an island. Is it A ship. Crash. The thriller bark soon stopped in front of Arlong Park. Huge pterosaurs, carrying zombies, circled back and forth in the sky, making these fishermen feel panicked and a little uneasy. Gecko Moria, what are you doing here? Look at the bow ahead. Several figures appear on the coast. Arlong took a deep breath and said loudly, "This is the territory of our fishmen, and it is protected by Genbi, who's also one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Although he was once a member of the Sun Pirates and hated the fisherman Genbi, who compromised with the world government and was willing to become the world government's lackey, he had to admit that the identity of warlord was indeed very useful. In the beginning, when the Arlong pirates came to East Blue, they occupied this sea area by force and ruled the large and small villages on the nearby island. They are still safe and sound to this day. In addition to their direct collusion with Captain Nezumi, the base commander of the nearby Marine Branch 16, the main reason is that the Marine regards them as men under Genbi's command. With the status of warlord, as long as the trouble doesn't go too far, Marines from other branches will usually turn a blind eye. More than 100 fishmen? Looking at the open-air swimming pools ahead and the fishmen gathering on land, Luke chuckled. It's not as bad as zombie material. Is this the fishmen? They looked at these strange and ugly fishmen in front of him. Robin, Rachel, Perona, Desire, Hogback, Bartolomeo, and others were all full of surprises. This was their first time seeing a fishman. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Then, a negative ghost appeared on Perona's hands. Looking at these ugly fishmen, her face was full of disgust, and she said directly to Luke, "These ugly guys, let me deal with them, Luke-sama." "No need, if you take action, it will be too slow. And these guys will run away." Luke shook his head. His observation hockey instantly locked on to the fishmen present. Even the fishmen hiding under the water were not missed. Swipe. Swipe. Then he turned his palm upward, then shadow string, almost invisible to the naked eye, kept pouring out. Then, it submerged quietly into the bottom of the sea and on the land on the other side. Whoosh! In an instant, Luke's figure seemed to have teleported. He suddenly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Arlong. Then he stared at these fishmen indifferently. What? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Arlong and those fishmen all couldn't help but shrink back. They all broke into a cold sweat and subconsciously took a few steps back, becoming somewhat vigilant. "Your Excellency, who are you?" Arlong gritted his teeth and wanted to say something. Suddenly, the hairs on my body stood up, and his pupils shrank sharply. The fishmen everywhere suddenly screamed, and as if out of control, they all waved their swords to strike Arlong hard. Chapter 105, Cat Burglar. Nami. A splash of blood tainted the ground. Arlong, who narrowly escaped the fatal blow but was inevitably stabbed, screamed in agony. The back, arms, and other parts of his body were cut with shocking wounds. He stared angrily, looking at his most trusted subordinates in disbelief. "Hachin, you." "Kirubi." "Arlong, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to do it." "Damn, what's going on? My body is out of control. I can't move at all." Various fishmen shouted full of panic and unwillingness, as they kept trying to struggle, but to no avail. All the fishmen of Arlong pirates lost control of their bodies, whether on land or sea. They all rushed up one after another to attack Arlong, who was completely shocked. Realizing something was wrong, Arlong, who was unwilling to harm his fellow race, dodged every incoming attack while staring at Luke, full of anger and murderous intent. "Asshole, you are the one who caused this, right? TSK, aren't you willing to attack your own people? You really have a deep love for your fellow race." Luke smiled playfully. Ignoring Arlong, his 5 fingers continue to move. Shadow lines that are almost invisible to the naked eye connect to the shadows of the fishmen who keep attacking Arlong. Arlong narrowly blocked the attacks of several fishmen while retreating in embarrassment, seeing the distance between him and Luke getting farther. "Shoryo no Mizu?" He gritted his teeth, and a puddle of water appeared on his right hand. With exaggerated wrist strength, he threw it out like lightning. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. A large number of water droplets burst out, and in the blink of an eye, they transform into sharp water arrows. Like a bullet, it flew towards Luke directly. "Hey!" However, Luke just smiled, and there was no intention to dodge at all. The next moment, a dark shadow flashed in front of him. "No!" Arlong's pupils suddenly dilated. A fishman suddenly rushed out to stand in front of Luke, making him mercilessly penetrated by several water arrows. "Luke-sama, please don't play too much." On the thriller bark, Dr. Hogback shouts loudly, "Otherwise, my work would not be easy." Luke shrugged, he didn't feel anything at all about Hogback's words. "Asshole." Arlong was hysterical and started yelling there. His horrifying eyes were bloodshot, revealing endless anger and murderous intent. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." Holding the huge blade in his hand tightly, he rushed towards Luke furiously. The serrated blade swept across. A fishman holding a sword rushed forward to block Arlong without fear of death. "Arlong." We couldn't control ourselves. Kirubi and Hachin rushed forward. After all, Arlong remained rational and was unwilling to harm them, making him only passively defend. At this moment, Arlong was extremely furious, and he growled loudly, "I won't spare you, human." "Yeah?" The next second, Arlong's eyes were filled with confusion. Before he could resist, his head was already held down by a big hand and hit the ground hard. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. Arlong suffered a bloody head injury, and he struggled to stand up. Bang! But in a blink of an eye, a foot stepped on his head mercilessly. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. In fact, the severe pain that kept coming from it made his face distort. He felt like his skull was about to be crushed. "I should be the one to tell you this. I can't spare you, you despicable fish man." Stepping on Arlong's head, Luke looked cold. His indifferent eyes were full of disdain and sarcasm. "Although I don't care about the life and death of those civilians, human dignity is not in the hands of a fishy and smelly lower race like you to oppress and trample on." He is not an extreme racist. But to be honest, he does not believe in egalitarianism but rather a double standard. Although he has no dislike for beautiful female mermaids. But that's all. The fishman tribe, the snake-headed tribe, etc. He really felt that they were very ugly. It makes him feel sick when he sees it. Hearing those words, Arlong's eyes went red. Being so humiliated by Luke while also listening to the other party's condescending and discriminatory remarks. Recalling the history of blood and tears of the Fishman Island being enslaved by humans for hundreds of years, he roars and struggles desperately. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you, kill you." The other fishmen were also gnashing their teeth. Each one of them was extremely angry and wanted to rush forward immediately and tear Luke into pieces alive. But they couldn't move at all, and they could only stand there full of unwillingness. "Hey, the little devil hiding there, don't peek." Luke ignored these fishmen and looked at the building not far away. A petite figure was quietly hiding in the corner, peeking out her little head and looking at the scene carefully. "Huh?" Nami was startled. Her face turned pale, and her palms were sweating profusely as she backed up in panic. "Your name is Nami, right? I've heard about you before." Luke stared at the orange-haired girl in front of him. He recognized the other person at a glance, then he pointed to Arlong at his feet, smiled, and said, "If I remember correctly, your adoptive mother, Belmir, was killed by this guy, right? Do you want revenge?" Chapter 106, Revenge Revenge? Hearing this, little Nami trembled. In her memory, the gentle figure of her adoptive mother, Belmir, who had appeared in her dreams countless times, appeared in her mind again. Her eyes suddenly became moist. With her mouth pursed, she stared blankly at the young and handsome figure in front of her, these powerful and ferocious fishmen. There is also that invincible existence that is like a nightmare to her, Arlong. It's really like a bigger fish trampled them mercilessly under their feet, and they can only let it be slaughtered. "Will you also occupy this village like Arlong?" Little Nami mastered her courage and asked through gritted teeth. "No, I'm not interested in occupying this area." Luke smiled slightly and said, "Have you heard of the Grand Line? That's the paradise of adventure. There's a prehistoric island that is home to various ancient creatures, and the Sky Island is located at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even the hometown of these guys, the beautiful Fishman Island, located under the sea in Grand Line. Do the places recorded in these books really exist?" Little Nami was dumbfounded and a little shocked. These were really too exciting for her. "Of course. We came from the Grand Line and have been to most of these places." Luke nodded affirmatively. On the thriller bark, Robin, Rachel, Perona, and others were surprised. They did not expect that Luke would recruit this little girl. Apart from being cute, there doesn't seem to be anything special about her, right? For a moment, the eyes they looked in Luke's eyes were full of weirdness. Is this guy so outrageous? Little Nami's eyes lit up. She clenched her fist tightly while feeling a little excited. Immediately afterward, Luke raised his left hand. Whoosh! A zombie on the thriller bark holding a pistol delivered his gun to little Nami, making her tremble all over and look at Luke subconsciously. "I have to say that at such an age, these fishmen value you so much. You do have extraordinary sailing talent. If we cultivate it, I believe you will become the best navigator in the world." Looking at Nami, who was a little hesitant but not unmoved, Luke smiled and said, "As long as you follow me, the life and death of these guys will be decided by you. You really won't hurt other people in the village like Arlong and his gang?" There was no rush to take the pistol. Little Nami looked at Luke eagerly and couldn't help but ask loudly again. "Of course, although the words of pirates are generally not trustworthy. But to me, there is no value here. Luke shrugged, looked at Nami, and asked with a chuckle, besides, you don't naively think that you can really use 100 million belly to redeem the village from these guys, do you? Even if you manage to raise enough money, you won't be let go by these guys who have lost their courage and only dare to hide in small corners like East Blue where no one cares about them. After all, negotiation also requires strength. Obviously, you don't have the strength to make them follow their words. Nami was shaken all over, and she looked at Luke blankly. Unexpectedly, the other party even knew about her agreement with Arlong. I know. But I have no other way. This is my only hope. Nami lowered her head. She clenched her fist tightly while her whole body was shaking. Tears of grievance kept falling from her eyes. How could she not know that she was seeking skin from a tiger? There is no guarantee at all that when she has worked hard to raise 100 million belly in the future, the other party will fulfill his promise. But other than trying to hold on to what seemed like the only hope, there was nothing she could do. Just like now, I can only hope that you can keep your word and don't rely on force to enslave this village like Arlong and his gang. Wiping tears, she trembles and grabs the pistol. She felt her footsteps were extremely heavy, and she staggered over. Arlong. Looking at Arlong, who was stepped on by Luke. Nami's eyes showed complex emotions such as fear, anxiety, uneasiness, and panic. After all, these fishmen have already cast an endless shadow on this 13-year-old girl. But beyond that were strong hatred and resentment. Nami, you little brat, how dare you betray me? Noticing Nami's actions, Arlong, with blood all over his head, struggled furiously. Nami, you. Damn it, little brat. How dare you betray us? I'm going to kill you. We'll kill all the people in Kokoyasi village sooner or later. Not only him but also the fishmen who couldn't move around. They glared angrily at Nami and kept cursing. However, the next moment, the muzzle of the gun was aimed directly at Arlong, recalling the voice and smile of her adoptive mother and the humiliation of having to force a smile and grovel on her enemies. Velmir, I've avenged you. Nami, with tears streaming down her face and full of sadness, closed her eyes, kept crying there, and finally pulled the trigger. At this moment, in a certain sea area in East Blue, the sea was full of broken shipwrecks and traces of battle. The smell of blood and corpses were everywhere. If other people in East Blue who often pay attention to current affairs saw the flag on those broken ships, they would be shocked. It was the pirate flag of the Krieg Pirates, which has a huge fleet of dozens of ships and is known as the Overlord of East Blue. Well, it really took a lot of effort. On the tattered large pirate ship, Lafitte, who was a little embarrassed, wiped the blood on his sword and said with a smile, there are quite a lot of people. No way, after all, there are several thousand people, and the ammunition I carry is almost not enough. A transparent, tall, and thin figure carrying a gun appeared from the side. It was Van Augur. Yo-ho-ho, although they are not so strong, this guy's strength is indeed inconsistent with the bounty. Brooke looked at the thin but fierce-looking young pirate lying at his feet. 5 million belly is indeed a bit low. Indeed, his combat power should be stronger than his captain. Wiper nodded. Although the opponent's strength is not strong, he will not underestimate the opponent too much. After all, Wiper believes that people who can be favored by Luke are generally not too simple. Damn it, my fleet. My dream. Who are you? A tall figure in golden armor fell there with a bruised face while struggling hard. But Wiper mercilessly stepped on him. In an instant, a current rushed towards him, and he screamed miserably. Ah! Be quiet. Wiper glanced at him and spoke lightly. Captain Krieg. Jin was trembling and struggling hard next to him, but he had no strength to stand up. Then he looked at Wiper, Van Augur, and others in front of him while gritting his teeth. Why do you keep us two? He has discovered the huge gap between the two sides. It can be said that the two of them are alive now, not because they are lucky. It is because the other party deliberately spared his and Krieg's lives. Looking at Jin, who remains tenacious, Lafitte smiled and said, I heard that Krieg has done you a favor. Join our netherworld pirate, and we will spare this guy's life. How about it? After saying that, he looked at Krieg, full of playfulness. What do you think, Captain Krieg? What? Chapter 107, Nami and Nojiko on a Kokoyasi village. The earth rumbled as the orange orchard rose from the ground. Boom. In the extremely shocked and somewhat frightened eyes of the villagers, oars, who's as big as a mountain, lifted the entire orange orchard and prepared to transfer them to the thriller bark. In this case, I think you can leave with us with peace of mind, right? Luke crossed his arms and looked at the two sisters, who were stunned speechless in front of him. Not so long ago. After Nami killed Arlong to avenge her adoptive mother. Although she has no favorable impression of these fishmen, she even hates them. But she no longer vented her inner hatred unscrupulously. Upon seeing this, the other fishmen were imprisoned directly under Luke's order. They were prepared to be used as experimental material. Nami also returned home, preparing to say goodbye to her sister, Nojiko. But she never expected that Luke, who followed, directly invited Nojiko to join. Seeing that Arlong and his gang had been eliminated, Nami actually chose to bear everything and join that netherworld pirate group for the sake of Kokoyasi village. Although Luke, Robin, Rachel, and others don't look like bad guys. But Nojiko was naturally worried. Seeing Luke inviting her, she joined without hesitation. And the orange grove left behind by her former adoptive mother made her a little worried. Originally, she just asked Luke to transplant a few orange trees to the giant ship so that they would have something to remember. Unexpectedly, under Luke's order, the entire orange orchard was directly raised from the ground by oars and moved to the thriller bark. Yeah, thank you very much, Luke-sama. Looking at the surprisingly young, tall, handsome figure in front of her, Nojiko expressed his heartfelt thanks. Although, she doesn't particularly want to become a pirate in her heart. If she wasn't worried about Nami, she would prefer to stay in Kokoyasi village and be an ordinary person. But Nojiko had to admit that this was the best result for Kokoyasi village. The other party is indeed a great benefactor to the village. Incredible. Looking up at Aura's huge figure, who simply and crudely carried the huge orange orchard and returned to the thriller bark, Nami couldn't help but exclaim, in the world, except for those large sea beasts and sea kings, are there really such large humanoid creatures? I heard from Luke that there are things bigger than it. Robin came over, then she smiled at the two sisters in front of her, and said, welcome, Nami, Nojiko. For these two girls with poor life experiences and ill-fated fates, she adores them very much. Especially since she just got that from Luke. After learning about Nami and Nojiko's experiences, she felt even more pity for them. Of course, in Luke's words, maternal love overflows. We will all be partners from now on. Please give me more advice. Rachel, Perona, Desire, and others also came over one after another and greeted the two sisters. Thank you, everyone, please give me more advice in the future. Nami and Nojiko were flattered and hurriedly responded. Looking at each other, they felt a little relieved. From the looks of it, these pirates should be easier to get along with. At least they won't be as cruel and violent as Arlong pirates. That night, with the fall of Arlong Park, Kokoyasi village and the surrounding villages who got the news started holding a banquet. The thriller bark had already taken the loot collected from Arlong Park and headed towards the depths of the sea. At a sumptuous dinner, a dazzling array of delicacies with fragrant aromas are delivered to the table one after another. Wow, this made the two sisters, Nami and Nojiko's eyes light up, and their index fingers moved. After getting along for a short time, they found that the Netherworld pirates and Arlong pirates were completely different, so they gradually relaxed and became less reserved. They joined Robin, Rachel, Perona, and others in dining, enjoying delicacies that they had never had access to before. Thanks for the dinner. It's so delicious, thank you very much. After a while, the two sisters fill their stomachs, and they touch their round belly while feeling extremely satisfied. Then they look at Robin, Rachel, Perona and others enjoying their meal there slowly, and felt a little embarrassed. It's all our own people, don't feel embarrassed, look at that. Robin smiled kindly and pointed to the opposite side. The two sisters, Nami and Nojiko, looked over subconsciously. They found that in front of Luke, they didn't know when there had been piles of plates as tall as a hill, and his slightly bulging belly was like a bottomless pit, constantly destroying the food. All kinds of pizza, barbecue, and other food are still being served. They couldn't help but open their mouth wide and were left speechless. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, Luke-sama usually trains a lot and eats an exaggerated amount of food. Just get used to it. Perona said with a smile. Even Bartolomeo and Desire, who just joined recently, have long been used to it, and were not surprised by it. Luke-sama, Lafitte-sama, and the others are calling. At this time, a zombie servant who manages the Den Mushi trotted over. Luke raised his eyebrows. Although the speed of eating food has slowed down, he still has no intention of stopping. Is there any good news? Lafitte. Yes, Luke-sama. Not long ago, we found the Krieg pirates and successfully eliminated them. At the other end of the Den Mushi, in a certain sea area full of traces of battle. A small boat is slowly heading into the distance. Lafitte, who's on the bow, glanced at Jin while reporting, you are really good at predicting things. After letting Krieg go, Jin has just agreed to join. Just now, when Krieg heard that as long as Jin was willing to join the Netherworld pirate, they would be able to spare his life. He immediately gave Jin a direct order, asking him to join the Netherworld pirate. Abandoning this conscientious subordinate who worked hard for himself in exchange for his life. That's good, thank you for your hard work. Luke nodded slightly. He was not surprised by this result, so he asked directly, "Do you have any clues about Kuro?" "I just got some information from the black market and am preparing to go there. It won't take too long, don't worry." "That's good, you should come back as soon as possible." Chapter 108, Flame Fruit. 3 days later, on Zix's Island. This is a beautiful but desolate island located in the middle of East Blue. There are unique ocean currents near the island, causing any approaching ship to be swept in by wind and waves, making them unable to leave. But for a ship as big as the Thriller bark, there are no worries at all. Following Luke's order, thousands of zombies were dispatched directly, rummaging every corner of the island. "Luke, is there really devil fruit here?" Looking at the island, Robin was full of surprise. "According to the information I received, there is a high probability that a devil fruit is here." Luke shrugged. He knew very well that Ace, who had been accidentally swept here by the waves, had gotten the flame fruit here. But there's no way to know for sure if the flame fruit is currently on this island. After all, it was 2 years early. Maybe the devil fruit would be blown by the wind and waves in the future. But now that they are in East Blue, he can't miss it without trying. The legendary treasure of the sea is worth more than 100 million belly. Nami, on the side, clenched her little fist with shining eyes. Although Arlong Park was destroyed early, she has become a money grubber at this moment. "Nami, you are really a money grubber." Nojiko looked at her sister helplessly. After 3 days, the two sisters have gradually adapted to life in the Netherworld pirate. It's just that they have to follow everyone for rigorous training early every morning. It's really miserable for them without any foundation. Other than that, the others are good. Regardless of whether it is Luke, Robin, Rachel, Verona and others, although they all have weird tempers, they are all surprisingly easy to get along with. "Found it, Luke-sama." At noon, a zombie suddenly shouted, attracting Luke and others' attention. He ran over while holding an orange-red spherical fruit with a spiral pattern that looked like a dragon fruit. "This is the flame fruit." Looking at the fiery red fruit, Robin's pupils shrank sharply, full of disbelief. She has read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, so she immediately recognized this fruit and was a little shocked. "Hey, it looks like the information is correct. And it's a pretty good Logia fruit." Luke chuckled as he took the flame fruit from the zombie's hand. "Really? Show me." "So this is devil fruit." Hearing the noise, Nami, Perona, Nojiko, and others who ran to the rest area were a little bored waiting. They all ran over and looked at the flame fruit in Luke's hand with surprise. "Here." Luke smiled, and then he threw the flame fruit to them and let them take turns playing with it. Hiss. In this case, our Netherworld pirate will soon have 2 top Logia devil fruit users. Hogback said with a grin on his face, while full of excitement. How could he not be excited? You must know that the 3 admirals who represent the highest combat power of naval headquarters are the top Logia devil fruit users. Although the 3 admirals themselves have quite amazing talent and strength. But the power of Logia is self-evident. "Well, I'm pretty lucky," Luke said with satisfaction. He originally just wanted to try his luck. Unexpectedly, he actually found it. As for whether Fire Fist Ace will appear in the future, this has nothing to do with him. "Little ones, get ready to set sail and leave here." Luke raised his right arm and gave orders there. Now that they have found flame fruit, there is no need to stay here anymore. Oh, time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days have passed. The huge Thriller bark moved slowly on the sea. At this moment, Luke had no intention of giving the flame fruit or other devil fruit to the 2 sisters, Nami and Nojiko. He had other plans for the 2 sisters. After all, they were not expected to become such a powerful combat force from the beginning. Relatively speaking, Luke planned to make the 2 sisters become auxiliary Paransha devil fruit users. For example, Book fruit, Castle fruit, or even the Hobby fruit. This type of auxiliary Paransha devil fruit is more convenient, and we're very good. Damn it. Let me go. This day, several zombies escorted a 13 to 14-year-old purple-haired girl with a gray face to the #1 training ground. "Robin-sama, we caught a thief." "Oh? A thief?" Looking at this girl who is similar in age to Nami and Nojiko, they were full of surprise. She is surprisingly young. It's not just Robin. Nami, Rachel, Nojiko, and others present were all a little surprised. They all came over and looked at the female thief, who was tied tightly. "I'm really not a thief." Looking at the mature and beautiful Robin in front of her, Karina was pitiful and begged for mercy. "I was just an ordinary girl who ended up here accidentally. Please let me go." "Yeah?" Next to them was Luke, who had just finished training and received the report. Looking at this purple-haired girl, he recognized her immediately and said with amusement, "You are not ordinary at all. Phantom thief Karina." "Huh? Karina froze. Turning her head, she looked at the handsome man with his bare upper body and perfect muscle lines. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Had her identity been exposed? Phantom thief Karina? Little Nami tilted her head and suddenly realized, I think I've heard of it. In the past 2 or 3 years, in order to make up for the 100 million belly agreement with Arlong, she had already started going out to sea alone to steal the belongings of pirates and merchants. She has also heard someone mention the name of her colleague, Phantom thief Karina. It is said that she is a very smart, cunning, greedy, and tooth-gnawing female thief. Luke, do you know her? Robin asked with a smile. Because when I was sorting out those intelligence materials in the CP organization, I paid more attention to the young and potential newcomers in the world, so I recognized her. Looking at Karina, who became panicked, Luke said nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, there will be another little girl on his ship. This girl has a flexible mind, is smart and alert, and is indeed a good talent. He can consider letting Robin teach her. After all, a team cannot be made up of reckless men who only know how to fight and kill. Intelligence, logistics, management, etc. are all indispensable. So next, at Luke's kind invitation. Without any surprise, Karina happily agreed to join the Netherworld pirate on the spot. Moreover, at only 14 years old, 1 year older than Nami, she showed excellent communication skills. Soon, she got to know Nami and Nojiko, the 2 sisters of similar age. As for whether this girl was thinking about running away, it's hard to say. But as smart as she has fully realized how powerful the Netherworld pirates are. If she is not completely sure, she will obviously not do such a stupid thing. Chapter 109, Kiro and Jin 3 days later. Wiper, Lafitte, Brook, and others return. Riding a small, fast-sailing ship, they met the thriller bark in a certain sea area. Following the 4 of them back were 2 young men of different shapes and temperaments. One is a tall man wearing glasses and a suit and a gentle temperament. One is thin, plainly dressed, and looks like a wolf. Luke-sama. Thank you for your hard work. On the bow, Luke crossed his arms. After smiling and saying hello to Wiper, Lafitte, Van Augur, and others, he looked at Jin and Kuro, who were brought back. Who are these guys? Is he Kuro? Jin, his eyes are indeed fierce. Robin, Nami, Karina, Perona, Bartolomeo, and others couldn't help but be filled with surprise as they looked at the 2 pirates named Luke to be brought back. Are there any new people here? Looking at the sudden appearance of several unfamiliar faces around, Wiper and the others were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that Luke would recruit so many people after he and others left for 10 days and a half. Moreover, they are all teenagers. The oldest boy with a coxcomb head looked no more than 18 years old. However, although they were somewhat curious and puzzled about Luke's decision, they naturally would not question it foolishly. Let me introduce them. They are all new members. Robin stepped forward with a smile and introduced both parties. Soon, everyone got to know each other and nodded with their hats in greeting. Oh ho ho ho, now our Netherworld pirates are getting stronger. Brook circled there, we also have a few more beautiful ladies on our ship. I'm so happy. Don't be rude. Perona fiercely kicked Brook away, then she put her hands on her hips and warned Nami and the others, this guy is very lecherous. You must stay away from this pervert skeleton. It's incredible. With only the skeleton left, can he still survive? Little Nami blinked her eyes while full of wonder. It must be because of the devil fruit. Nojiko said while tilting her head. After joining the Netherworld pirate for a few days, she gained a lot of knowledge and broadened her horizons. She is no longer unfamiliar with the legendary secret treasure of the sea. And at the same time, Jin and Kuro were naturally paying attention to the captain, and they couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Luke, whom Wiper and the others called captain, would be so young. However, upon subconsciously looking at the huge figure in the distance that looked like a demon, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva while cold sweat broke out on their forehead. His name is Ors, a legendary ancient giant. They nodded politely to Nami, Karina, Bartolomeo, and other newcomers. With a smile on his face, Lafitte swung his cane and introduced the Jin and Kuro. It is also a zombie created by Luke-sama with his ability. Not only it but except for the few of us who are real living people, what you see around you are all zombie created by Luke-sama. Zombie? How can this be? Scanning the surrounding figures that were no different from living people, as well as the beast legions. Jin and Kuro's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and they couldn't believe it. They looked in horror at Luke, who, although he was young and handsome, the aura he exuded invisibly made it impossible to despise him. There was some chill. Oh, even though Luke-sama is still very young, his strength is definitely beyond your imagination. Brook also said with a smile. Okay, don't scare them. Luke stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, you two are new here, let's get to know each other. My name is Obask Luke, the captain of a netherworld pirate. Although the process of inviting you to join is a little rough. But I believe you will not regret joining us. East Blue is just a small fish pond. It is too gentle to give birth to a truly strong person. I believe this, which is why I agreed to join without hesitation. Kuro habitually pushed his glasses up with my palms. Then his eyes flashed as he held Luke's hand directly and said with a smile, "Hello, Captain, I am Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Please give me more advice in the future." A few days ago, while leading the Black Cat Pirates, they had just robbed a merchant ship and were preparing to return home. They met Wiper and his group, who suddenly appeared. His subordinates were easily killed instantly. Even he, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, was easily crushed despite using the silent step he invented and his proud move, the pussyfoot maneuver. In fact, his speed was completely overtaken. The speed of each of the 4 people actually surpassed him. It is said that it is an advanced physical skill called 6 superhuman fighting skills, and what they perform is one of those skills. This was simply unacceptable to Kuro. He had worked so hard and thought hard to develop his technique, but its speed was only comparable to the instant transmission they had mastered, and it was easily cracked. Moreover, the pussyfoot maneuver cannot be controlled. Once used, it is an indiscriminate attack, and he doesn't even know who he will attack. However, their skills can be controlled as easily as they want. After the other party sent out the invitation, Kuro, who weighed the pros and cons, agreed to join without hesitation. Luke-sama, Kuro's pussyfoot maneuver is indeed amazing. If he can get some guidance from you, Luke-sama, and practice it. Lafitte, on the side, said with some emotion, "I'm afraid the speed will be far beyond us." He has to say Kuro, who was able to use his talent to create his own physical skill, really surprised him. "Oh, is it so?" Luke raised his eyebrows. He has known this for a long time. "Although I was forced to join you at the beginning, but now I am starting to look forward to it." Looking at the huge figure in the forest in the distance, Jin looked at Luke in front of him with burning eyes. "They said you can give me more powerful power. Is this true?" Certainly, seeing Jin being so straightforward, Luke was not surprised, nor was he angry. He just smiled and nodded. "I have prepared a meeting gift for you." Pa. Pa. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. Then, 2 zombies came up while holding a tray. The 2 devil fruits placed above attracted the attention of Robin, Nami, Karina, Perona, and others. After seeing the label above, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Chapter 110, Mythical Zone and Logia Devil Fruit? Is this the legendary secret treasure of the sea? For a while, Kuro and Jin's eyes were blazing. Looking at the 2 weird-looking fruits, they felt a little excited, and their breathing became rapid. In the past few days, they have heard Brooke and others introduce the situation of the Grand Line. So, they have a general understanding of devil fruit. Is this devil fruit? Karina swallowed her saliva, and her eyes were full of shock. However, since sporting the thriller bark, she has learned about the types of devil fruit and has seen more than one devil fruit abilities. But this was her first time seeing the legendary devil fruit in person. "It seems that you all know what this is." Luke smiled while looking at the 2 people with blazing eyes and some excitement, then he directly said, "One is the rare Logia fruit, the flame fruit. And the other is a mythical zone that is rarer than Logia, the scythe weasel model. It can be said to be one of the top devil fruit abilities in the sea." He was not stingy about rewarding those powerful devil fruits to others. Kuro and Jin are indeed worth cultivating. Of course, if it hadn't been confirmed that Munch fruit could recover other devil fruit, Luke wouldn't have been able to give away Logia and Mythical Zone to others so easily. However, if the performance of the 2 of them is too poor, and it does not satisfy him, at that time, he would not mind taking back everything they received. Boom. Whether it's Kuro or Akin, they couldn't help but stop their hearts from beating faster due to extreme excitement. They didn't quite know what was so special about the Mythical Zone, but they had witnessed with their own eyes how powerful Logia's ability was. Wiper, who's the Rumble fruit user, is simply an invincible monster. And such power is now in front of them. So, how can they stop themselves from being moved? I can give you the chance to become stronger. Patting Jin and Kuro on the shoulders, Luke looked directly at the 2 of them and said quietly, "But how far you can achieve, it depends on you. Don't let me down. Otherwise, I will take back everything I have given you." Speaking of which, his tone was extremely calm. However, Jin and Kuro felt inexplicably cold in their hearts. "Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity." Kuro knelt on one knee and swore allegiance without hesitation. "I am willing to dedicate my loyalty to you, Captain." "Me too." Jin on the side also saluted there. With little education, he looked directly at Luke with firm eyes and said loudly with a serious face, "I believe that I will never let you down in the future." He has personally experienced how powerless it is when faced with the Logia Devil Fruit user. In particular, through the popularization of science by Wiper, Lafitte, and others, he also understood the different types of devil fruit. Naturally, he knows what such top-notch devil fruit means. To put it bluntly, this is enough to change his destiny. Originally, he thought that if he joined the Netherworld Pirate, it would be great to be able to obtain ordinary Zone or Paramahansa abilities. He never thought that Luke, the ridiculously young boss, would be so generous and full of courage. He directly gives them such a powerful devil fruit as a meeting gift. If there is no need, I won't say more. In the next 3 to 5 years, you will use your actual performance to prove to me whether you are worthy of them or not. Luke smiled and waved his hand gently. 2 zombies take 2 devil fruits each, and then it is delivered to Jin and Kuro. The top-quality devil fruit is not so easy to get for free. Within 3 to 5 years, if the 2 of them fail to meet his expectations, Luke will not mind taking back everything given to them. As 2 devil fruits were delivered to them, the 2 people, who were already eager to take them, couldn't wait. One by one, they ate the devil fruit like a gulp. But that exaggerated taste makes them look wonderful. TSK, what a generous move. Looking at Jin and Kuro, Lafitte was full of envy. Next, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat you them. He knew very well that Luke was very generous. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so courageous. He directly gave such top-notch devil fruit to the Jin and Kuro, who had just joined. Don't belittle yourself. Luke patted Lafitte on the shoulder and said with a smile, work hard. Devil fruit does not mean everything. Swordsmanship is as important as hockey. He still admires Lafitte. But the other party is already a devil fruit user, so there is nothing he can do. Otherwise, the rat fruit, model, side weasel, mythical zone type might belong to him. Don't be envious, they are mainly trained as combatants. Luke looked at Nami, Nojiko, and other girls who were not yet devil fruit users and were full of envy. He said bluntly, if you get an overly powerful ability, you have to bear the burden of it. The relative pressure, both the amount of training and the battles they will face are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You are not the type who likes to fight and kill. You are more talented in other aspects. If you want to become a devil fruit user, you will have everything you need when you encounter the right devil fruit ability. In addition to having considerable basic strength, his arrangements for the girls are mainly to develop and train them in aspects such as team management, logistics, and intelligence. If they encounter devil fruit abilities that suit them, he won't be stingy, either. Flame fruit. Let me see it. At this time, there was a flash of lightning, and Wiper appeared in front of Jin. Finger pistol. His right index finger shot out like lightning. Relying on the shadow of the CP5 strongman and Rima's personal teachings, coupled with his unremitting and hard training day and night. Even when he went on missions these days, he never relaxed his practice and worked hard on the ship every day to keep fit. Relying on his own considerable talent, coupled with efforts that are more than 200 times higher than ordinary people, and the bonus of rumble fruit ability, his strength can be said to have grown by leaps and bounds. His physique is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he has mastered half of the 6 superhuman fighting skills, with finger pistol being one of them. Whoosh! In an instant, Jin only felt his eyes blur. Then, he subconsciously wanted to retreat but had no time to do it. His body had been cut into a sieve, but not a trace of blood flowed out. Instead, there were balls of fire. Is this the elementalization of Logia? Jin, who found that there was no pain at all, lowered his head. Looking at his unharmed body, he feels incredible. His body turns into fire. This magical scene lets Nami, Nojiko, Bartolomeo, and others marvel. This was the first time they had seen someone with Logia abilities, and they were indeed incredibly powerful. Except for a few special means, such as armament hockey and sea prism stone, that Luke mentioned, they cannot be easily hurt at all. If you want to fully master this ability and use it freely, you still need to spend some time to control it. As a veteran, Wiper smiled and said, I suggest you practice with it in the wild for a few days and wait until you have basic masteries so as not to burn Luke Sama's castle. Hee hee. At the same time, Perona floated forward. She looked curiously at Kuro, who had just eaten the mythical zone fruit, but there was no change at present. What is the ability of the mythical zone? I've never seen it before. It feels very good, and there is a powerful force flowing out. After closing his eyes for a long time, Kuro smiled and clenched his fists tightly. Roar. The next moment, his body changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth, and thick black hair grew all over his body, making it look ugly and ferocious. His hands turned into extremely ferocious claws. On the claws, the long nails are like sharp sickles. Seeing such a huge change, it startled Nami, Karina, Desire, and others. Swipe. Kuro, who transformed into a human beast form, suddenly waved his hand. Then, the pair of sickle-like claws directly tore through the air. Whoosh! 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 There were ripples in the air. Wind blades invisible to the naked eye struck out like lightning. In the somewhat shocked eyes of Robin, Nami, Perona, Brook, Lafitte, and others, several boulders in the distance were easily torn apart like tofu. Moreover, the cuts are extremely smooth. Chapter 111, Luke's admonition the next day, early in the morning, on the messy battlefield. Accompanied by a thin and nagging voice. Luke-sama. A young and beautiful figure was already sweating profusely. However, under Luke's strict teaching, she still practices hard air. From time to time, she stares at Luke eagerly. Tears well up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. Desire, the most taboo in training, is to give up halfway. Luke frowned, then he righteously scolded her, "You can't go back like this." Yesterday, this girl took the initiative to pull him over in a nervous mood and asked him about some problems. Considering that Desire's spirit of eagerness to become stronger is precious, Luke took the time to patiently give her one-on-one guidance. However, her foundation is too poor. She couldn't hold on after training for a while. But relatively speaking, her willpower is too poor. Although it was just a simple confrontation training, Luke had already deliberately restrained his strength and patiently trained her. But Desire's level was limited. Not long after, Luke, who was always strict, conscientious, and never perfunctory in training, beat her up severely until she was about to cry. As if she was falling apart, her hands and feet were sore, and she was weak all over. She had to surrender. But under Luke's persistent request, she had to work hard every time she tried to give up. With a bitter face, she had to be consistent and insist on completing the training. After all, Luke was not always free, and such opportunities were limited. Even on the thriller bark, Luke repeatedly stated that the capable ones were promoted, and the mediocre ones were demoted. But the atmosphere of seniority and first come, first served was still very serious. After all, she was just a newcomer and could not compare with Robin and Perona, two seniors who had been with Luke for a long time and trained very hard without slacking off. "Yes, I understand. I will work hard and not let you down." Faced with Luke's earnest teachings, Desire decided to continue working hard. After all, she had finally gotten this opportunity. It happened that she met Robin and Perona, who have a poor relative who came uninvited and liked to ask for money every month, so she seized this opportunity. She had the opportunity to talk to Luke, who had already fascinated her, about the training problems. She has to say that he is worthy of being the captain. With rich experience and strong strength, his attainments in physical skills are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. She benefited a lot from it and gained a lot. Well, let's stop here today. Looking at Desire, who couldn't stand the high-intensity training and fell down tiredly, Luke shook his head helplessly and said, "Have a good rest, and keep working hard in the future. You can't give up halfway. In order to ensure that you can perfectly absorb and thoroughly digest the gains of this training, it is best to write an experience report. I want to read it tomorrow. A day's plan begins in the morning, don't slack off." "I know, I will work hard, Luke-sama." Desire's eyes were full of tears, and she was moved. Luke, who was handsome and powerful, gentle and principled, was really good to her. She must work hard and strive to double the amount of training as soon as possible to repay the other party's kindness and live up to his expectations. Luke, who was a little emotional, finished breakfast, slowly left the castle and came to the training ground. "Morning, Luke-sama." Wiper, Lafitte, Brook, Van Auger, and others had already been training hard there. Seeing Luke coming, they all greeted each other there. But they did not stop training, nor did they mean to come closer. From a distance, Nami, Nojigo, Bartolomeo, and others could be seen running around the thriller bark under the supervision of several pterosaurs. Looking towards him were Robin's half-smiley eyes and Perona's resentful eyes. However, have Rei-Ju's complicated eyes. What's going on? Luke, who was already very thick-skinned. Naturally, he would not feel embarrassed, and he selectively ignored these eyes. Fire Fist. At this time, not far away on the coast, Jin was swinging his fists wildly. His right fist turned into a blazing flame, and he blasted it out fiercely. The sea was steaming and misty. The entire sea surface reflected an extremely red color. Even though it was a bit far away, he couldn't help but feel the waves of heat coming towards him. It's not bad to be able to achieve this level in one night. Luke nodded. Although the power is still very weak, it is far from being able to easily penetrate warships with one strike. But considering his own strength and the fact that he has just obtained the devil fruit, it is not too bad. He recognized Jin's performance. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep after just getting the ability. At the same time, In order to prevent him from burning his castle, Luke arranged for him to set up a tent and let him deal with it in the wild for a few days. A distance from the Jin and the training ground. Thousand-Face Wind. On the other side, transform into beast form, turning into ferocious weasel, completely different from his usual gentle image, Kuro shouted there while waving the sickle-like claws wildly. Swish. Swish. There were faint ripples in the air, and invisible wind blades kept cutting out. The sea surface exploded, and water splashed. Then, a shocking hole appeared before slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Noticing Luke's arrival, Kuro and Jin both stopped their training. Then they came over and saluted. No need to be polite. It seems that you have adapted to your new abilities a little bit. Luke waved his hand and admonished, however, even if the development of your devil fruit abilities is important, the training of your physical skills cannot be slackened. Only a strong physique can support you to go further. In the future, Ruma will be responsible for arranging your training and guiding your practice. Don't slack off. He doesn't necessarily require every member to master all 6 superhuman fighting skills. But, apart from learning more convenient and practical physical skills such as instant transmission and moonwalk, it's up to them to learn other skills. The main thing is that the practice of physical skills cannot be slackened. Abundant stamina and a strong physique can also allow them to fully exert the power of the devil fruit. And apart from the devil fruit ability, the basic combat power must not be too weak. As for training in hockey, it is obviously too early for them. They need to train for a few more months, at least, to consolidate their foundation. Luke has plenty of patience, and he is not in a hurry. Understood. Chapter 112, Floating Island. 2 days later. The thriller bark crosses the calm belt again, officially leaving the East Blue and preparing to return. The target, the first half of the Grand Line. The Florian Triangle. On the second training ground, Luke was wearing sea prism stone handcuffs while striking the iron wall crazily. With a determined look, he kept punching, swinging his legs, elbows, and knees. Even the head, shoulders, back. He simply transformed into a humanoid weapon that did not hesitate to use his other parts of the body to continuously hit the thick alloy iron without caring if it bled, hurt, or turned numb. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, but his eyes were firm, and he didn't even frown. Every part of his body must be turned into the most indestructible weapon that no one can defend against. Although he don't mind relaxing once in a while, having in-depth discussions and communication with Robin, Perona, Desire or other women, and enjoying a wonderful life, but he would not get overly immersed in it. Because he has been very clear from beginning to end that the fundamental reason why he wants to have all this for a long time, and enjoy more good things is strength. Not to mention, his heart was burning with a blazing flame called ambition. He has always had the ambition to become the strongest in the world. This is also the reason why Luke has been able to work hard several times more than people for more than 10 years, working day and night to practice unremittingly. Everything stems from his ambition to surpass, dominate, and trample everyone in the sea under his feet. At this time, a zombie hurried over and reported anxiously to Luke, who was sweating profusely on the training ground. We have received news through the Den Mushi. A large number of floating islands were discovered at 2 o'clock ahead, 100 nautical miles away. Bang! Luke, whose forehead was already extremely red, turned around in surprise. Floating islands. The current netherworld pirate, except for the Pterosaur flight unit, who is responsible for patrolling and guarding the airspace near the thriller bark. There is also a special scout force composed of zombies created by Luke using the corpses of various birds, such as seagulls and new COO. Although it has little combat power, it flies extremely fast and does not attract attention easily. In all directions of the thriller bark, they patrol the conditions of the sea area ahead, with a radius of 100 nautical miles. And with human shadows implanted in them, they are able to speak like normal humans. Moreover, they are specially equipped with Den Mushi to report any abnormalities as soon as possible, creating a timely feedback. Yes, I have confirmed it again and again. The zombie braced himself and responded cautiously. According to the scouts, the islands are all floating in the sky. At first, he couldn't believe it when he heard such exaggerated news. But the zombie responsible for patrolling the sea area ahead repeatedly assured him on the Den Mushi. So, he didn't dare to delay and rushed over to report. The Golden Lion Pirates? Luke's eyes narrowed, and then he took the towel from another zombie and couldn't help but smile. It's interesting. Hearing the words floating islands, and it's also in the calm belt where the East Blue intersects with the Grand Line. He immediately confirmed that it should be Shiki's lair. Since the other party cut off his legs and escaped from the Impel Down more than 10 years ago, he seems to have disappeared, keeping a low profile and never showing up again. But Luke naturally knew. Shiki is planning something. Initially, during the Battle of Edwar, the powerful Golden Lion pirates, led by Shiki, forced the Roger pirates into dire straits, but a sudden powerful storm saved the Roger pirates, who were at the end of their rope. It also destroyed Shiki's ambition. All the elite members of the Golden Lion pirates were lost. There were only 2 or 3 kittens left, and even the Golden Lion had a rudder stuck in its head. It cannot be taken off easily, otherwise, it will endanger his life. No one knows whether it was because of the influence of the rudder, but Shiki, who had a brain problem, began to admire Goldie Roger, who could be said to have climbed to the top of the mountain with Golden Lion pirates as stepping stone, broke into the legendary final island, Laugh Tale, and became the Pirate King. Moreover, after learning that Roger was arrested by the Marines and was going to be publicly executed by East Blue, which is recognized as the weakest in the world and has always been the most despised, this result is unacceptable to Shiki. He actually went crazy and rushed into Marine headquarters alone, asking the Marine to hand over Roger to him. As a result, Sengoku, who was still the admiral at that time, and Garp jointly suppressed and imprisoned him in Impel Down. After Roger was executed and 2 years of silence in Impel Down, Shiki, the float fruit user, resolutely cut off his legs to get rid of the sea prism stone shackles and escaped out of Impel Down. As a result, he accidentally came to an island called Mervale. He discovered that not only were there a large number of huge and extremely violent beasts on it but also that this mutation was caused by a plant called IQ. As soon as his head twitched, he began to retire and devote himself to studying IQ plants. He prepares to cultivate a large number of giant beasts and release them directly into the East Blue to retaliate against the world government and Marine in an attempt to use this method to force the world government to compromise with him. In fact, in Luke's opinion, he was completely out of his mind. But it is undeniable that as a legendary pirate who once stood on par with Roger and Whitebeard, Shiki's strength is real. Even if it was because of the influence of the rudder and the loss of both legs. He is still the unbelievably powerful lion that roars all over the world. Hey, Golden Lion. For a while, Luke clenched his fists tightly. The glistening sweat kept dripping down. Those perfect muscle lines couldn't help but bulge and tighten. Staring at the sea in front of him, Luke's eyes became fiery, revealing a vast fighting spirit. Let me verify for myself how much power the Golden Lion, who was once famous in the sea, still has left. He wants to become stronger quickly. He absolutely cannot hide in a corner all day long and practice step by step. He can only continue to fight against the strong, engage in the fiercest battles, and risk his life. This is the catalyst to make himself stronger quickly, and it is also the best shortcut. But the price of failure may be death. Give the order to stop advancing. After making a decision, Luke did not hesitate to give the order directly. He's a man of great skill and thinks that he can protect himself with the power of the shadow fruit. Even facing such a legendary and famous pirate in the past, he was not afraid. But considering Shiki's devil fruit ability is too exaggerated. If the time comes, and he goes crazy, several islands fall down from high altitude, or he directly uses his devil fruit ability to make the giant ship float into the sky. That would be a huge loss. Chapter 113. Infiltrate Floating Island? The Golden Lion Pirates? That legendary flying pirate. Shiki the Golden Lion? Not long after, Luke summoned all the members of the Netherworld Pirate. Then he informed Robin, Wiper, Van Augur, Hogback, and others about the news about the Golden Lion Pirates. They all couldn't help but be shocked, and some were inexplicably excited. No one expected that they would accidentally encounter the legendary pirate from the previous era. Next, I'm going to meet this group of pirates for a while. Luke said directly, Ruma, Wiper, Augur, Lafitte, you guys are responsible for taking that guy, Wapol, with me, but you don't need to participate in the battle. Others don't need to go there, stay here and wait. He quickly made arrangements. He took Wapol there, naturally wanting to recover Shiki's devil fruit ability. Ruma was sent out just to be on the safe side, lest that guy Wapol would be easily killed. The ability of Van Augur's clear fruit is just right in use. And with Wiper and Lafitte's abilities, as long as they are not involved in the battle, with their flying abilities, self-protection should be no problem. It's good to open their eyes. Yes, Luke-sama. Regarding Luke's decision, everyone present would naturally have no objections. Of course, even if they think it's a little too risky, they know it's useless to have objections. Although Luke is usually easy to talk to, he always does what he says and will not change things he has decided easily. Then you have to be careful, Luke. Robin looked at Luke worriedly. The opponent is, after all, a legendary pirate. Don't worry, Shiki is no longer the all-powerful lion he once was. It's without its fangs and claws, the threat to me may not even be as great as Admiral Aokiji. Luke was full of confidence and comforted with a smile. Perhaps the current Golden Lion is not as senile as it was 5 years later in its original trajectory, but its glory is still there. But having a rudder inserted on the head will definitely have a great impact on him. Moreover, it is still unclear whether he can use Conqueror's Haki. In order to escape from prison, he lost his legs, so he used a sword as a prosthetic limb. Where can he get stronger? Because of the intense training in the morning, Luke was in no hurry to set off directly. Instead, he was patient and took a 2-hour break to recharge his stamina, ensuring that all aspects of his body are restored to peak condition. His shadows surged and transformed into a huge black eagle. Woo! As Robin, Perona, Brooke, and others watched, the astonishingly large falcon flapped its wings. With Luke, Wiper, and others, it rushed towards the distant sky at an astonishing speed. In order to ensure that the Munch Munch fruit's abilities could continue to be utilized, Luke did not turn Wapol into a zombie. But this guy has long been controlled by Luke's implanted shadow and turned into a puppet who obeys his orders. Although this method is ineffective for strong people, it is easy to break free. But for Wapol, who has basically no strength and weak will, couldn't be a better fit. Whoosh! The wind howled less than an hour later in the sky in the distance. A huge black spot looms. Then, it slowly becomes clearer and turns out to be a huge floating island. As if it has lost gravity, it is suspended thousands of meters in the air, with no tendency to fall, creating a scene full of extremely shocking visual impact. Hiss! Those floating islands. Is this what Golden Lion is capable of? TSK, that's really exaggerated. Although they have already heard Luke mention it. But after all, Wiper, Lafitte, and others did not have a very profound concept. It wasn't until this moment, when they saw these groups of floating island with their own eyes, that they realized how exaggerated Golden Lion's Devil Fruit's ability really was. We're almost close. Augur, activate your Devil Fruit's ability. No problem, leave it to me. Van Augur nodded confidently. The ability of the clear fruit was directly activated. The huge black falcon, together with Luke and others on its back, all became transparent in the blink of an eye. They disappeared completely into the sky. However, there were still bursts of loud sound. In the sky, there were faint ripples. Not long. Mervale, the island of beasts. A huge thing invisible to the naked eye suddenly spiraled down and stopped in a hidden corner. Luke-sama, what are you going to do next? As a special zombie, Ruma had a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. How about I go find out about Golden Lion? As a great swordsman, he naturally hopes to fight against a great swordsman like Golden Lion. Don't worry, it is the lair of the Golden Lion pirates, after all. Let's check their treasure house first to see if there is anything valuable. Luke waved his hand. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered. The reason why he didn't just come up and make a fuss was because he thought that if they started fighting directly, these floating islands might be destroyed. Before that, Luke was planning to sneak into the Golden Lion's treasure house to see if there were any treasures worthy of attention, such as devil fruit or something. Whoosh! He flicked his fingers. A thin shadow string, almost invisible to the naked eye, flew to the palace like lightning. His observation Haki feels a very powerful or there. Apparently, it's Shiki's home, and he is there himself. Bang! The next moment, the shadow clone stood upright and disappeared directly in front of Luke. The main body, however, remains in place so as not to alert the enemy prematurely. Brush. No one found it on the huge main island. A looming black shadow silently walked through the shadows and sneaked directly into the palace. It didn't attract any attention at all. About 10 minutes later, in a huge and spacious treasure house, a human-shaped black shadow emerged from the dark corner. Ignoring the dazzling piles of gold treasures, it soon found a hidden secret compartment, and 5 treasure boxes were taken out. Hey, is this for real? Chapter 114, Luke vs. Shiki at dusk. The sun sets, making the clouds in the sky so gorgeous. Then, without any warning, the normally peaceful island suddenly resounds with a loud sound. Boom. A huge crescent-shaped flying slash struck directly. The entire palace was divided into 2. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent palace was directly cut off, and the cut was too smooth to be true. Rumble. The upper half slid down at a speed visible to the naked eye and collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed. There were constant screams and curses. Many members of the Golden Lion pirates were directly buried alive. Damn! Who is it? A tall golden figure rose into the sky. Noticing the black figure in front of him who did not hide his presence, he shouted loudly, "You! I'm sorry, I just came for a visit." Luke, who had no thought of hiding anymore, made a big fuss as soon as he came up, then he put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile. He glanced at Shiki in front of him. The loose samurai uniform, wild blonde hair, and a ship's rudder on his head looked a bit funny. What's even more striking is that 2 swords are tied to his feet as prosthetics to replace his legs. It was the image that Luke expected from the beginning. Gee ha 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 ha, I haven't had a guest for a long time. While chewing a cigar, Shiki laughed loudly. Immediately, his sinister eyes stared at Luke fiercely. Kid, do you know what you are doing? Of course. Luke looked calm and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the legendary pirate would actually be hiding here. At this moment, although Shiki is not as good as at his peak, but he is not as old as he will be a few years later, and he still looks high-spirited. Luke's innate observation haki can clearly sense that sharp haki. Although there are no claws, the fangs are still there. It can tear and bite prey easily. A gray-faced figure crawled out of the ruins in embarrassment. Looking at Luke's young figure, his pupils could not help but swell. Having paid attention to news reports before, he took out a stack of bounty from his pocket and quickly found Luke's bounty. It's him, I can't be wrong. As the ship's doctor and scientist of the Golden Lion Pirates, Dr. Indigo confirmed Luke's identity and quickly reminded his captain loudly, Boss, he is Black Prison Luke. It is said that he was once a member of CP9. He had caused trouble with NI's lobby, one of the 3 major organizations under world government. Despite his young age, he also fought against Admiral Aokiji not long ago and escaped unscathed. Really? CP9? Golden Lion raised his eyebrows. Gee ha 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 ha, he looks like he is no ordinary kid. No wonder he is so confident. But, who do you think I'm? He glared at Luke fiercely, his eyes becoming fierce and murderous. You compared me with those trashy Marines? Slicing wave. Without talking nonsense anymore, his right foot with the sword tied to it suddenly kicked out. Whoosh. In an instant, the air was split apart. A huge golden slash shot through the air and rushed towards Luke like lightning. Tempest kick, line. Luke's expression remained unchanged, and he kicked out violently. Whoosh, a dazzling light green wind blade appeared out of thin air and collided with a golden flying slash. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion. An astonishing shockwave kept sweeping across, and ripples followed quickly. Gee ha 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 ha, interesting. 6 superhuman fighting skills? Golden Lion suddenly laughed while floating in the air. But the next moment, Luke moved suddenly. His figure was as fast as lightning and like a ghost. He instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. Huh. An extremely sharp trajectory was drawn in midair. He flew in front of the Golden Lion, and with lightning speed, he slashed across Shiki's head. Death Razor. King. Golden Lion's left foot is raised high, and the famous sword, Koga Arashi, is fixed on it. Luke's attack was blocked by a near miss. Brush. Swipe. But in the blink of an eye, there was a chilling light in midair that could tear everything apart. It constantly changes, turning back from all directions like a murderous spider web covering Shiki. Luke's figure is completely unpredictable and dazzling at the same time. Clang. At this moment, Golden Lion couldn't help but retreat violently. His feet turned into afterimages as he constantly moved. One by one, they blocked the sharp, cold light that was constantly coming unpredictably and hard to guard against. It's very fast. Slicing wave. Suddenly, he laughed ferociously. Locking Luke's figure, he swept out his right foot. Another famous sword fixed on his right leg, Hidden Sound Village, cuts through the air in an instant. The extremely blazing golden slash was unstoppable. It directly forced Luke's figure back and narrowly escaped. But that powerful slash was completely unabated, blasting from high altitude towards the sea at least dozens of kilometers away. Boom. The sea, which was originally windless and waveless, was ruthlessly torn apart. An extremely exaggerated huge trench appeared there. Whoosh. Shiki hasn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief yet. Suddenly, the hairs on his hair stood up, and without hesitation, he retreated like lightning. Cold light flashed, and shadow strings, almost invisible to the naked eye, tore past. The next moment, the huge mountain peaks behind collapsed. It was cut off without suspense. Gulu. That's. Dr. Indigo, who had already run far away for fear of being affected, opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that Luke was actually so powerful. No wonder he was able to fight against an admiral and escape unscathed. Chapter 115, An Unpredictable Ability Strings? Shiki seemed to feel something in the air. The next second, his right hand became entangled with armament haki and suddenly became as black as ink. Then he catches a few strings that come out of nowhere. Tear. Without any politeness, he tore off the extremely sharp shadow string that could easily tear apart the human body. The next moment, Shiki showed an arrogant smile and looked at Luke in front. Gee ha 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 ha, is this your devil fruit ability? It's just a little trick, such a shame. Luke smiles, since you know it's just a little trick, how can you be so embarrassed? Shiki laughed ferociously, then he shook his right hand violently. Lion's threat, Earthbind. In an instant, the earth rumbled and trembled violently. Without any warning, the entire ground floated up and was about to cover Luke. Da. Da. With Golden Lion's move, the sky faded, and the afterglow of the setting sun was completely obscured. Then, one after another, huge and exaggerated lifelike lions' heads as big as mountains appeared there and crushed towards Luke. Shadow Cage. Luke's eyes narrowed, and shadow surged on his right hand. Brush. Swipe. Countless shadow strings shot out in all directions. It even penetrated those giant lion heads, which were like towering giant mountains. In an instant, the entire island was covered with thin and sharp strings, covering the entire island and even the sky with shadow strings like a dragnet. Jahahaha. The shadow string that enveloped him was easily cut off, and then Shiki laughed contemptuously. It's a futile and pointless struggle, just be buried here, kid. Yeah? At this time, Luke's voice came from Shiki's back. What? Shiki's expression changed drastically. Relying on observation Haki's prediction. His right leg is raised high, and the famous sword Hidden Sound Village is fixed on it. It narrowly blocked the shadow string that struck like lightning and could easily cut open the human body. Luke, who was supposed to be trapped and dead below, suddenly appeared in midair, giving Shiki no breathing space at all. Machine gun, King Cobra. The roaring sound in the air continued, and the violent, swelling fist-entangled armament Haki was constantly expanding and contracting like a violent storm, overwhelming and crazy. Shiki kept kicking out violently. The blade fixed on it was wrapped around by armament Haki, blocking the incoming punch. He looked in disbelief at Luke, who was about 10 meters away in front of him and was attacking him with his fists. Jihahahaha, what a weird ability. Lion, Scattering Valley. He retreated violently, and then his legs turned into afterimages as they tore the air apart. The cold light flashed, and Hidden Sound Village and Koga Arashi swept out continuously. Whoosh. Whoosh. One after another, blazing flying slashes broke through the air and murderously blasted toward Luke in front. But in an instant, Luke suddenly disappeared from where he was. The dazzling flying slash continued unabated, tearing apart those shadow strings and blasting into the distance. Relying on observation Haki's prediction. Whoosh. Shiki's expression changed, and he turned around. His arms, wrapped around by armament Haki, were intertwined to block the fist that came from behind without warning. So fast. No, is it teleportation? Looking at Luke in front of him in shock, the opponent's speed was too fast, and he didn't even capture his movement trajectory at all. It could only be the other party's extremely weird ability. At this time, in Shiki's horrified gaze, the fists that went straight forward and struck like a violent storm suddenly turned and came from all the incredible blind corners. It makes it hard to guard against such sudden change. What? Shiki, who was caught in surprise, was directly hit by the dense fists. He vomited blood and flew out like a cannonball, smashing the mountain behind hard. Sand and dust are flying everywhere. One side of the huge mountain collapsed. Shiki's entire body is directly embedded in it. Captain. Far away, Dr. Indigo yelled as he looked at Shiki, who was blown away in disbelief, and then he stared blankly at Luke in the sky. How is it possible, that guy? He couldn't believe his eyes. In his mind, that ambitious and powerful great pirate. He was actually suppressed by a young brat. Jahahaha. After a long time in the ruins, an embarrassed figure covered in blood rushed out. His whole body was a bit bruised and bleeding, and he was no longer as high-spirited as before. Shiki floats in the air while wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth. It really hurts. It's been a long time since I have been hurt like this. Although you have lost your sharp claws, you, a lion, still have sharp fangs. It shouldn't be limited to this. Luke looked directly at Shiki, who was embarrassed. He frowned and looked a little suspicious, always feeling that the other party was a little weird. Did he overestimate Golden Lion? No, he was sure that his judgment was not wrong. He could clearly feel that there was a terrifying Haki lurking in the other person's body. Although it can be exerted, it cannot be fully used. It just seemed like it was restricted or that Shiki didn't dare to use it at all. Is it because of the rudder on his head? Luke thought thoughtfully. Looking at the rudder on Shiki's head, he guessed something. Jihahaha, oh Bask Luke, right? I really underestimate you, you are not simple. Shiki looked at Luke in front while laughing. Touching the rudder on his head, his eyes were full of helplessness and frustration. This thing on my head has really affected me. At first, the rudder only slightly affected him. But as time goes by, the rudder has already been firmly connected with his head and even the brain nerves. His Haki is constantly declining, or in other words, he dares not release it with all his strength, otherwise, it will damage his brain nerves and may even lead to a life-threatening situation. Chapter 116, Conqueror Haki's Entanglement. Captain, don't mess around. On the dilapidated floating island, as if he knew what Golden Lion was going to do next, Dr. Indigo, in the distance, had a drastic change of expression and shouted loudly. That rudder had a profound effect on Shiki. In recent years, there have even been problems such as confusion and Alzheimer's. Once he really goes all out and releases Conqueror Haki unscrupulously, his life may be in danger. Jahahaha. I'm Golden Lion. It's like some kind of shackles have been released as Shiki bursts into laughter while the aura on his body constantly rises. When did I lose the courage to fight? Boom. An extremely powerful Conqueror Haki overflowed from his body. However, Shiki's face was a little twisted. The veins on his forehead popped out as if he was suffering from great pain. Moreover, blood began to flow from his head, and part of his golden hair was dyed red. Tear. The next moment, he directly grabbed Hidden Sound Village and Koga Arashi from his legs, pulled them out, and held them in his hands. Are you finally getting serious? Luke smiled. Not only is there no fear. Instead, his eyes showed an awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Come on, let me see your true strength, Golden Lion. Roar. He growled. The two shadow balls he carried in his arms were directly absorbed, nightmare form. Brush. In an instant, his muscles tightened, and his veins popped out. His hair stood on end, his figure grew rapidly, and his skin color turned a faint blue. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a little giant 8 or 9 meters tall. With Dorian Brogy's shadow, he instantly entered the nightmare form. What? Witnessing this scene, Dr. Indigo, in the distance, was inexplicably shocked. Jahahaha. Looking at Luke, who was completely different from before, Shiki laughed. Is this your devil fruit ability? Just like a monster. Just taste it. A hoarse voice came out, and Luke's tiger-like eyes turned sharp. Then, he disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared directly in front of Shiki. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. Huh. The violent fists, overwhelming the atmosphere like lightning, came fiercely. King. Sparks splashed. The sword blocked the incoming punch. Shiki's eyes were dazzled, and he couldn't help but retreat. But at this moment, he was grinning, full of momentum and confidence. Jihahaha, the speed, strength, and even Haki have all gone up a level. Fire King Snake. The next moment, Luke's fists turned into afterimages and were swung wildly. Whoosh! Waves of heat wave kept spreading everywhere. The punch violently rubbed the air, bringing out a blazing fire. The exaggerated flaming fist expands and contracts while carrying extremely terrifying power as it blasts towards Shiki like a violent storm. Brush. Swipe. The densely packed, overwhelming punch constantly turns. It relentlessly bombarded Shiki from all directions and blind spots. Jahahaha. Boy, you keep bringing me more surprises. At this moment, Shiki was completely different from the previous state. He is extremely wild, domineering, and calm. Clang. The two swords in his hands were wrapped around by armament Haki, and he kept blocking. Although his body kept flying upside down, he remained safe and sound. Luke's violent offensive, he blocks them all. Suddenly, the corners of Luke's mouth rose, and then his eyes sharpened, shadow binding. Shiki, who was floating in the sky, didn't notice at all that his shadow was suddenly caught by a black shadow that emerged from the ground. At the same time, very strangely, Shiki, who was blocking Luke's offensive, froze up, and his sword stagnated. His expression changed drastically, and the airtight defense was torn apart in an instant. What? The violent flaming fist hit him continuously directly. Ah! His whole face was distorted, and he vomited blood as he flew out like a cannonball. But at the same time, Shiki's powerful observation Haki locked onto Luke in front, showing murderous intent. Slicing wave. Holding the famous sword Hidden Sound Village in his right hand, he swung it out boldly. In an instant, the dazzling flying slash actually carried black and red lightning as it tore apart the air. With lightning speed, it arrived in an instant. The terrifying blow tears apart all the obstacles. A large number of shadow strings were directly destroyed like a piece of paper. Conqueror Haki's entanglement? Luke's eyes were stern. With both fists together, powerful armament Haki flows, directly distorting the air as he charged out brazenly. Ultimate radius, 6 King Gun. An extremely powerful shockwave and flying slash entangled by Conqueror Haki blasted together hard. But there were no surprises. The terrifying flying slash directly destroyed and tore apart the powerful shockwave. The attack continued unabated and hit Luke directly. Boom. The ground in front was directly torn apart. A huge ravine was revealed. In the ruins of billowing smoke, Luke's embarrassed figure rushed out. Any hasty counterattack can actually hurt me. His clothes were in tatters, and there was a wisp of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. A shocking gash appeared on his chest. He was dripping with blood and almost disemboweled. Jihahaha, you're not bad either, kid. Likewise, Shiki, who was also covered in blood, rushed out of the ruins on the other side. Looking at Luke, he bared his teeth and said with a smile, That was your devil fruit ability just now, right? It actually interfered with my actions by restraining my shadow. But you only have one chance to hurt me. In front of the powerful conqueror Haki, everything is in vain. Threads of black and red lightning kept intertwining and spreading. He is wrapped around by the powerful conqueror Haki, which makes people feel a little frightened. Jihahaha, today I will teach you a lesson for free. Only conqueror Haki is above everything else. You don't need to tell me this. I've always been clear about it. Staring at Shiki in the face without fear, Luke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and showed a sinister smile. Otherwise, do you think I really can't dodge the blow you just made? I just want to experience for myself the power of Conqueror Haki's entanglement so that I can learn from it. In Shiki's shrinking gaze, his momentum rose as he clenched his fists. Could it be? Shiki's expression changed. Looking at Luke in disbelief, he pressed his foot hard, making the earth crack and collapse as he rushed out like a cannonball. I still have to thank you, Golden Lion. He rushed in front of the Golden Lion in an instant. The huge fists were stuck up to each other. A rather powerful conqueror's haki suddenly overflowed and wrapped around it. Ultimate Radius, 6 King Gun. Slicing Wave. Chapter 117, The Final Roar Rumble. With the unimaginable collision, the entire floating island was shaking violently. The black and red lightning was like a dancing dragon and snake, constantly impacting and wreaking havoc in all directions. On this island and other floating islands around it, a large number of indigenous people and animals who were trapped here and unable to escape immediately foamed at their mouths and fainted. Conqueror Haki's collision? Dr. Indigo, who barely maintained consciousness and was not knocked out, opened his eyes wide. Then look at Luke in the sky, who is like a little giant. That guy, he actually has Conqueror Haki. Gulu. This power. It's so depressing and unbelievably strong. Far away on other floating islands, Wiper, Lafitte, and others who were hiding and waiting were affected by the battle. They couldn't help but look in the direction of the main island in shock. Hey, make it more exciting, Golden Lion. On a dilapidated island, Luke, who was in nightmare form, is as fast as a ghost and is unparalleled in strength. He was full of fighting spirit, and all the cells in his body were jumping for joy. King, in an instant, he rushed in front of Shiki again. The terrifying fist and the gleaming blade were all wrapped around the extremely tyrannical Conqueror Haki as they gave each other hard blow. There was a tooth-piercing, deafening sound of iron clashing together. What's even more shocking is, the two have no direct contact at all. In the middle, they seem to be colliding with each other through invisible barriers. It is constantly pushing and squeezing, not giving in to each other. The earth was torn apart, and the shock waves rolled, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Looking at the two figures who collided with an extremely shocking momentum. This is a collision in the air? Dr. Indigo was shocked and lost his voice in disbelief. This is not an ordinary Conqueror Haki's collision. Luke not only has the qualifications to be a king, he also mastered the power of Conqueror Haki's entanglement? Following Shiki for so many years as his confidant, he is naturally no stranger to Conqueror Haki's entanglement. In fact, Dr. Indigo saw a strong man who mastered Conqueror Haki's entanglement, like the Golden Lion. For example, in Rock's Pirate, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, who were both top pirates with Golden Lion at that time. Even the captain of Rock's Pirate, Roxy Zebek. Each of these famous pirates has monster-like strength. And all of them have mastered the power of Conqueror Haki's entanglement. But how old is Luke? Clang. Clang. The two figures kept colliding with each other. Amazing flying slashes and terrifying punches poured out continuously. The land, which was already in a mess, became devastated and destroyed beyond recognition. Fire King's snake. The air was directly distorted, and the sky was directly dyed red by the firelight one after another. The extremely dark fist constantly rubbed against the air, becoming extremely red, then it burned with blazing flames while entangled with the powerful Conqueror Haki. Like a greedy snake, it turns left and right as fast as lightning. It rushes towards Shiki like crazy. Jihahaha, what a scary guy. He learned the Conqueror Haki's entanglement all of a sudden, and it became more concise with each collision. The two famous swords were waved continuously as he blocked Luke's fierce and intensive attack. Shiki, who seemed to be at ease and launched fierce counterattacks from time to time, but he was deeply shocked as he looked at Luke who have a dazzling momentum and became more courageous as they fought. That guy completely blocked Captain's attack. Dr. Indigo never expected it. When Shiki risked his life and started to release his own haki, regardless of the influence of the rudder, Luke was actually able to confront him head-on. What a monster. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Is this really a 17-year-old kid? If the other party is given more time, he may really be able to match his own captain. King. At this time, Luke and Shiki were once again fiercely fighting each other through the air. There was no real contact between the fist and the sword at all, but the collision between metal continued to echo. The terrifying conqueror Hakis tore the earth apart again. There was a rumble in the sky. I don't know when it started, but the sky, which was already covered with dark clouds, actually split apart. Woo-woo-dot-hoo-woo. The two streams of clouds are clearly distinct. There, they are constantly squeezing and opposing each other. It was indescribably shocking. Looking at this horrifying scene, Dr. Indigo opened his mouth wide. He had seen this scene more than once. In the past, Shiki had such phenomena that often occurred when fighting against Whitebeard, Roger, or others. But does that mean Obaskluk already has such strength? The sky is torn apart. Gulu. Is this Shiki's true strength? It's unbelievable that Luke-sama can actually contend with such a monster. On the island of Mervale, Wiper, Lafitte, and others stare blankly at the cracked sky, and they all couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They were so shocked that they became speechless and even broke out in a cold sweat. Despite their observation, Haki has not yet been awakened, but those two terrifying momentums, they can feel it clearly, and it makes them breathless. This damn thing. After a hard collision, they separated again, and Shiki, who was about to charge forward, suddenly trembled. His face was distorted, and he couldn't stop but cover his bleeding head as he suffered from great pain. It seems that I have been suppressing it for too long. Is my time running out? Can't endure it anymore? Seeing this scene, Luke, who was not willing to be outdone and was about to charge forward, couldn't help but frown. But he did not pursue the victory again. The next moment, Shiki gasped in pain, and his eyes turned completely bloodshot. It seems that's the end of it. Golden Lion. Luke spoke calmly. That's it? Shiki looked at Luke and laughed ferociously. I'm Golden Lion. The next moment, Shiki's face showed stubbornness, unwillingness, and desperate madness. He grabbed the rudder on his head and pulled it off with gritted teeth. Damn thing, don't even think about disturbing me again. Captain. Seeing Shiki's crazy moves, Dr. Indigo's complexion changed drastically, and he yelled loudly. He knew that after today, no matter whether he wins or loses, there is no more Golden Lion in the sea. Kid, since you pushed me to this point, I, the Golden Lion, recognize you. Holding the pair of bloody swords intertwined with frightening black and red lightning. Although Shiki's face was covered with blood at this moment, he was like a lion swallowing up the world as he looked at Luke with murderous intent. But you not better die. Jahahaha. The next moment, the extremely terrifying conqueror Haki wrapped around the sword. Slicing wave. The extremely fierce slash ripped through the atmosphere. It transformed into an extremely ferocious and mighty lion that opened its ferocious mouth and charged forward at a speed that ordinary people could not imagine. At this moment, Luke's hair stood on end, and he had a drastic change of expression. Chapter 118, 6 Serum and Blood Factors. The small half of the main island, under this extremely terrifying blow, was directly razed to the ground and turned into ruins. It was indescribably shocking. Jahahaha. It's like a flashback. A wild laughter resounded in the sky, and the floating islands began to shake violently. Ha. Immediately afterward, these islands floating in the sky seemed to have suddenly lost their support, and they all fell straight from the sky. Quick, Shiki's devil fruit ability is removed. Lafitte's expression changed. He caught Wapol immediately and turned into a huge white dove. Wiper, next to him, also directly grabbed Van Augur and took him away from the falling Mervale. Ruma stepped directly into the air and stayed in midair. Boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The sea is boiling, and an extremely exaggerated huge tsunami swept in all directions. I'm sorry, I never said I would take this blow from you. The black shadow wings suddenly fluttered. At some point, Luke had returned to his original state and exited the nightmare form. Except for the injuries he had suffered previously, there was no serious problem. Facing the overwhelming blow just now, he had no intention of going head-on. He exchanged positions with a shadow clone, and only his shadow clone was directly killed. And he himself was safe and sound. Swipe. Shadow strings, barely visible to the naked eye, trapped two falling figures. He caught them alive and pinned them high in the sky. One was Shiki, who had lost his breath of life at this moment. The other one is Dr. Indigo, the ship's doctor of the Golden Lion pirates. Captain. Dr. Indigo, who was tightly bound and unable to move, was screaming there. However, Shiki, who was also hanging there, covered in blood, with his bloody head hanging motionless, did not respond at all. Luke-sama, Lafitte came with Wapol. Whoosh. The black shadow surged and turned into a huge black hawk, catching Wapol. Then, Luke flicked his right hand. He directly pulled the dense shadow strings and threw Shiki's body over. Don't delay. Recycle Shiki's devil fruit immediately. Understood. Wapol has long been controlled. He immediately opened his exaggerated mouth and swallowed Shiki's bloody corpse. Luke-sama. Wiper flew over with Van Augur. Looking at Dr. Indigo, who was left behind, he was a little surprised. Who was that guy? The ship's doctor and scientist of the Golden Lion pirates. It's still useful to keep him, Luke said calmly. As he said that, he glanced at the Mervale Island, which hit the sea below hard. Although it was a little dilapidated, it was not completely destroyed. He couldn't help but chuckle. The IQ plant produced by the Mervale Island has higher research value. Not only can it make animals become more ferocious and larger. Dr. Indigo spent a lot of time developing the IQ plant into 6 serum with even more amazing effects. Luke remembers clearly that this thing is like devil fruit, which can make people evolve in the direction they want. Those people trapped on the floating island by Shiki have been infected with the 6 serum because they long for a long time to become free and hope to fly like birds and escape from the floating island. Under the stimulation of the 6 serum, feathers sprouted from their hands. In the future, they will be able to fly directly. Although evolution may take a long time due to the dose of 6 serum, it is really incredible. If it can be combined with Germa's blood factor transformation technology, perhaps a perfect blood factor potion can be developed, which is a true genetic evolution fluid. Luke knew very well how exaggerated the physiques of real monsters like Big Mom and Kaido were. They could be said to be infinitely powerful and invulnerable. Give him some more time, he is confident that with his own talent and hard work, he will surely become a great pirate comparable to Roger and Whitebeard. But Luke also knew very well that although his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, he was still a human after all. Only natural monsters like Big Mom with steel balloon-like defenses, or the strongest creatures on land, sea, and air like Kaido, can't truly be unafraid of everything. Otherwise, the combat error tolerance rate will be too low. This is especially true when faced with a siege of many strong men. The fault tolerance rate in battle is too important. Well-known strong men like Whitebeard and Garp are powerful, right? But if they are careless and get stabbed in the back by someone, their strength will be greatly reduced immediately, they will be extremely weak and may even be in danger of their life. But monsters like Charlotte Linlin or Kaido are incredibly powerful. Even if they stand still, or even give up their defense completely, allowing others to backstab them directly. As an invulnerable steel balloon, nothing will happen at all, although the other body is slightly weaker, it is also incredibly durable. You must have a very high-level armament hockey to really hurt them. Moreover, with that exaggerated recovery power, even if they are directly injured, it may only be a minor injury that will not have much impact on them. That alone. The gap between these strong men can be seen. If he could become a perfect lineage factor transformer like Vinsmoke Sanji in the future, or even become a more perfect genetic warrior than him, gaining a physique and resilience comparable to those of monsters. Coupled with his talent. Not only can it greatly shorten the time needed for his own growth, but becoming the real strongest person in the world will no longer be far away. Luke-sama. Soon, Wapol spits out Shiki's body directly. And in Luke's hand, there was a strange devil fruit. Perumsha, float fruit recycling successful. Let Robin and the others come over. Playing with the float fruit, Luke looked at the turbulent sea below and the dilapidated islands. Except for the few devil fruits that he had already asked the Shadow Clone to take away in advance, not only Mervale's IQ plant, Shiki's treasure, but also the research materials in the palace, etc. All need to be salvaged. Yes. I was lucky enough to witness this shocking battle. Wiper, Lafitte, Van Augur and others all have a deeper understanding of this great man's power, making their eyes were full of admiration and awe. Chapter 119, Logia, Cloud Fruit and Mythical Zone, Nine-Tails Fox model this is. Did it fall from the sky? It's really exaggerated. With the arrival of the thriller bark, looking at the dilapidated and disfigured islands, Robin, Reiju, Nami, Brook, Perona, Bartolomeo, and others had already received Luke's communication and were mentally prepared. Luke, are you okay? Luke, Wiper, Ruma, and others, who had been waiting there, returned to the thriller bark one after another. Women like Robin, Perona, Desire, and others couldn't help but feel worried when they looked at Luke, who was in ragged clothes and blood on his chest. Don't worry. Luke waved his hand, it's just a little injury, I'm fine. This battle is indeed fierce. The injuries on his body cannot be said to be very minor. But it's not as heavy as expected. After all, Shiki's strength is weaker than in his heyday. However, his gains were huge. It is not just through personal experience and observation but also by stealing from the opponent's body and mastering the Conqueror Hoki's entanglement skills. In that life and death fight, his nerves were stretched to the extreme, and his spirit was highly concentrated as never before. His observation Hoki, which had already reached a bottleneck, also made a small breakthrough. It finally faintly touched the higher level. He was very sure that when he was constantly exchanging blows with Shiki, he had once a very brief vision of the future. He didn't have time to think, so he reacted instinctively. But it is true that he foresees the future. Luke-sama, your injuries are serious. Let me treat you. Hogback came forward while carrying the medical kit that had been prepared. Then I'll trouble you. He allowed Hogback, the ship's doctor, to treat his injuries. Pointing to the merveil, which had nearly half collapsed, Luke sat down and directly gave orders to Wang Zedong, Silver Axe, and other zombie generals. You guys, immediately arrange for people to move the treasures on that island. Half of the island is still exposed to the sea level and has not completely sunk, and on it, that's where the ruined palace was. For him, it's obviously a good thing. At least the technical information and experimental materials. It shouldn't disappear immediately. Understood? Is he Shiki the Golden Lion? Everyone in the Netherworld Pirate put down their hands one after another. Looking at the corpse brought back by Ruma, they were surprised. Although it is a bit risky to directly challenge such a big pirate. With a smile on his face, Lafitte said, but I have to say, the harvest is too great. Robin, Nami, Brooke, Kuro, and others noticed that he was carrying a suitcase in his hand. Ah, the harvest is indeed not small. Luke smiled and nodded. Seeing that everyone was very curious, he motioned to Lafitte to open the box. 6 devil fruits were presented in front of everyone. Except for the float fruit, the other 5 devil fruits all have labels. Devil fruit? There are actually so many. As expected of the legendary great pirate. Looking at the devil fruit inside the suitcase, Robin, Rachel, Desire, Kuro, Jin, and others couldn't help but feel surprised. Is this the Golden Lion collection? Logia, Cloud fruit, Paramsha, Bomb fruit, Paramsha, Card fruit, Dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox, Cat fruit, model, Black cat. All kinds of incredible devil fruit can't help but surprise them. Moreover, it actually has the rather rare devil fruit, Logia, and mythical zone. Don't say it's them. Even Luke himself was a little surprised at first. Unexpectedly, Shiki actually collected the Logia, Cloud fruit, as well as the Dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox. It really surprised him. For a while, Nami, Nojiko, and the other girls all couldn't help but have hot eyes full of desire. They looked at Luke eagerly. Even Karina was reluctant to join at first. In the past few days, she had witnessed everything on the thriller bark and fully understood the strength of the Netherworld pirate, especially the terrifying, unendowed history of Luke. She originally wanted to find a chance to escape, but she had already changed her original intention and made a decision secretly. After all, it was easy to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Having already boarded the pirate ship, she knew so many secrets that it would be difficult for her to escape. Since she can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. Logia, Cloud fruit, I'll give it to you, Nami, Paramsha, Card fruit, to Desire, Dog fruit, model, 9-tailed fox, to Karina. Luke pondered for a moment. Based on the girls' preferences, personalities, talents, etc. Arrangements were made directly. In addition, take out a lush fruit from the warehouse and give it to Nojiko. Needless to say, the Logia, Cloud fruit is a perfect match for Nami's outstanding climate talent. That girl, Karina, is quirky and has an excellent mind. She has extremely high talents in intelligence gathering and is most suitable for the mythical zone, 9-tailed fox. Nojiko has a cheerful personality but is also calm and aloof from the world. And if it weren't for Nami, she would actually prefer the peaceful pastoral life in the countryside. It would be a good choice to give her the lush fruit that was obtained before and make her cultivate various economic plants. As for the Paramsha card fruit, it is somewhat special. It can create a large number of cards and control them at will. Similar to the book fruit, it can also seal any target into the card and summon it directly when needed. It is perfect for the Netherworld pirate, who currently have too many prisoners imprisoned, causing the zombie army to be unable to expand. It would be appropriate to give it to Desire. Really? Marvelous. Luke-sama, I love you so much. Hearing this, Nami, Desire, and other women's eyes shone brightly, and they excitedly rushed towards Luke and kissed him fiercely. This arrangement of the devil fruit is very much in line with their wishes. Hey, please be more reserved. Perona's eyelids jumped, and she put her hands on her hips. Luke-sama is mine. These damn bitches. Chapter 120, A Little Test of One's Skills 3 days later. Combelt. On the number 1 training ground, the cloud surged. Swiss. Iron cloud sword. Nami stretched out her right hand. A large amount of clouds gathered and turned into a long sword. Whoosh. The extremely sharp iron cloud sword suddenly stretched out and easily penetrated the wooden stake in front of it. And, under Nami's control, it turns left and right there, making it elusive. Until hundreds of meters away, it still accurately penetrates the thick wall and hits the bullseye painted on it. Thunder weather. At this time, a large amount of cloud surged out. It turned into a huge dark cloud intertwined with frightening currents. Boom. A blazing lightning struck straight down. Huge holes were blasted out of the concrete ground, turning it scorched black. Tornado. Immediately afterwards, Nami opened her hands and continued to release clouds. Moreover, her whole body kept moving in mid-air at an astonishing speed. Woo-hoo-hoo. A large amount of clouds rolled there, producing strong wind. A hurricane grew bigger and bigger, the wind grew stronger, and it turned into an astonishing tornado and suddenly swept towards the sea. Crash. The sea's surface was boiling, and the waves were surging. The exaggerated tornado swept up a large amount of seawater and sent it miles away. The power of this devil fruit. After landing on the ground and looking at her masterpiece, Nami jumped up, full of excitement. It's really great. TSK, that's really awesome. Just by simply understanding the characteristics of the clouds on the island, you can simulate it. That's right, Nami, you are becoming more proficient in mastering the abilities of this devil fruit. They watched Nami show off her abilities throughout the whole process. Robin, Reiju, Brooke, Bartolomeo, and others in the distance couldn't help but marvel. They were all a little surprised and impressed by Nami's talent for developing such abilities. You can actually create a tornado easily. Even Lafitte, as a navigator, couldn't help but feel puzzled. No wonder Luke-sama chose to hand over this devil fruit to you. Hey, I'm not bad either. Karina, on the side, held her head high while smiling. Then, a puff of smoke filled the air. She completely disappeared and transformed into Luke. Brush. The next moment, another burst of smoke appeared, and she transformed directly into Gecko Moria. Then he smiled strangely, gishishishi. If they hadn't already known that Moria was dead and saw Karina transform with their own eyes. Even Perona and Hogback, who are familiar with Moria, cannot distinguish it. Because in the past few days, Luke had used phantom transformation to show her Gecko Moria's usual laughter, personality, demeanor, etc. Karina has been able to imitate it perfectly. I'm not bad either. Desire, who was on the side, moved her hands. Then, a large number of cards appeared out of thin air. Whoosh. The cards rotated at an astonishing speed while they flew out. Boom. The wooden stakes that stood on the training ground were easily cut open by those extremely sharp cards. Card summoning. R-level card, Skeleton Cavalry. Suddenly, Desire had a strange card in her hand. On it, there is a letter R marked on the top, and there is a Skeleton Cavalry drawing on it. Whoosh. Smoke filled the air. A skeleton cavalryman wearing black armor, holding a spear, riding on a tall horse, and filled with a strange black aura appeared beside her. It's majestic and eerie, full of weirdness. This is... Hiss. Is this the power of the card fruit? You can actually summon this kind of monster. Looking at the sudden appearance of the undead cavalry, everyone present could not help but be a little shocked. I'll give it a try. Nojiko chuckled. Several seeds were thrown out directly by her. In the blink of an eye, those few seeds sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into huge tree vines, and took root on the concrete ground. Then, it directly surrounded and entangled the tall skeleton cavalry from all directions. Bang! The skeleton cavalry waved its spears there, cutting off the incoming tree vines. But in the blink of an eye, those trees and vines kept popping up again continuously. No surprises. Although the skeleton cavalry resisted vigorously, but it was still directly strangled by the huge tree vines that continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into smoke and disappeared. This is nothing. I have more powerful cards. Seeing this, Desire was not disappointed either. In her hand, a card with the word Senior and a skeleton drawing appeared once again. She threw it out directly. Senior level card, Skeleton Commander. With a puff of smoke came out, a scalp-tingling laughter echoed. A monster several meters tall with a ferocious face and a huge blade in its hand appeared. It's full of weird and eerie atmosphere. And it showed amazing strength. It tore apart those trees and vines like a piece of paper. Ga. Then, it showed an eerie smile and rushed toward Nojiko, full of murderous intent. Nami rushed to Nojiko and was ready to take action. Hey, Miss Nami, let me take action and show off. But suddenly, a cold light flashed. Brooke's figure suddenly rushed out. He appeared behind the skeleton leader at lightning speed. The swords, which had been unsheathed for some time, were slowly returned to their sheaths. Swallow banderole. Without warning, the air suddenly cooled down. A freezing temperature that seemed to come from the underworld made everyone shiver. Ah! Under everyone's gaze, the skeleton commander, who was torn apart with one slash, screamed in agony. The wound on its chest was filled with a chilling temperature, and it froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned directly into smoke and disappeared. Frozen? Noticing the cold remaining ice ballast on the ground, Robin lost her voice in shock. Is this the coldness from the underworld that Luke once mentioned? Hey, thanks to Luke-sama's advice, otherwise, I would have thought that the effect of the revive fruit is just to bring people back to life once. The coldness from the underworld is specially designed to restrain such gloomy and evil creatures. Chapter 121, Special Zombie, Golden Lion. And at this moment, next to the thriller bark, the Germa's snail battleship was parked there. Judge, how's the research going? In a spacious laboratory, Luke, who was wearing a medical bandage, leaned against the wall, folded his arms and asked, "Can 6 serum and lineage factor technology be perfectly combined?" "Completely possible." On the experimental bench, a tall figure in a white coat was observing something through a high-power microscope. His voice was somewhat excited. "Luke-sama, this is exactly what I, or the former Vinsmoke Judge, have dreamed of." It was the special zombie, Vinsmoke Judge, who had traveled to Baltimore, the future kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, to look for the technologies that Dr. Vegapunk left in the laboratory when he was young. Early this morning, he had just arrived here and met up with Luke and others. Under Luke's instructions, he couldn't wait to study the 6 serum. As long as the research is successful, you can definitely become the most perfect lineage factor transform warrior. Judge reluctantly put down the microscope, turned around, and said to Luke. After directly obtaining Dr. Indigo's memory through shadow and acquiring a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of 6 serum, combining the lineage factor-related technology in his brain, he was confident of creating the most perfect lineage factor transformation. "How long will it take?" Luke asked directly. He has no objection to becoming a person transformed by lineage factors. Because that is actually a genetic warrior, not a modified person like Frankie. He still has a normal flesh and blood body. But it has been greatly strengthened. Only in this way can he compete head-on with those real monsters in the shortest possible time or even surpass them. That guy, Vinsmoke Judge, once conducted research in this area during his lifetime, trying to turn himself into a person like his children. Unfortunately, it all ended in failure. Without exception, those experimental subjects all died due to the collapse of the gene chain. Although this research failed and the project was abandoned by him, the experimental data sealed by him can save me a lot of detours. Don't worry, it will only take at most half a year, no, 3 months. Judge clenched his fists and said with confidence, "In 3 months, I will be able to create the most perfect lineage factor transformation. Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Luke nodded with satisfaction. He was looking forward to it. It was only 3 months, he could certainly afford to wait. Thinking of something, Luke then asked, "By the way, how is the research on Vegapunk's technologies going?" A few days ago, news of an explosion suddenly occurred in a laboratory where Vegapunk stayed in his hometown, which caused quite a sensation. However, that's just an appearance. The truth is that Judge blew up the ordinary laboratory outside and found the more advanced and comprehensive secret laboratory left by Vegapunk. He also deliberately moved a lot of equipment that can be said to be very advanced, even if it is placed in Germa, to his own battleship. These technologies are simply great for me now. Judge smiled, full of excitement. "I have to admit, that guy, Vegapunk, is really a genius that makes people jealous. Give me some more time, and I will definitely be able to design the most perfect new generation of morphological memory alloy raid suit." He prepared laser technology and some other technologies, all of which were perfectly integrated to create the most powerful new raid suit. "Then I'm looking forward to it." "Luke." "Sir." Seeing Luke returning from the other ship, Robin, Nami, Wiper, Lafitte, and others rushed up. Reiju's eyes were a little complicated. She was sure that her father was no longer the Vinsmoke Judge he once was. Although she was not too sad, she was still a little confused and didn't know how to face Luke, the enemy who killed her father. Get ready to set sail and return to the Florian Triangle first. Next, if Judge's plan is developed successfully, he will be fearless and even have the confidence to directly lead everyone into the new world with great fanfare and compete head-on with those big pirates. Even if the world government finds out that Gecko Moria is dead. The big deal is just a slight change to the next development plan. Grand Line? Nami, Nojiko, Kuro, and other members who have never been to the Grand Line can't help but look forward to it with blazing eyes. Hogback, Shiki's body, has it been repaired? Luke asked Hogback. It has been completed. It took a lot of effort to perfectly connect his severed limbs. Hogback said with a smile, Luke-sama, you can resurrect him at any time now. Then let's get started. Luke didn't delay. He led everyone directly towards the ice warehouse of the central castle. If this one is included, this is already the fourth shadow he split. Whoosh! Less than half an hour later, On the thriller bark, a tall golden figure appeared with a majestic aura. A special zombie was born that was on the same level as Ruma but even much stronger. It's not that Shiki is stronger than Shimatsuki Ruma. There is another reason, it's just because Luke has become stronger again. The shadow he split naturally became stronger. Although Ruma and the Oars have amazing learning abilities, they will be able to do this sooner or later. But this time, the Zombie King, Golden Lion, is one step ahead. After perfectly swallowing Shiki's shadow, even without the Paramsha, float fruits abilities, the combat power that can be exerted is already close to the moment when he was fighting Luke. The only thing that made Luke a little regretful was that, after all, it's just a shadow. Even with Golden Lion, the new Zombie King, Haki has become much stronger compared to Oars and Ruma. But in the end, he was unable to use the Conqueror Haki's entanglement technique like the original body. Chapter 122, Luke's arrangement. Time flies, and 10 days fly by in the blink of an eye. The huge thriller bark passed through the calm belt, following the guidance of the Vivre card that had been prepared in the Florian Triangle Sea in advance and returned to this dark sea. Is this the Florian Triangle? Looking at the foggy and gloomy surroundings, Nami, Nojiko, Kuro, Bartolomeo, and others were a little surprised. These days, they have already seen how exaggerated and dangerous the Grand Line's climate is. The sky was clear one moment, but it could be raining heavily the next moment, or it could be snowing or even hailing. Huge storms, soaring sea currents. It makes people's scalp turn numb. If it weren't for the extremely large giant ship called Thriller Bark, with its exaggerated size, that wouldn't be afraid of most of the harsh weather in the Grand Line. If replaced by an ordinary ship, it's hard to say whether they could reach the Florian Triangle alive. No wonder the Grand Line is called the Pirate's Graveyard in East Blue. Okay, for the next period of time, the Thriller Bark will stay in the Florian Triangle. On the number 1 training ground, Luke clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Everyone will train patiently here first, and when the preliminary work is completed, we will start to enter the new world." The team under his command has begun to take shape. Naturally, he no longer needs to go around the world to recruit people in person. However, there are several good seedlings with great potential that cannot be missed so easily. Yes, Luke-sama. Naturally, no one would object to Luke's decision. Luke looked at Lafitte and then made arrangements. "Lafitte, you should be very familiar with West Blue. Next, take Wang Zhen, go directly to West Blue to capture Caponebridge, the leader of the famous mafia family Capone family. Be careful, he is the devil fruit user of the Paramsha, Castle Fruit. Remember to prepare a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. Also, let's recruit the number 1 killer from the underworld named as Bonez, the Paramsha, Dice fruit user. In West Blue. Except for Robin, who had already come to the Grand Line and was found by him, there were not many people who could get Luke's attention. Caponebridge is mediocre in strength but has good devil fruit abilities, so he has been targeted by him for a long time. The only one left is Daz Bonez, the user of the Dice fruit who has not yet joined the Baroque works. The reason for this arrangement is that although ordinary zombie generals have considerable intelligence, it is okay to let them patrol the territory and act as thugs. It's a bit difficult for them to do these more complicated things. Unless it is a special zombie created by Luke's shadow, it can have intelligence that is truly comparable to that of human beings and may even surpass most people. Do not worry. Lafitte responded with a smile. When Luke was in CP9, he was already paying attention to newcomers from all over the world and even some special devil fruit users. So, they are not surprised by Luke's arrangement. After all, they had witnessed with their own eyes just how powerful Luke was. To recruit a few unknown newcomers, there is no need for him to take action personally. Just send members of the Netherworld pirate or zombie generals. Augur, Kuro, you two take some people and go to South Blue, Betel Island, to recruit the 2 local gangsters, Eustace Kid and Killer. If they don't want to, use some means, it doesn't even matter if you kidnap them back. Also, Kuro, remember not to reveal your devil fruit abilities in front of others too early. When Luke was in CP9, he had already used the intelligence power of the world government to investigate the information about the future supernova, Eustace Kid and Killer. They were born in a country that was not a part of the world government's affiliated country, and the island they were on was occupied by pirates. Based on his limited intelligence, Luke deliberately used the elimination method to investigate. Yes, Luke-sama. Ruma, you are responsible for going to North Blue. Luke looked at Ruma again, find the whereabouts of the Heart Pirates and tell that Op Fruit Devil Fruit user, Trafalgar Law. If he joins us, I can kill Don Quixote da Flamengo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Also, go to the Tartacle Kingdom and bring back Basil Hawkins. If they don't want to, use some force. With Ruma's strength, it's more than enough to do that. A special servant created by his shadow, Ruma's wisdom and abilities greatly exceed those of zombie generals. He can completely able to accomplish these things independently. What? A hot fruit? Hogbak's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Paramsha, a hot fruit, this is the devil fruit ability that all doctors dream of. It actually got by that guy, Trafalgar Law, that Luke mentioned? Wiper, you go back to Sky Island. You are responsible for going to other Sky Islands to find out if there are any devil fruit users worth paying attention to. If you can recruit them, bring them back. If you can't recruit them, still bring them back. I heard that there is a mad monk named Raj on a certain Sky Island. He is very powerful and seems to be a devil fruit user. If you can find him, bring him back. After arranging these, Luke thought for a moment and said directly to Wiper, you don't have to search too long. If you can't find the target, you can come back. That future supernova, though, is on Sky Island. But he didn't know the specific information about this guy, so he had to let Wiper investigate. At Wiper's speed, 1 month is enough to cover a lot of islands. In particular, Wiper, who has been working extremely hard and practicing hard these days, successfully awakened observation haki not long ago. Although it is still far from being as exaggerated as Enel's mantra. But with his talent and hard work, he believes that over time, surpassing Enel will not be a problem. If you let him go out to find someone, he can get some exercise. Wiper was stunned and nodded slightly. It would be a good thing for him to go back. He also wanted to see if those guys on Angel Island were at peace. If they are still restless and covet the Island of Gods, upper yard, he will no longer be polite to those guys. Others, stay on the boat and continue practicing. Chapter 123, Blueno gets off to a bad start that afternoon. Lafitte, Van Augur, Kuro, Ruma, and others set off with their own subordinate. And Wiper also took the eternal pose of Jaya Island directly. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed to his hometown. Luke-sama. The scout team reported that a ship broke into the Florian Triangle. A zombie hurried forward to report, it carried a lot of cargo and was suspected to be a merchant ship. As early as when the thriller bark returned to the Florian Triangle. This sea area that has never seen the sun for many years has been completely under the surveillance of a netherworld pirate. A large number of scouts patrolled this sea area back and forth. In addition to the cover of the mist, they are not easy to detect. Oh? Luke raised his eyebrows. That should be a ship that deviated from the course and accidentally broke into here? Nami said there. That's not necessarily true. Robin said with a smile, we just returned to this sea area, don't you think it's a coincidence? Along the way, the whereabouts of the thriller bark were not concealed. With the intelligence capabilities of the world government, it might have already discovered that they had returned to the Grand Line and directly determined their destination through the route. It's possible that they sent people to investigate the news in advance. Perona, I'll leave it to you. Luke said indifferently. With the current strict guards of the thriller bark and the surveillance Tendenmushi scattered in every corner, it may be a bit exaggerated to say that a fly flying in can be easily discovered, but if a mouse or a bird runs in, it will be easily discovered. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, it will be done properly, Luke-sama. Perona laughs happily. They are pirates, and they would not refuse the goods that are delivered to their door. Not long after, the huge thriller bark started directly. It appeared directly and silently in front of the lost merchant ship. Like a giant beast with its mouth wide open that wants to swallow its prey. It's a pirate ship, quick, turn around and run. Damn, this ship is too big. I'm a flea. Sorry, I don't deserve to be a human being. I'm just the humblest dung beetle. On the merchant ship, one panicked sailor after another was pierced by negative hollows, making them extremely depressed and easily subdued. Soon, the thriller bark swallowed the large merchant ship. A large number of zombies began to board the ship and transport the goods. One by one, they tied up everyone and escorted them to the thriller bark. Luke-sama, it's just an ordinary large merchant ship. These guys are too weak, and they were dealt with in a short time. Perona smiled and said to Luke there. Really? Luke did not comment. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. He turned around and looked towards the forest. Sensing the familiar breath, the corners of his mouth rose. That's not necessarily true. Swish. The next moment, his whole body instantly disappeared in front of Perona, Robin, Bartolomeo, and others. In the forest hundreds of meters away, a strange door suddenly appeared out of thin air. Indistinctly, a strange green space was revealed inside, full of weirdness. But just as a tall figure cautiously walked out from inside. Whoosh! Without warning, Luke suddenly appeared in front of him. The big hand flew out like lightning, and without hesitation, it clasped onto his face, before he could react. He pressed the other party's head hard to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Blueno, whose head was bleeding and almost lost consciousness, his eyes could not help but widen. He looked at the imposing young figure in front of him in disbelief. Blueno, coming uninvited is not a good habit. Looking at Blueno, who lurked in quietly through the door fruit's ability, Luke said with a smile, "If I remember correctly, you should be in the Water 7 and were lurking as an undercover agent. Did the world government send you here especially?" Obviously, as an elite agent of CP9, possessing the ability of the door fruit that has strong lurking ability. When he suddenly appeared on the thriller bark, he could only be sent by the world government. It seems that those guys have become suspicious of the netherworld pirates' strange behavior in recent days. Blueno's eyes narrowed sharply. Looking blankly at Luke's familiar face, he couldn't help but scream out, "You are indeed hiding here. Luke-sama. There is an intruder. Damn it, how on earth did you get in? Is this guy a CP agent sent by the world government?" The zombies responsible for patrol rushed over one after another. Robin, Nami, Brooke, and others also ran over one after another. Seeing Blueno being subdued by Luke, they were a little shocked. Taking the sea prism stone handcuffs sent by his subordinates, he cuffed Blueno directly, then said, "Next, I invite you to be a guest here and stay for some time." These CP9, his former companions. In his plan, he wants to coax and subdue them. But for now, it is obviously impossible to make them betray the world government and follow him obediently with just a few words. It still takes some time to prepare. Unexpectedly, Blueno came to the door himself. "I'm in trouble." Blueno took a deep breath, feeling helpless. At first, he thought that with the ability of his door fruit, even if he was discovered, he would be able to escape easily. Unexpectedly, Luke discovered him so easily. Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast, making him unable to react at all. He was subdued immediately. "Luke, do you know him?" Robin asked. "He was a member of CP9. Luke shrugged. Unable to resist and could only surrender, Blueno took a deep breath and looked deeply at Robin. "Nico Robin, you are indeed here too." "Hello, this is our first time meeting," Robin said with a smile. "I didn't expect that you actually colluded with Gecko Moria." Blueno looked directly at Luke and said in a deep voice, "But the world government will find out sooner or later." After he was exposed and caught by Luke, he never thought he could survive. After all, the name Black Prison, Obask Luke, was not just blown away. How cruelly did Luke treat those enemies in the past? Blueno knows it very well. "Really?" Luke smiled and didn't care. He just smiled and asked, "Is that girl in Califa okay?" "What do you think?" Blueno asked. There is a close and somewhat abnormal relationship between Califa and Luke. The members of CP9 had discovered it a long time ago, but no one deliberately reported it. It's just that she is so deeply involved with Luke, the CP9 traitor. It is impossible for the world government to let her go, and soon, there will be an order for her to be arrested. Chapter 124, Judge's Achievements in a Blink of an Eye. 3 months passed by in a hurry. Belt, next to the dilapidated island group. One by one, snail battleships gather there. It soon forms a huge castle standing on the sea with the flag of Germa 66 blowing in the wind. Luke-sama. A dark figure fell from the sky. Putting away the shadow wings, Luke looked at the tall figure in front of him who had been waiting for a long time. "Judge, I have been looking forward to it for a long time, don't let me down." For 3 months, he hasn't made any big moves. He just sent someone to the Water 7, took the drawings of Arc Maxim, and placed an order with the Galley Law Company. No expense was spared to hire Fishman Tom's disciple to redesign it on this basis and build a large battleship capable of flying. He stayed patiently on the thriller bark, training day and night. With part of the memories obtained from Golden Lion, armament hockey can be said to have been honed to perfection and has even mastered the technique of internal destruction. Even the technique of Conqueror hockey's entanglement has been mastered easily, and it is no longer as jerky and rough as when he first learned it when fighting Shiki. It can be said that the strength has been greatly improved compared to the past. The only pity is that the inherent observation hockey is stuck at the bottleneck. There is still no way to predict the future. Don't worry. Although there were some accidents, and it took about 10 days longer than expected, it was a complete success. Judge was full of confidence, then he moved his right hand. "Please follow me." Inside Germa's underground laboratory, a circular pool of no less than 10 cubic meters appeared there. Moreover, there are several huge iron ropes in the pool. All these are? Looking at the green unknown solution inside, Luke was a little surprised. "No, those are just special nutrient fluids added with sick." Judge shook his head. He directly took out a tube of dark green reagent and gestured to Luke, because this kind of evolution doesn't happen slowly, but happens overnight. Once this special lineage factor serum is injected, you can evolve quickly, but you will need a lot of nutrient fluids. However, Due to the transformation of genes, the process may be extremely painful. In order to prevent you from losing your mind due to the severe pain and destroying everything around you, you must be locked with pure sea prism stone. Otherwise, not only this experimental base but the entire castle may be destroyed. Judge added there. Furthermore, I still have to carefully remind you that this kind of comprehensive transformation and enhancement of the human body is full of risks. If you can't hold on during this period, you may have a nervous breakdown and become a demented fool. He was acting on instructions from Luke. Fully evaluate Luke's will, body, and strength from all aspects. This special lineage factor serum was tailor-made for him, and its effect greatly exceeded the basic version during the experiment. An ordinary person would not be able to bear it at all. The unimaginable pain may directly cause him to have a mental breakdown and directly turn him into a fool who has lost himself. For me, being stepped on by someone stronger than me and having to struggle helplessly is the most humiliating and painful thing. Luke waved his hand and directly interrupted Judge's words. Naturally, he knew very well how risky this transformation was, but he still decided to try without hesitation. If you want to become stronger, how can you not pay the price? Without any procrastination, Luke took off his casual clothes, revealing a body of extremely strong muscles. On the chest, a shallow scar that was left by the golden lion can be vaguely seen. After more than 3 months, the traces are actually very faded. If you don't look at it carefully, you won't even be able to spot it. The green solution surged, and Luke lay inside. The researchers in Germa who were responsible for acting as Vinsmoke Judge's deputies stepped forward to lock Luke's limbs and even his head. Except for the handcuffs, which are made of the highest purity sea prism stone, not only those thick chains but also the material of the pool seems to be an extremely hard memory alloy. This shows how cautious Judge is. After all, a strong man like Luke, once he really loses his mind and goes crazy, it may cause immeasurable losses. In particular, after becoming the perfect lineage factor warrior, maybe sea prism stone really can't restrain him anymore when he goes crazy. Then, I'm going to start, Luke-sama. Judge held up the lineage factor serum. The dark green injection is full of weirdness. It makes people feel a little panicked for no reason. Come on. Luke's expression remained unchanged. Soon, Judge inserted the needle directly into Luke's left arm. The tube full of dark green reagent was injected into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems it's not a big deal. Luke's eyebrows raised, except for a slight pain in the arm when the lineage factor reagent was injected. There was no major reaction at all. Plop dot plop. The next moment, his heart suddenly shook. The powerful heartbeat accelerated violently. Then his pupils suddenly dilated, and his eyes turned terrifyingly bloodshot. His fists were clenched tightly, and his nails dug directly into his flesh. The blood vessels all over the body are bulging, and the veins are exposed, making people's scalp numb. Damn, it's actually so painful. His handsome face became distorted and turned ferocious. In countless arduous trainings, he has already sharpened his iron will. Even if he uses the mountain as a sandbag and his whole body is bruised and bloody, he does not say a word. He found that he had completely underestimated the exaggerated side effects of the lineage factor serum. At this moment, as if he was completely out of control, he screamed in pain. Ah! I'm sorry, Luke-sama. Judge reminded loudly there, because it is not transformation during the embryonic period. This process of forcibly transforming and evolving the genes directly through drugs is too harsh and will make people extremely painful, even if they are able to maintain their sanity all the time. But during this process, the pain has been magnified several times, and it is impossible to simply lose consciousness and faint. But once it's over, your genes will be completely transformed, and you will become the most perfect genetic warrior. Having extremely tough steel skin and an invulnerable exoskeleton, you have become infinitely powerful. And even have the ability to heal yourself beyond imagination. You can also master fire, electricity, and other special abilities like the Lunarian or Mink tribe. And the intensity will far exceed that of my daughter and son. Kokoka. The next second, the veins all over Luke's body popped out. A series of shocking blood vessels bulged as if they might explode at any time. His whole body was in endless pain, and he felt that all the cells in his body were about to collapse. Luke was already covered in blood, and he could no longer care about Judge's words. Crash. In the green fluids, stained with blood, a tall and violent figure was struggling crazily. Since he is a devil fruit user, sea prism stone has greatly weakened him. The limbs are even tightly bound by iron ropes made of memory alloy, and there is no way to break them. Luke's eyes turned redder, and his teeth broke due to clenching too hard. At this moment, he was struggling like a wild beast while roaring in pain. Not even sea prism stone can completely restrain his power. An unimaginable wave of conqueror Hakis suddenly swept out in all directions. Chapter 125, Unimaginable Transformation. 3 whole days and 3 nights. Luke endured unimaginable torture and pain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was truly painful and that life would be worse than death. He has always had perseverance and was as strong-willed as he was and he almost suffered a mental breakdown at one point. Even if he tried countless times to lose consciousness and faint happily, he couldn't do it. Every second feels like an hour or more. His brain was sober as never before, and he was suffering from the unspeakable severe pain all the time. It's as if all the cells in the body are being torn apart and regenerated, undergoing unprecedented transformation. The entire pool filled with sick solution had turned into shocking blood. And his whole body was completely out of human form. The flesh and blood were blurred and disfigured, making it appear extremely chilling. Hiss. What a terrible monster. This is simply not something humans can endure. That special 6 serum nutrient solution has been administered 10 times in a row, and all of it has been swallowed and absorbed by his body, far exceeding expectations. Those group of scientists who were knocked unconscious by Conqueror Haki several times looked at the struggling and roaring figures in the blood pool that were tightly bound by the sea prism stone and iron ropes made of memory alloy. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva while full of awe and fear. This kind of unimaginable pain and hardship. Vinsmoke Judge lamented there, as long as he can hold on and does not suffer a mental breakdown, not only will his body be strengthened tremendously, but his spirit, will, and courage will also undergo an astonishing transformation. These are closely related to Haki. Perhaps his own Haki will also improve accordingly. Staring at Luke's bloody figure, he speculated. In the past 3 days, he had witnessed Luke's transformation. No matter how confident he was at the beginning, he still couldn't help but be a little worried. Fortunately, it was the final moment. In the blood pool on the opposite side, there was suddenly no sound. However, Luke's heartbeat kept echoing like a drum. An incomparable terrifying aura emanates from his body, making everyone feel terrified. Finished? Seeing this scene, the scientists present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief while wiping their sweat. Crackling. However, the next moment, when those pair of closed eyes opened, showing blood-colored pupils, an indescribable wave of terror suddenly swept across. Ping. The blood-red pool exploded directly, and countless high-precision machines exploded one after another while flashing with electric sparks. At this moment, these poor researchers, even the people in the entire Germa castle, except for the special zombie judge and his 3 cheap sons, everyone's eyes turned white, and they foamed at their mouths under the unparalleled Conqueror Haki's impact. One by one, they lost consciousness and fainted one after another. The chains, made of a memory alloy, break directly from the connection. There was only a pair of heavy, high-purity sea prism stone handcuffs, still firmly wrapped around Luke's bloody limbs. That's... Under Judge's shrinking eyes, Luke's bloody body suddenly stood up. The torn skin, muscles, and other organs and tissues. In the blink of an eye, they are all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He is completely different from the original Luke. It makes people feel chilly. What a blessing, Luke-sama. Judge was full of excitement and shouted there, "You succeeded." Ha. Luke couldn't help but gasp, his voice hoarse. "Well, thanks to you. This feeling feels like dying countless times. I fucking don't want to experience it anymore." "Luke-sama, how do you feel?" Judge stepped forward and asked. Just when Luke showed his exaggerated recovery ability, he knew that his experiment was successful. At this moment, the man in front of him is already the most perfect person transformed by lineage factors in the world. There have indeed been earth-shaking changes. Although I am extremely mentally exhausted, I do feel that power is constantly flowing out of my body. Luke was weak and full of exhaustion. He clasped his arms tightly, ignored Sea Prism Stone's restraints, and showed a somewhat excited smile. "I want to have a good sleep, don't disturb me." After he finished speaking, he closed his heavy eyelids. He didn't care about the venue at all and just lay down. Judge can be sure that Luke did not faint but actually fell asleep. The thunderous snoring and the fact that his zombie body is not abnormal at all can prove this. This time, Luke slept directly for 2 days and 2 nights. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a sleeping cabin. Ha! As he stretched, his body made bursts of sounds like exploding beans. The golden proportion of muscle lines is enough to drive countless women crazy. There were no scars left on his whole body, and he felt more relaxed than ever before. The power in his body couldn't help but surge out, and he was more energetic than ever. This feeling is great. He clenched his fists, making his veins bulge out. His body started to sparkle with electric sparks. It's hard to believe. "Luke-sama, you're awake." In the laboratory, Judge smiles while saying hello. "Thanks a lot." Luke stepped down. The indestructible floor actually cracked. And his whole body seemed to have really teleported, appearing in front of Judge like lightning. This is not devil fruit ability or technique, just pure speed. Luke-sama, you have already destroyed most of my place, please don't tear it down again. Otherwise, it will cost a lot of money to rebuild it. Judge reminded helplessly. This was no joke, it really made him feel bad after so many valuable instruments had been destroyed. Well, I'm sorry. I can't fully grasp the sudden surge in power for a while. Taking the clothes from Judge, Luke shrugged. While putting on clothes, on a whim, he took a scalpel from the experimental table and slashed it directly into his right hand. The result was that the right arm was unscathed. Not even a shallow white mark could be drawn. It's incredible. I have fully inspected it. Your body is now as hard as iron, and you even have an exoskeleton. Your strength has skyrocketed. Even if the bullets hit you, as long as it is not covered with powerful armament haki, it can't even do you any harm. It can be said that you're invulnerable, has infinite strength, and has a terrifying self-healing ability. Furthermore, in theory, you should be able to master superpowers such as lightning and flame. Even your skin can be said to be even more exaggerated than a chameleon. It can perfectly blend with the surrounding environment and become invisible anytime and anywhere. Well, almost. His own changes, Luke naturally knows better than Judge. He smiled and said, I can feel it. As long as I am willing, I can easily do this. Crackling. After saying this, he raised his hands. The next moment, his left hand shone with an astonishing electric current visible to the naked eye. In his right hand, a ball of fierce flames burst out while burning blazingly there. Hey! It's really interesting. Chapter 126, Zombie Version Pacifista Right. After entering the underground laboratory, as if remembering something, Luke asked directly, has Moria's clone has been created? His genes have been extracted, and the embryos have been created. Judge on the side showed an excited smile and said, due to the existence of 6 serum, their cultivation time will be greatly shortened. It only takes half a year for ordinary human clones to take shape and roll off the production line. The first batch of Dory and Broji's experimental embryos have been created and are being cultivated. Because it is a giant race, it takes 2 years to cultivate them to maturity. According to your requirements, they will have invulnerable exoskeletons, and I will equip them with advanced laser technology. Over the past 3 months, he didn't just focus on the lineage factor serum. After combining Dr. Indigo's research results on 6 serum over the years, the cloning technology has become more mature. Dory and Broji genes were directly extracted, and their clones were cultivated, respectively. 2 years is still too long. It seems that I need to go to Wano as soon as possible to bring back the ripe fruit user. Luke said directly there. He couldn't wait to verify it. Whether these mass-produced giant clone warriors can meet his expectations. As a mass-produced clone warrior, it doesn't matter, even if you devil fruit's ability to directly mature them. After all, he didn't expect Judge to be able to create a clone warrior that could truly rival the future Seraphim in such a short period of time. Not long after, the two came to another underground laboratory. The temperature dropped sharply, and the cold air hit, making people shiver. On the table, a tall, cold corpse was lying there. It is Gecko Moria's body. Moria's hands and mouth are equipped with high-power laser systems, and his bone is transformed into a steel using memory alloy. Judge introduced there, I also made some modifications to his legs. He can spurt out strong airflow in an instant to accelerate, and he has a certain ability to fly and stay in the air in a short period of time. Moreover, it can also be used to enhance his attack power. As long as you implant a shadow to revive him, it will immediately turn into a powerful humanoid weapon. Then let's get started. The shadows under Luke's feet surged and split apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eat it. Then he cut out Moria's body shadow without any delay and fed it into his shadow. In my name, I will grant you an independent personality. You will be loyal to me and never betray. After making the contract, Luke directly implanted his shadow into Moria's body and created the 5th special zombie. This can be said to be a zombie version of the pacifista, and because the implant shadow is from him, he believes the combat power that can be exerted won't disappoint him. The next moment, the heart that had stopped beating originally started beating again. The tall, bloated figure slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Master. Soon, the blank gaze turned to clarity. The tall, bulky body stepped off the table and knelt on one knee in front of Luke. Call me Luke-sama. Yes, Luke-sama. After leaving the underground laboratory, they arrived outside the castle, bathing in the warm sunshine. Thinking back to the hellish torture in the past few days, Luke took a deep breath. It's really unbearable. But I have to admit, the harvest is huge. Judge smiled at Luke and said, if I guess correctly, Luke-sama, your haki should have become stronger. Well, there is indeed a lot of gain. Luke nodded. He could feel that whether it was observation haki, armament haki, or even conqueror haki, they were much stronger than before. This is because he became a perfect lineage factor modified person, and his body was greatly enhanced. There is also the unimaginable torture and pain that makes his will, spirit, courage, etc. all improve to a higher level. His original observation haki was already very powerful and could easily cover an island. He could even easily detect any weak sound or aura. Now, it's even possible to get a clear view of the island. It becomes like a three-dimensional image that is present in his mind. Okay, no more nonsense. He looked at the blue sea. With a press of his foot, his whole body appeared on a broken island on the other side like lightning. Then he directly issued an order, Moria, attack me with all your strength. Receiving orders from Luke, Moria did not hesitate. He raised his right hand and pointed it at Luke. In the palm of his hand, there is a dark gun barrel, which is somewhat eye-catching. Buzz. Buzz, the light was dazzling, and an extremely blazing laser beam blasted out like lightning. Whoosh. Luke's eyes narrowed. With the powerful observation haki's prediction, he moved to one side. The movements may seem unhurried and slow, but in reality, they are extremely fast. Bang. The amazing laser beam continues unabated. In the distance, there was a violent explosion on the dilapidated island due to Shiki's death, which fell from a high altitude. Boom. The fire was soaring into the sky, and the heat wave was rolling. A large number of rocks were splashed, and the sea was turbulent. The next moment, he stepped hard. Moria is slightly bloated. But it is not as exaggerated as the original trajectory a few years later. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. He directly disappeared from the snail battleship to attack Luke. Brush. The huge fist suddenly raised and was wrapped around by armament haki, making it shiny. Boom. Luke raised his right hand to block the incoming punch. The fierce winds due to collisions tore the earth apart. Moria, who's completely transformed by Judge, is indeed not simple. If it were the old Luke, his hand would have hurt, or it would even become red and swollen. But now, as the most perfect genetic warrior, he is already a humanoid monster with copper skin and iron bones. Moria's attack posed no threat to him at all. Bang. The next moment, Gecko Moria looked sharp. A strong airflow surged from the bottom of his right foot, and his knee flew as fast as lightning. Hey! Luke's figure was like lightning, showing ghostly speed. He disappeared in an instant, causing Moria's attack to fail. The loud noise shook the sky. Smoke and dust billowed. A mountain that had already collapsed was directly knocked to pieces and collapsed again. Chapter 127, The Newcomers of the Netherworld Pirate. Loud noises continued on the dilapidated island. Moria showed powerful physical skills. Luke didn't take it seriously but was just feeding the enemy with enough strength. He fought back and forth with them there, constantly colliding with each other. One after another, amazing laser beams pierced the sky, but it was dodged by Luke with minimal movement. A violent explosion was triggered. It makes people feel chilly. It's amazing. As expected of Obask Luke. Too strong. Watching this fierce confrontation, those people in Germa couldn't help but be a little shocked. That guy is so powerful. We are no match at all. The three brothers, Akiji, Nijai, and Yuji. Obviously, they didn't expect Luke to be so powerful, and they were somewhat dejected. Sitting in the bottom of the well and looking at the sky. You have never seen Luke's true strength. Judge glanced at his three cheap sons, then he crossed his arms and said calmly. Open your eyes clearly. For Luke, this is just a small test. If he is really serious, he can easily kill Moria, a special zombie, without relying on the ability of the shadow fruit to suppress it. Judge is convinced of this. In the past, Luke might have needed to use other people's shadows to enter the nightmare form to greatly enhance his own combat power. He is barely qualified to contend with the real monsters in the sea, and it cannot last for long. But now, Luke has undergone an unprecedented transformation and has become the most perfect genetic warrior. Not only does he have a monster-like body, but his haki became even stronger. Moreover, he masters the power of the Conqueror haki's entanglement. Even armament haki is honed to perfection. Coupled with the innate observation haki, which is incredibly powerful. It is obvious that he is able to compete head-on with those monsters on his own now. It is completely different from before. Bang. Bang. At this time, after dodging the incoming laser beam, Luke's eyes became stern, and his fists turned into afterimages as he punched out continuously. The fist crushed the atmosphere, colliding with Moria's huge fist that came like a cannonball. Bang. The two punch each other hard as they fight. At this moment, Luke showed his terrifying power, not even using armament haki, nor the ability of the shadow fruit. Just by virtue of his copper skin and iron bones, he also has monster-like strength. He confronts Moria, who goes all out and shows no mercy at all. One large and one small, completely unequal figure. There was a head-on confrontation that made anyone's scalp numb. Boom. Another hard hit. Fierce winds swept across the sea, causing the sea to roll. It's really good. Luke looked calm. He didn't even take a step back and stood firmly on the spot while showing a satisfied smile. Finally, my shadow was not wasted. With Moria's decline of strength after being beaten to the point of losing his spirit, in the beginning, if it were not for the identity of Warlord of the Sea, he would have actually planned to implant an ordinary shadow on him. Implanted with his shadow, the physical skills and haki are no worse than special zombies such as Shiki, but after his body has been strengthened and transformed by Judge. The combat power displayed was indeed more amazing than Luke expected. Okay, let's stop here. Luke waved his hand to stop Moria, who was about to attack again. Judge, then I will take Moria away. After fully testing Maria's combat effectiveness and seeing that the purpose of this trip had been successfully achieved, Luke was not prepared to stay any longer. He went straight to the sea and said to the judge on a snail's battleship, "Next, you have to be careful about the cloning of embryos and the memory alloy raid suit. If you need anything, you can contact me directly." "Understood, please rest assured." Judge smiled and nodded. Next, he had too many things to do. In particular, he did not have time to digest many of the technologies left in the laboratory by Vegapunk. He was also busy researching Luke's exclusive lineage factor serum and memory alloy raid suit, which had not yet been launched. Before, there were new clone warriors and large-scale mass production. The funds left by Luke, plus Germa's original funds, were enough to support his next research. Goodbye then. The shadow surged and turned into a huge black eagle. Woo! Accompanied by a fierce wind pressure. It carried Luke and Moria. It rushed to the distance at an astonishing speed. At the Florian Triangle Sea area. Moonwalk. On the number 1 training ground. Pa. A tall and thin figure stepped in the air. There were bursts of smoke under his feet, and he was suspended in the air. Not far away, a human-shaped polar bear saw this scene and said happily, "Great, boss. After 2 months of training, constantly implanting the shadow of that CP9 member to train, you have mastered instant transmission. Of course, I am not like a red-haired kid who has been training for 2 months and is still a half-baked one." The young man with a furry hood landed steadily. He carried a long sword and looked to be less than 20 years old. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at a red-haired boy who was sweating and training not far away with eyes full of ridicule. "Hey, Trafalgar Law, you!" The red-haired boy who was training heard this. His temper suddenly rose, and he glared at the other party. "You are so arrogant just because you're a few years older than me." "Yeah, young and energetic is amazing." Trafalgar Law didn't care at all but sneered. "You were beaten to a pulp by Luke-sama with just one finger." Kid's face darkened. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Do you want to fight?" More than 2 months ago, 2 inexplicable guys found him and Killer and said they wanted to invite them to join the Netherworld Pirate. They naturally refused but were easily subdued. When they were forcibly taken to the Thriller Bark and met Luke, the other party said in an extremely arrogant tone that he only needed to use one finger and allow him to sneak attack or attack head-on at any time within a month. If he could force him to use 2 fingers, he would let them go. Looking at the figure, who was only 1 year older than him but was extremely arrogant, he rushed up angrily. As a result, he was easily defeated more than 100 times by Luke's one finger. He and his good brother, Killer, completely surrendered. They honestly joined the Netherworld Pirate. "Kid, calm down." Killer, who was also training there, looked helpless and directly held down Kid. "You are no match for him now, don't be fooled." This is a young man with long blonde hair and a somewhat sturdy physique. His hair covers his eyes, so his face is a little unclear. But compared to the somewhat irritable red-haired boy, his character is obviously calm and cautious. Isn't it just relying on the power of hot fruit? You wait for me, it won't be long before I will surpass you. Kid glared at Law fiercely and finally swallowed his anger. If he could beat this guy, he would have rushed up to fight with him. "I'm waiting for you." Law showed a playful smile, and then he raised his middle finger. "Hey, Law, you're too bad." A tall man with short hair crossed his arms, smiled, and said speechlessly, "He is just a little kid." What is surprising is that he not only wears Buddhist beads but also dresses like a monk. Moreover, there is a pair of wings on his back, which are not too big compared to his 3-meter-tall body. "Who are you calling a little kid, you?" The red-haired boy opposite him was even more angry. He rushed up directly. "You want to fight? Are you sure?" Urge, who is sturdy and has exaggerated muscles, took a step forward. He looked down at the young man in front of him with a playful look. "I'm not afraid of you, you bastard monk who broke the precepts." Kid's eyes turned red and he rushed up directly. Iron body. Ridge's eyes were stern. In an instant, his exaggerated muscles bulged. He didn't dodge or evade and let Kid's punches hit him hard. Bang. Chapter 128, Burgess vs. Ridge. At this moment, on the training ground, because Wiper is here, there is no shortage of electricity. The spacious training ground can be said to be brightly lit, as bright as day. Ha ha ha, how does it taste? Ridge crossed his arms and smiled. Seeing Kid force back, his eyes were full of teasing. More than 2 months ago, Wiper found him on a sky island, and under his enthusiastic invitation, he joined another world pirate. Then, under Rima and Shiki's guidance, he was forced to train day and night and even use the shadow of the CP9 member named Blueno to practice the physical skills called 6 superhuman fighting skills. He already has considerable strength and is physically stronger than ordinary people, so he made rapid progress. In addition to having mastered instant transmission, compared to Law, who chose to continue practicing moonwalk, Ridge chose Iron Body, which he was more interested in. In this regard, he has amazing talent and mastered it very easily. It doesn't hurt at all. His right hand, which was already red and swollen, trembled and was hidden behind his back. Kid rubbed his neck and said harshly, "Don't be too proud, I haven't gotten serious yet." He cursed inwardly. This guy's body is as hard as steel and cannot be shaken at all. He felt like his fingers' bones were about to burst. Dang. Dang. Immediately afterwards, Kid's hand suddenly shot out. A large number of iron tools flew over and gathered. Oh? What a stubborn guy. Still unwilling to give up? Seeing this scene, Ridge smiled broadly and didn't care at all. He is also a person with devil fruit ability, but to deal with a stupid young man like Kid, he doesn't need to use it at all. For the past 2 months, he had not been on a thriller bark for nothing. With the systematic teaching of famous teachers such as Shiki and Ruma, coupled with the high pressure from Luke, the unremitting efforts in training physical skills have made amazing improvements. Even his normal combat power is several times stronger than what he used to be. A kid who hasn't grown up yet. He really didn't take it seriously. Seeing Kid refuse to admit defeat, Law, who was on the side, took Bippo and others to watch the show. Back then, Ruma approached him in North Blue. Even if he tried his best, he was still easily crushed. In the end, under the opponent's conditions that he could not refuse, he took the members of the Heart Pirates, Bippo, Shachi, Penguin, and others to join the Netherworld Pirate. Then they met Luke, who was ridiculously young but equally powerful. After witnessing the existence of special zombies such as Ors and Shiki, as well as the powerful devil fruit abilities of Nami, Wiper, Jin, Kuro and others, and fully seeing the strength of the Netherworld Pirate, he feel more and more that he made the right choice. Moreover, after witnessing Luke's jaw-dropping and extremely crazy exaggerated training, he was even more sincerely impressed by it. It is really not a shame to follow such a man. The defeat rate is 90%, the tie rate is 8.8%, the winning rate is 1.2%. A blond young man with a somewhat melancholy temperament sat there while straws kept emerging from under his feet as if they had a sense of life. "You guys are really energetic." Basil Hawkins glanced at Eustace Kid and said calmly, "Even if you use your devil fruit ability, you can't defeat Ridge, Kid." Compared to Law, he was more civil. When he was approached by Rima in North Blue on the spot, after divination, he found that the defeat rate was 100%, he agreed to join without hesitation. "Humphrey, Hawkins, you bastard, shut your crow mouth." Kid's face turned red and he glared at Hawkins. "Okay, Kid, stop making trouble." Killer hurriedly ran over and grabbed Kid, who was a little impulsive and stubborn and wanted to continue to rush forward. Hawkins has never failed in his fortune-telling. He didn't want Kid to suffer too much. "Wahaha, I'm here to join in the fun." A tall, strong man walked over with his muscular arms raised high, and his teeth bared. Jesus Burgess' eyes were filled with awe-inspiring fighting spirit, and he shouted to Ridge in front of him, "Ridge, let's show our strength." He is a strong man from a kingdom in the Grand Line. It was Ruma who accidentally met him when he was returning from North Blue with the Heart Pirates and Hawkins and others. Then, Luke gave him the dragon fruit, model, Velociraptor. "Anytime." Ridge responded with a smile. Although Burgess ate an ancient zone fruit, his power is still not comparable to that of strong men. But he is not afraid of the other party. Immediately afterwards, the two of them rushed out without hesitation. Their fingers were intertwined and grasped together as they wrestled there. Come again? In terms of strength, Ridge is stronger. But that guy Burgess is really getting more courageous with every setback. On the far coastline, sounds came from Wiper, Brook, Jin, Kuro, and others from time to time. However, as time passes, they have already started to get used to the competition among these newcomers. Roar. As Burgess uses his devil fruit ability, his whole body changes and expands at a speed visible to the naked eye. His hands turned into sharp claws, while his body was covered with ferocious tough hide, and a long tail sprouted out from his back. He was like a humanoid dinosaur, and he directly suppressed Rage. He pushes the opponent out step by step and keeps going forward. The ground cracked under his feet. And Rage, who was a little embarrassed, looked at him sternly. Not to be outdone, he decisively activated his devil fruit ability. Retribution. Brush. All of a sudden, his body size also skyrocketed, his muscles tightened, and his veins popped out. He directly suppressed Burgess and forced him back. Finally, Burgess was thrown away fiercely. Those guys. It's really noisy. Is that guy, kid, is making trouble again? Don't worry, with Rima and the others watching, there won't be any problems. Far away, on the training ground for women, Robin, Reiju, Nami, and others who were exercising couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. That guy with a head full of muscles knows how to compete with each other all day long. Looking at Burgess wrestling with Rage there, Nami couldn't help but complain, even though she had seen it many times. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, strength is useless, you have to rely on something to get around. Perona held her head high and said proudly. When these newcomers first arrived, all of them are unruly and arrogant, so she taught them a lesson. On the Thriller Bark, whenever they see her, they must respectfully call her big sister. There is no other reason, the ability of the hollow fruit is too buggy. Once caught, an extremely negative and shameful scene unfolds. Chapter 129, Harsh Conditions. Luke-sama. A huge black shadow fell from the sky. Everyone on the training ground gathered over one after another. Moria-sama. Looking at the lifelike figure next to Luke, Perona covered her mouth and exclaimed. Is he Gecko Moria? Members such as Kuro, Bartolomeo, and others who had never seen Moria were all surprised. Everyone knows that the captain on the surface of their netherworld pirate is Gecko Moria. Obviously, Luke should have turned the current Moria into a zombie. Luke. Sir. They stared at Luke, whose appearance didn't change much but seemed a little different from before. Even Robin, Reiju, Wiper, Lafitte, Brooke, and others who were familiar with him were a little shocked. It was as if they were facing some terrifying beast from ancient times, which made them a little frightened and gave them a feeling of complete powerlessness that they could not resist. In the past, although Luke usually gave people a feeling that could not be underestimated, his momentum was not so strong that it made people inexplicably frightened. But at this moment, he looked like a humanoid monster. Just standing there makes them tremble and feel awe. Luke, could it be that you really succeeded? Robin was surprised and happy. She naturally knew what Luke was going to do when he left this time. Well, it can be considered a narrow escape. That kind of feeling is really worse than death. Luke shrugged and sighed. After being injected with lineage factor serum, it can be said that I was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. At that time, not only did I not faint, but my brain was sober as never before, and the pain nerves were directly amplified. I almost had a nervous breakdown several times. But luckily, I succeeded in the end. Hiss. Reiju, Wiper, Lafitte, and others on the side couldn't help but gasp. They all know how tenacious and strong Luke's iron will is. The torture and pain could make him almost have a mental breakdown, and it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Their scalps felt numb just thinking about it. And Robin, Perona, Desire and other women, they looked at Luke with tears in their eyes, and full of heartache. They can imagine how much suffering Luke has suffered. Crack. Under everyone's gaze, Luke raised his right hand. Wisps of astonishing lightning flickered constantly. This is lightning? Looking at the sudden flash of lightning on Luke's hand, Law, Robin, Nami, Brooke, and others' pupils could not help but shrink. Reiju is not too surprised, after all, her brother Nijai has this ability. TSK, is it possible for other devil fruit user to release such a powerful lightning current? Wiper couldn't help but marvel. Although this is not as good as his rumble fruit ability, but it can be said to be quite amazing. If you want to give it a try, I can ask Judge to help you then. The lightning dispersed. Luke bared his teeth and said with a stern smile, although you can't be like me if you reduce the dose, the pain may not be so exaggerated. You might be able to become like Reiju and her siblings. In fact, although the lineage factor serum experiment was successful. However, Judge judged based on Luke's overall stats before conducting the process. Even if they want to be like Reiju and her siblings, I'm afraid it also needs a tough guy like Wiper so that they can survive. There are only a handful of people in the entire netherworld pirate who can meet this condition, and the danger is quite high. Once they have a mental breakdown, it's no joke. They might turn into a complete idiot. That's not necessary. Looking at Luke's malicious smile, everyone present could not help but shudder. Naturally, they knew how exaggerated the superhuman physiques of the Vinsmoke siblings were, and it would be a lie to say they were not impressed. But judging from what Luke meant, they are afraid the risks involved are quite high. Otherwise, with Luke's ambition, other members would have been injected long ago. You must know that the other party's ambition is not just a mere pirate king. Okay, that kind of pain is really no joke. You might have a nervous breakdown and become an idiot. Luke straightened his face and said in a deep voice, even if the dose is reduced, only Wiper and Jin among you may be able to survive it. Moreover, on top of that, you need to have considerable strength. At least without using the devil fruit ability, you only need to rely only on physical skills and hockey to defeat those veteran vice admirals in Marine headquarters head-on. Among the Netherworld pirates, Wiper and Jin are the strongest-willed and hardest-working people at the moment. If they are willing, he can consider letting them give it a try in the future when their basic strength improves. Even that guy, a Stas kid, has not experienced too many hardships so far, and his willpower is weak. Hiss, hearing what Luke said, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Jin and Wiper can be said to be the craziest guys on the team after Luke. And the conditions are actually so harsh. Then I have to work hard. Wiper's eyes were fiery and full of determination. Is there an exoskeleton that can make people invulnerable and powerful? Jin also looked at him with burning eyes. If there is a chance to become stronger, they will naturally not give up. If they really have superhuman physiques, it can indeed support them to go further and catch up with Luke as much as possible. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Luke looked at Wiper and said directly, Wiper, next you come with me to Water 7. It's time to take our boat back. At this moment, only Wiper can charge that ship. Even now, after he can release powerful lightning, but after all, he is not the Rumble fruit user, and he is still worse. Arc Maxim. Wiper smiled. He had been looking forward to flying the ship for a long time. Under Luke's unsparing teaching and training and 6 months of hard work, with his current strength, he has basically caught up with Enel. Observation hockey has perfectly combined with the Rumble fruit to create mantra. By receiving and sensing radio waves, his surveillance range can easily cover the Florian Triangle. In particular, with Blueno's shadow assisting him in his practice, he has mastered the 6 superhuman fighting skills almost to the point of becoming perfection. In addition to exercising his body on weekdays, he mainly focuses on developing his devil fruit abilities and practicing hockey. He is no longer the scumbag he used to be. Chapter 130, Shocked Lucci Whoosh? At dusk, Wiper and Luke, with amazing flight speed. It didn't take much time to go directly from the Florian Triangle to the famous city in Paradise known for its shipwrights. Luke-sama, we are a little late. Galley Law Company has closed. Wiper shrugged and said helplessly to Luke, it seems that we can only pick it up tomorrow. Don't worry, there happens to be something that needs to be dealt with in advance. Luke put away his shadow wings and chuckled. The next moment, his figure disappeared strangely. Over there? Wiper was stunned, but with his observation hockey immediately discovered Luke's aura. He turned directly into lightning and traveled to the other side of the island at an astonishing speed before stopping in front of a family house-style factory. Frankie House? In the building ahead, bursts of joyful noises could be heard from time to time. Wiper raised his eyebrows. Luke-sama, what are we here for? Get something. Luke shrugged. As he said that, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and an astonishing fluctuation swept out from him. Thump. In an instant, inside the building, one figure after another foamed at their mouth and fell down without exception. The next second, the door was pushed open. Inside the somewhat messy building, a group of unconscious figures fell there. Recognizing Frankie, who was unconscious on the sofa at a glance, Luke stepped forward directly. Is this guy a cyborg? Wiper was surprised when he saw that Luke actually opened the other party's belly and took out several bottles of Coke. Well, his identity is very special. He was once a disciple of the famous shipwright Tom, the developer of the sea train. It took no effort. From Frankie's stomach, a yellowed old book was found. Looking at the word Pluto on it, Luke chuckled, but what's really important is that this thing hidden on him. The design of ancient weapon, Pluton. What? Wiper's pupils shrank sharply, and he was somewhat guarded. Looking at the book in Luke's hand in disbelief, he was full of disbelief. Is this the design of Pluton, the legendary ancient weapon that can destroy an island with one shot? Well, this thing is too powerful. In order to prevent the ancient weapon's power from being abused, the shipwright who built Pluton in the past hid the blueprint. He looked through the Pluton design drawings. After confirming that there should be nothing wrong, Luke put it away and said nonchalantly, the world government has long suspected that Fishman Tom may have the design of ancient weapon, Pluton, so they coerced and lured him, and even persecuted him, but they still couldn't find it. Wiper nodded suddenly. Looking at the unconscious Frankie, he couldn't help feeling a little inexplicable. Who would have thought that the Pluton design that could make this sea crazy would be hidden on the other party's body? If I want to truly rule the sea, I can't just rely on the ancient weapon. Luke said with a smile. However, the power of this thing is really amazing. The world government's trump card is unfathomable. The national treasure of celestial dragons is even suspected to be Uranus, the strongest of the 3 ancient weapons. He must have a corresponding trump card in his hand that can compete with it. He just doesn't know whether Pluton can be created under the current conditions of this era. Energy, in particular, is a big problem. It is estimated that only Dr. Vegapunk can solve it. But Luke wasn't worried either. He knew very well that the real Pluton was buried underground in Wano. Regardless of whether it can be used again, it is better to have these uncertain factors in your own hands than to be in the hands of the enemy and face threats at all times. Let's go, it's time to meet my old friends. It's been 3 months. But there's still no news from Blueno. But his Vivre card is still fine, so his life should not be in danger. In all likelihood, he was imprisoned, Gecko Moria. Inside the closed bar, in the somewhat dim hall, figures of various shapes and sizes sit there. Lucci, are we going to give up on Blueno then? Khalifa, who was wearing a black business suit and had a hot figure, pushed up her glasses. Looking at Rob Lucci, who was sitting there as the backbone, she looked worried. There is no way, even if we are Elite CP9, the opponent is the famous warlord of the sea after all. Kaku on the side said helplessly, if we break into the thriller bark like this, we would not rescue him and even trapped ourselves. Although it is a bit cruel, as agents trained by the world government, this is our fate. Lucci said calmly with no expression on his face. Perhaps the so-called fate in your mouth is just a manifestation of your own incompetence and cowardice. Lucci. A chuckle came suddenly. Kaku, Lucci, and Khalifa's face present could not help but change drastically, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They looked in shock in the direction of the sound. They don't know when it started, but there was a shadow in the inconspicuous corner on the right. A figure was leaning against the wall, looking at them with a smile on his face. Luke, Khalifa cried out. Looking at the figure who she thinks about day and night, but can only bury it in her heart and dare not speak out. Her beautiful face was full of excitement, and her eyes were moist. She wanted to rush forward and hold the other party tightly. Whoosh! But there was someone faster than her. A figure suddenly rushed out. It's Rob Lucci. Luke, you traitor, you actually have the nerve to appear in front of us. Lucci was filled with murderous intent and his body was like lightning. He instantly appeared in front of Luke, finger pistol. Kai. The index finger wrapped around by armament hockey turned into an afterimage. It shot through like a bullet. A few years ago, when he saw Luke in Anai's lobby, who had not yet joined CP9, actually fight on a par with Who's Who. He has been hailed as the strongest genius of CP9 since he was a child. With high expectations placed on him, he naturally feels the pressure and continues to practice hard. After years of unremitting training, he has already mastered the 2 types of hockey. Luke, be careful. Khalifa was shocked. In her desperation, she completely ignored Luke's strength and couldn't help but worry. La. Faced with Lucci's sudden attack, Luke did not dodge at all. He let the fingers that were as fast as bullets pierce through his neck. However, Lucci's right index finger that should have been able to penetrate the wall directly and easily tear the human body apart like tofu. It was actually pressed against Luke's throat and can't make any progress. Long time no see, Lucci, you look so angry. Luke, who was uninjured, looked at Lucci, who was completely shocked in front of him, and said with a smile, this is not the way to treat guests. What? Chapter 131, Betrayal Bang. In the dim bar hall, staring at Luke, who was unscathed, Lucci's expression changed slightly. Whoosh! He didn't hesitate at all, his eyes became colder, and his hands turned into afterimages all over the sky. The 2 index fingers wrapped around by armament hockey were like densely packed dots. It constantly attacked Luke like lightning, finger pistol, spots. Bang! Luke did not dodge. However, that intensive offensive that was merciless, powerful enough to rival bullets, and capable of easily tearing apart a human body didn't hurt him at all. Are you tickling me? It itched a bit. Luke smiled. Unscathed, no blood leaked at all. On the contrary, Lucci felt as if his fingers were constantly being inserted into the thick steel plate, causing him severe pain. If it hadn't been covered with armament hockey, it would have been broken directly. It makes him somewhat shocked. It's not just him. Even Khalifa and Kuku couldn't believe their eyes. Because from beginning to end, Luke didn't even use armament hockey. In this way, he blocked Lucci's attack. The skin is as tough as steel, and it's impenetrable at all. You mastered the iron body to this extent? Lucci retreated violently and faced Luke with a stern look in his eyes. His 2 index fingers were somewhat irregularly bent and were trembling slightly. Iron body? Luke chuckled and shrugged. If you think so, that's fine. He can indeed be said to be copper-skinned and iron-boned and is already equivalent to the iron body. And it's the kind that can move as you please. Instant transmission. Instant transmission. Suddenly, 2 figures coincidentally ran out and kicked towards Luke brazenly. It's not just Lucci. Kaku also took action. Brush. Brush. But the next moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Kaku and Lucci, who were rushing forward, suddenly shook, and they all froze strangely. They were imprisoned in midair and unable to move. I can't move. Kaku and Lucci have a drastic change of expression due to shock. No matter how hard they struggled, it was still to no avail, and they couldn't get rid of Luke's shackles at all. In the dark hall, unknowingly, the shadows of the 2 people were connected by subtle shadow strings. Is this what Luke is capable of? Kaku was a little shocked. The opponent's devil fruit ability is somewhat different from what they know. Didn't Luke once admit that he was a user of the Parimsha, gum fruit? The gum fruit also has such a weird method that can directly imprison their actions? Damn. Next to him was Lucci, who was full of unwillingness, keep struggling while staring at Luke fiercely. I can't help it, you guys are not very friendly. Luke stepped forward with a smile, then he sat directly on a chair. Boom. Like a prophet who predicts the future, his right hand suddenly thrusts out. With an understatement, he blocked Khalifa, who suddenly rushed up and kicked violently. He grabbed her beautiful legs in black stockings. Ah la la. Then he hugs her and stares at her pretty face. He bowed his head towards her ear, whose expression changed and was about to struggle, and asked with a smile, Sister Khalifa, are you going to hunt me down for the sake of world government? In that case, I will be very sad. Khalifa's body trembled. Her whole body couldn't help but fall into Luke's arms. Her jewel-like eyes were full of tears, and she looked at Luke's face, which was so close. You traitor, what is your purpose for suddenly appearing here? Looking at Luke, who was really a little arrogant in front of him. Lucci clenched his fists tightly with a gloomy face. He, an elite CP9 agent, naturally knew that the other party had fought against Admiral Aokiji and escaped unscathed. He even had doubts at first, so he specifically asked Inai's lobby for confirmation. No matter how reluctant he is to admit it, with Luke's current strength, he is indeed no match. In fact, the opponent easily controlled him and Kaku just by relying on his devil fruit's ability. Long time no see, I just came here to catch up on old times, don't be so nervous. Holding Khalifa in his arms, he caressed her long legs. Luke looked at Kaku and Lucci and said with a smile, after all, we were once partners who trained hard together and fought side by side. Luke, that's sexual harassment. Khalifa's pretty face turned red. Her heart was pounding, and her whole body was weak. It was impossible to resist Luke's actions. Not anymore. You who betrayed the world government are wanted all over the world like a rat crossing the street. Hearing those words, Lucci couldn't help but snort, then he said sarcastically. Although we had a good relationship before, you have betrayed CP9, and our positions are different. Kaku was speechless when he saw Luke's actions. But he also knew that the relationship between Luke and Khalifa had always been very close. After all, we are also familiar with each other, and I am very optimistic about your potential. Luke said with a smile, instead of staying in the rotten world government and being a dog for those disgusting guys, why not go crazy and just follow me from now on? After he said this, he lowered his head and asked Khalifa in his arms, what do you think? Sister Khalifa. This. I am willing. Khalifa was a little overwhelmed. But looking at Luke's face that she was thinking about it day and night, she finally made up her mind, okay, Luke, I will follow you wherever you go. Biting her lip, she hugged Luke tightly. That warm embrace made her feel at ease like never before. It was hard to see this little man again. She didn't want to miss it again. Khalifa. Kaku's expression changed. He never expected that Khalifa would betray and surrender to the enemy so quickly just after seeing Luke again. Khalifa, are you going to betray the world government? Lucci was shocked and angry. After just a few sentences, she was bewitched by Luke and completely lost her usual sanity. Ignoring Khalifa, Lucci's face turned dark with anger. Is this stupid woman's brain flooded? What does it mean to betray the world government? Isn't she clear yet? Chapter 132, Luke's layout. Sister Khalifa, you made the right choice. In the dark hall, Luke hugged Khalifa, whose eyes were blurred and determined to follow him. Caressing her pretty face, he said with a smile, believe me, you won't regret it. Khalifa blushed, but she still nodded, convinced. She naturally knew that once she took this step, she would never be able to look back. But Khalifa has no regrets. Her only relative, Her father Lasky was also a member of the previous generation of CP9. But a few years ago, he unfortunately died while performing a secret mission, leaving her only relatives gone. It can be said that she has nothing to worry about in the world government. As long as she can follow Luke, she doesn't care even if she is hunted down by the world government. Humphrey, you are like a rat crossing the street now, you don't even dare to show your head. Looking at Luke in front of him, Lucci snorted and sneered unceremoniously. This stupid woman will not end well if she follows you. You should know very well how terrifying the world government is, Luke. Hueco spoke in a deep voice. There was some helplessness in his eyes. The fate of these agents. It was impossible to control it from the beginning. Of course, I have always been aware of how powerful the world government is. Luke said with a smile, for me, this is more challenging. You are such a madman. Looking at the confident Luke, Hueco couldn't help but frown. What is the purpose of your appearance here? Is it for the ancient weapon, Pluton? Lucci looked at Luke and asked in a deep voice, is that woman Nico Robin also on this island? Lucci, you are still the same. Luke looked calm. Looking at Lucci with a smile, he said slowly, are you using the Den Mushi in your pocket to quietly send messages to Anai's lobby? What? Khalifa's expression changed grayly. All of a sudden, she stood up from Luke's arms and couldn't help but glare at Lucci. Lucci, you. As expected of you, Lucci. Even Hueco couldn't help but look at Lucci in surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party had already quietly contacted Anai's lobby. Humphrey, have I been discovered? Lucci's eyes darkened. But his expression remained unchanged. He looked directly at Luke and said sarcastically, it's a pity, it's already decided. Just when you showed up, I had already quietly contacted Anai's lobby through the Den Mushi. Your appearance in the Water 7 and the news of this stupid woman's rebellion have been known to the highest officer of CP9. I'm afraid even an admiral from Marine headquarters will come over in person, dangerous felons like Luke. It's impossible for Spantane, the new chief of CP9, not to take it seriously. Not to mention, Luke was still his enemy, and Spantane and Spandam, the father and son, died at his hands. So, it would really be possible for an admiral to take action personally. If not, a strong person like the admiral candidate must also be sent. Yeah? At this time, Luke stepped forward calmly. From Lucci's pocket, he found a Den Mushi that had been connected for some time. Seeing this, Khalifa's expression changed. Damn it, the Den Mushi really got through. For a moment, her eyes were full of worry, and she looked worriedly at Luke. Luke, we have to leave quickly. It's already too late to leave now. Lucci had no expression on his face and said coldly, however, Luke, your ambition to get involved in ancient weapon has been exposed, and the world government will not let you go. Yeah? Weighing the Den Mushi in his hand. Luke had no intention of interrupting communication. Instead, he showed a hint of amusement and sent it to Lucci. Would you like to listen and see who is on the other end of the Den Mushi? What? Hearing this, Hueco and Lucci's eyes could not help but shrink. Even Khalifa looked at Luke in disbelief. Could it be that? Lucci looked at Luke in surprise, having a bad feeling. Damn it, Rob Lucci, Hueco, you two are so brave. As expected, Lucci, Hueco, and Khalifa suddenly heard a voice that was familiar in the Den Mushi. How dare you secretly collude with the former CP9 traitor Robaskuk to plot a rebellion? I must report it to the world government and notify Marine. I'll let them search with all their strength. You CP9s know too many secrets of the world government and must be completely wiped out. Luke, you bastard. Lucci and Hueco's eyes narrowed sharply, and their expressions changed drastically. Looking at Luke, who's smiling in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a little chill all over their body. Luke, what is this? Khalifa was inexplicably shocked and couldn't help but be confused. The voice coming from the Den Mushi was clearly that of CP9's top officer, Spantane. How is this going? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Lucci. Patting Lucci's shoulder, Luke said with a smile. In the past few months, although he rarely left the Florian Triangle Sea and spent most of his time practicing, it was not that he did nothing. Not to mention, Anai's lobby, which controls Cypher Pol 1 to 9 directly under the world government, is so close. How could Luke let go of this opportunity to gain control of the world government's eyes and ears? No one would have imagined that the person on the other end of the Den Mushi was not Spantane himself. Instead, it was replaced by Karina, the user of the dog fruit, model, nine-tailed fox. He has to say that this girl does have outstanding talents in this area, and the ability of the nine-tailed fox is simply handmade for her. At the age of only 14 years old, she was arranged by Luke to sneak into Anai's lobby and observe Spantane at close range for a month without being exposed. In the end, she quietly replaced the top executive of CP9, imitating his words and deeds so vividly that they appeared completely real. Relying on the relevant information provided by Luke through Spantane's shadow, she has gone to Mary Jo Eyes more than once to meet with the senior officials of the world government without arousing any suspicion. And the real Spantane? Luke had already quietly brought him to the thriller bark. Capture his shadow and let Desire use her devil fruit ability to imprison him into a card, turning him into one of her collections. Chapter 133, Token of Allegiance Skulu. You actually. Swallowing his saliva, Kaku, who could not move, was already sweating profusely. Looking at Luke, his eyes were full of horror, and he felt a little chill. He never expected that the other party would quietly control the top executive in Anai's lobby. It's unbelievable. Luke, you bastard. Lucci's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Luke. How despicable. He believed what Spantane said on the Den Mushi just now would become a reality. Maybe, early tomorrow morning, they will receive a notice that they have betrayed the world government and have been removed from CP9. If they do not resist, they will be arrested directly. If they resist, they will be fully wanted by the Marines. Don't say it so harshly. Looking at Kaku and Lucci who were glaring at him, Luke said with a smile, we are companions who once fought side by side. The friendship we have had as comrades for so many years is not just an empty talk. Otherwise, do you think those guys like Jabra, Fukaru, and Kumidori could really survive last time? He stretched out his right hand and said vigorously, Lucci, Kaku, I know your talents very well, come and help me. I have made a comprehensive plan, as long as you are willing to join me, the world will be ours sooner or later. Besides, I can also make you stronger. All kinds of powerful devil fruit ability are not a problem for me. Luke's voice is sonorous, powerful, and contagious. Kaku couldn't help but feel a little excited and moved inexplicably. Because they are similar in age, he and Luke had a really good relationship in the past. Since childhood, he has been extremely convinced by Luke, who, although 1 year younger than him, has a calm and mature personality, amazing talent, and unlimited potential. They grew up together, trained hard together, sweated together. Even compared to Lucci, he was actually closer to Luke. It's just that Luke betrayed the world government, and the two people's positions were different, so he had to show off. For a moment, he subconsciously looked at Lucci beside him with some hesitation. As long as Lucci agrees to join, it seems that it is not impossible to follow Luke. It's better than continuing to stay here as an undercover agent, pretending to be a grandson for who knows how long, and wasting your youth. After all, they have all become prisoners. Although the world government requires them, CP9 agents, to sacrifice everything for the mission, to be honest, he is not willing to die in frustration like this. Although Kaku doesn't know how deeply Luke has penetrated the world government. But the other party has quietly controlled Spantane and has taken control of the NI's lobby in disguise. It's incredible. Humphrey, stop dreaming, there is no way I will betray the world government. Lucci looked directly at Luke and said coldly. Lucci, you are not a foolish and loyal person, I know this very well. Luke was not angry but looked at him deeply and said calmly, you just like the privilege of CP9, being able to kill people legally, and having the world government as your backer, so you don't need to be wanted. But unfortunately, maybe tomorrow, the world government will order that you, who was once the strongest genius in CP9 alongside me, will be removed from CP9 and be fully wanted. You are really despicable. Lucci said expressionlessly. He believed that as long as he could escape, he would definitely find an opportunity to crush Luke's conspiracy. However, as an excellent agent, he would naturally not expose his purpose so stupidly, forcing Luke to make up his mind to kill him. Luke, you can't let Lucci go easily. Otherwise, your arrangements in Anai's lobby may be exposed. Khalifa, on the side, was worried that Luke was too confident and let Lucci go directly. She knew very well how dangerous Lucci was. Although everyone is familiar with each other, since he has become an enemy, she can only be sorry to him. Khalifa, you are so good. Lucci's face turned dark, and he glared fiercely at Khalifa. He was so caring before. When the world government was reviewing, he concealed everything. It's okay. Luke waved his hand, indicating Khalifa not to worry. Lucci, you should know me, I will never leave you any way out. He crossed his arms, looked at Lucci and Kaku, and said with some interest, I won't kill you, and I will let you two go. But by then, I'm afraid you will have no other way to go except to join me. Hey, Luke, what do you want to do? Kaku's face changed. Don't mess around. He was very familiar with Luke and did have some understanding of his character. Black Prison, Obask Luke, a guy who once slaughtered an army of a country alone. He was meticulous and ruthless, not a kind-hearted person. This made Kaku feel strongly uneasy. Huh, what conspiracy do you want to play again? Lucci looked at Luke with a bad look and couldn't help but frown with some bad premonitions. Damn it, my body. It's out of control. The 10 fingers connected with the shadow strings moved gently. Kaku and Lucci were shocked to find that their bodies moved involuntarily, and they looked at Luke in disbelief. Controlling the shadow strings that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Luke, who had the height advantage, looked at the two people, who were a little shocked. His eyes were full of teasing, and he spoke slowly. What if 2 CP9 traders directly attacked and killed the noble celestial dragon in Sabati Archipelago in 10 days and then hid in fear of crime? What will happen then? What? Luke, you bastards. Hearing Luke's crazy plan. Kaku, Lucci, and Khalifa all have a drastic change of expression and feel cold. But the expressions of the three were completely different. Kaku was full of horror and sweated coldly. Lucci was full of shock and anger while staring at Luke with murderous eyes. Khalifa was horrified and full of worry. Luke. As world nobles, the celestial dragons enjoy all privileges. Why can these descendants of the creator who claim to be God be so arrogant and domineering on the sea? The biggest reason is that once they are offended, even the admiral from the Marines headquarters must be dispatched to protect them with all their strength. If the noble celestial dragons were killed, it would definitely be a major event that would shock the entire ocean, and the world government would probably go crazy. In a rage, they would definitely fight to the death, and at any cost, they would frantically hunt down the murderer who dared to kill a celestial dragon. Once Luke exposed their crime, the world government would never let them go. Sorry. Luke restrained his smile. He looked directly at Lucci and Kaku, who were sweating profusely while glaring at him. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle, became cold, and his tone was indifferent. If you don't want to be my friend, then you are my enemy. This is your token of allegiance, and it is also your only choice. Chapter 134, I don't know how powerful I am. Gulu. In the dark hall, not to mention Kaku, who was already sweating profusely. Even Lucci couldn't help but shed a cold sweat while looking at Luke in front of him. Luke. Looking at Luke, who appeared a little strange but very familiar, Khalifa was worried. Hey, Luke, I'm willing to join you. Don't mess around. Kaku, who looked at Luke with a horrified look and a cold sweat on his head, said loudly and decisively. He was already a little shaken. Luke's really crazy plan became the last straw that broke the balance in his heart. Once such a plan is implemented, the world government will not care whether they are manipulated or not. Whenever the celestial dragons are killed, as long as they are involved, they will bear the thunderous wrath of the world government and will surely die. It's not just Marines who will pursue them with all their might. At that time, even the CP agent, the top secret organization directly under the world government, will definitely be dispatched. The sea will have no place for them. In comparison, even betraying the world government and following Luke, even though he would still be hunted by the world government, at least he would not be like those who committed an unforgivable crime, such as attacking and killing the celestial dragons, and would be hunted without mercy. The difference between the two is still huge. Just like Who's who was once a member of CP9, was arrested by the world government because of the failure of an important mission, and finally escaped from prison, isn't he living a good life? He heard that he also joined the Beast's pirates and became one of the Tobirapo. It's useless because... Lucci stared hard at Luke, and his expression kept changing. He gritted his teeth and said coldly to Kaku, don't you understand yet? We are an elite CP9 agent, and he will not believe us easily. From the beginning, we had no choice. The difference is only in what form his plan is carried out. Lucci's words is like a bucket of cold water being poured down on Kaku, letting him feel cold from head to toe. He clenched his fists tightly, he stared at Luke in front of him, full of despair and unwillingness. Damn it. Yes, as expected of you, Lucci. Luke said with a smile, you are very keen in judging the situation. After all, should we quietly assassinate the celestial dragons, or directly kill the celestial dragons in a big way? Lucci looked directly at Luke and said indifferently, there is still a big difference. I think if you really want to recruit us but can't, you blatantly wanted to anger the world government. So that's it. Kaku suddenly realized. Assassinate celestial dragons silently, although there is still a risk of exposure. But relatively speaking, as long as you are well prepared, you may be able to avoid the detection of the world government. After all, even as the eyes and ears of the world government, the all-pervasive CP is not omnipotent. Especially when Luke has already quietly taken control of the NI's lobby. To say so. Once they actually kill the celestial dragon, they could never look back and could only follow Luke all the way to the dark. Of course, you can also choose to take revenge on me after this incident. Luke looked at Lucci, who was expressionless, and said with a smile, but there is only one price, and that is death. Although he admires Lucci's talent. But he will never trust the other party so easily. So he can only makes it impossible to the other party to return to world government and can only follow him all the way to the dark side, which cuts off the other party's retreat. Even if this is the case, there is no guarantee that Lucci will not pretend to follow him and try to take revenge on him. However, even with his own observation Hockey being not able to directly listen to the voices of others like Redfield, Luke also has a way of peeking into the other person's heart. Before he is sure that he sincerely follows him, he will not make great efforts to cultivate him. Recruiting in this way may indeed make the other party dissatisfied or even resentful. You can have emotions and opinions, but betrayal is never allowed. This is Luke's bottom line. If there is really no way to conquer the other party, he could only give up with regret. I really want to kill you right away. Lucci took a deep breath and said coldly through gritted teeth. Don't say that. Luke shrugged. He spread his hands helplessly and said, although the process of becoming my companion again may not be so pleasant, but as far as the results are concerned, it is good. Speaking of which, Lucci really should thank him. If he hadn't snatched the cat fruit, model, leopard from Anai's lobby. I'm afraid that now Lucci is most likely to have become an ordinary zone devil fruit user, and his future potential will be limited. Although devil fruit ability does not represent everything, but it is undeniable that it can indeed greatly increase people's upper limit. Despite having an ordinary zone ability and 5 years of neglect on this island, it only take him more than 2 years to reach the level of the deputy of the 4 emperors. This talent is indeed not too bad. Kaku is also quite good, and he was able to awaken his devil fruit ability in 2 years. Although it is just the most ordinary zone, his talent can also be seen clearly. If these two people are willing to follow him sincerely, Luke believes that under his guidance and training, their future is even more limitless. Looks like there's no way to escape. Kaku was helpless and began to accept his fate. Of course, if there is a chance to escape next, he will never give up easily. Don't be so pessimistic, be more open-minded. Luke patted his shoulder and said with a smile, believe me, you won't regret it. You will find out soon. It's much better to follow me than to follow the corrupt world government. Speaking of which, he looked at Lucci. Lucci, what do you think? As for Kaku, Luke is not very worried. After all, although this guy is said to be an elite agent trained by the world government, his character is indeed not that scheming. In addition, the two of them have a good friendship, and Luke is confident that he can truly conquer the other party. Mainly this guy, Lucci. He has a deep mind, a cold-blooded personality, and is extremely arrogant and conceited. It may be a bit troublesome to completely conquer him. I want to know how strong you are now? After clenching his fists tightly, Lucci took a deep breath. Then he looked straight at Luke and asked in a deep voice. His eyes contain unspeakable unwillingness, anger, and frustration. Even if Luke relies on his strong strength to defeat him within 180 rounds, the distance is acceptable. But he was extremely unconvinced by being subdued so easily for no apparent reason. Isn't it just relying on devil fruit ability? Are you curious? Luke raised his eyebrows and asked with a chuckle. For a time, it didn't matter whether it was Khalifa or Lucci and Kaku who were tightly bound and unable to move. They couldn't help but look over and were somewhat curious. When they heard that Luke had been able to compete with an admiral, they still couldn't believe it. After all, the other party is too young. I just want to know how far apart we are. Lucci was blunt. They are both the twin stars in CP9 who are known as the strongest geniuses in the past 800 years and have attracted much attention. He was absolutely unwilling to accept that his rival had completely left him behind. I can't answer this question. Luke smiled. Fortunately, he was about to find a qualified opponent to fully verify this answer. He clenched his fists, and his body naturally revealed an aura that made Kaku, Lucci, and Khalifa a little frightened. I'm sorry. Even I don't know how powerful I am now. But maybe you will know the answer soon. Chapter 135, Amazing Ability. The next day, early morning. Khalifa woke up from her sleep and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. It always feels like I'm dreaming. Looking at the young figure beside her, she couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. If it was a dream, she hoped she would never wake up. Sister Khalifa, you're awake. Luke lowered his head and kissed Khalifa's smooth forehead, then he held her in his arms and smiled slightly. Everything fell into place. What was supposed to happen happened. Khalifa, who has a love brain, is more passionate than imagined once she completely lets herself go. Get up and get ready first, and I'll take you out of here, Luke said with a smile. It was already sunny outside. After washing, Khalifa's beautiful face was a little red. She didn't dare to look directly at Luke, who was smiling beside, and turned her head and asked softly, "Where are we going?" "Go to the Florian Triangle first." Luke patted her pretty face and said with a smile. Which man can refuse such a proactive, beautiful, and gentle young lady? Did you really cooperate with Moria? Califa raised her eyebrows. But she's not very surprised. As for the world government, it has long suspected that Hobaskluk and Gecko Moria may be colluding and were hiding on the thriller bark. Otherwise, Blueno, who has the ability of the Dorador fruit, would not have been sent there. No, there is another reason. Luke chuckled. That's it. Califa nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. She had already given everything to Luke. Naturally, she trusts the other party unconditionally. Califa, with a slightly unnatural step, arrived in the hall with Luke, which was a little dark because the doors and windows were closed. You two. Like rice dumplings, Kaku and Lucci were tightly bound by black shadow strings. They looked at the two people speechlessly. Kaku, Lucci, hello. Her face was slightly red while greeting them. Califa, if you could keep your voice a little lower, maybe we could still fall asleep. Kaku said speechlessly. Califa's pretty face turned red. As soon as she took one step forward, her body suddenly appeared in front of Kaku and kicked him fiercely. You're sexually harassing me. Boom. Kaku screamed, then he protested dissatisfiedly, Califa, you hateful woman, I'm just telling the truth. They both grew up together in the CP training base on Guanha Island. Why is there such a big gap between him and Luke in her mind? As an agent, if you have true feelings, you will not end up well. Lucci, who was also tied up and unable to move, said calmly with an expressionless face. He didn't give up struggling all night, trying to get rid of the restraints, and even tried to use life return. But it's a pity that the weird string gets tighter and tighter instead. No need to worry about it. Luke said with a smile. Two black shadows shuttled out directly from under his feet and disappeared into Lucci and Kaku's shadow. Shadow? Is this what you're capable of? Kaku and Lucci were a little surprised when they saw this. Even Califa couldn't help but look at Luke curiously. They had all heard that the other party was suspected to be the Parimsha, gum fruit user. But it seems a bit weird, not quite the same as the rumors. No, this is not the ability of the... Lucci thought of something. He stared at Luke with some surprise and uncertainty. He didn't know what kind of strange devil fruit ability this was, but he was 100% sure that the other party was definitely not the gum fruit user. Ah. It's definitely not a gum fruit. With a wave of his right hand, he removed the shadow string that bound the two of them. Instead, Parimsha, shadow fruit. What? Kaku, Lucci, and Califa couldn't help but be shocked. They looked at Luke in disbelief, full of shock, and thought they had heard wrong. Shadow fruit? Isn't that Gecko Moria's ability, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Surprised, huh? Luke smiled and said, at first, I couldn't believe it either. No matter how many times he thought about this kind of thing, he still found it a bit incredible. About half a year ago, when I accidentally broke into the Florian Triangle and killed that guy Moria, the shadow fruit miraculously reborn directly in front of me. It's as if it deliberately chose me. Hiss. Hearing Luke say this, no matter whether it was Lucci, Kaku, or Califa, they all looked horrified and gasped. After Moria, the devil fruit user, was killed by Luke, the devil fruit actually reborn in front of him? This is really unbelievable. So, Moria is already dead. Lucci, who once tried to escape but found that even if Luke removed the shadow string, he was still unable to move, took a deep breath and looked directly at the opponent. The current thriller bark has actually been controlled by you. Got it. No wonder that guy Moria behaved very abnormally. Be it him or Kaku. They couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed in their heart. Unexpectedly, Luke had quietly killed Gecko Moria and took control of the thriller bark. If word spreads, the whole sea will be shocked. However, considering Luke's great strength, which is said to be able to escape from Admiral Aokiji, this is not impossible. The only thing that is unbelievable, or unexpected, is that Luke not only killed Moria but also gained the ability of the shadow fruit. This gives the other party room to manipulate. After all, when the devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit will be reborn randomly. This is common knowledge in this sea. The probability of being able to be reborn next to the deceased user is too small. It's a bit incredible. Then Luke, you were the one who caught Blueno? Califa said. Don't worry, he was fine on the thriller bark and didn't suffer much. Luke shrugged. For Blueno, he did give him preferential treatment. He was held in solitary confinement, handcuffed with sea prism stone, and given good food and drink. Of course, the shadow of this CP9 agent, who has mastered all 6 superhuman fighting skills, is used by him to give other people a cheating experience. Wait, Luke. Kaku, on the side, thought of something. Looking at Luke in front of him, he was full of surprise. I remember, didn't someone see that guy, Moria, in East Blue 3 or 4 months ago and he showed up on the thriller bark? At that time, he had paid attention to the news about the thriller bark. The World Economy News also specially published a photo of Moria's appearance. This is even simpler. Luke smiled slightly. The shadows under their feet stood upright, then it expanded and changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey! In the blink of an eye, a tall, bloated, oppressive figure appeared there. Moria? Looking at the lifelike tall figure in front of them, they can completely mistake it for the real one. Kaku, Lucci, and Khalifa's eyes all couldn't help but widen, and they felt a little horrified. Immediately, they recognized this figure as the famous warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Does Paramsha, Shadow Fruit still have such abilities? Chapter 136, Arc Maxim. Well, the weather is really nice today. Outside, the sun is shining brightly. Walking out of the bar with Khalifa, Luke, who was somewhat high-spirited, stretched and chuckled. Kaku and Lucci followed behind without saying a word. In other words, they couldn't speak at all. As Luke officially undergoes an unprecedented transformation and becomes a perfect genetic warrior. Even the power of Devil Fruit's ability has increased along with his own strength and has been greatly enhanced. His shadow can easily control the two people, and they cannot break free. There was a flash of lightning as Wiper's figure appeared in front of them. Kaku, Lucci, and Khalifa's pupils couldn't help but narrow. Looking at this figure that suddenly appeared, it was too fast for them to react, making them somewhat frightened. Are they your former companions, Luke-sama? Wiper looked at Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa following Luke. With a strong observation haki, one can naturally feel their strong aura. Khalifa, who was originally on edge and a little wary, couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw the other party's respectful attitude towards Luke. Looking at Wiper, she was a little curious. Luke, who was he? My subordinate, his name is Wiper. The Logia, Rumble Fruit user. Luke smiled lightly and introduced Wiper to the three of them. What? Khalifa's eyes widened. Rumble Fruit? Kaku and Lucci also couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Looking at Wiper blankly, they were a little shocked and inexplicable. Is this guy actually a Rumble Fruit user? This top-level Logia fruit is believed to be comparable to the Devil Fruit ability of Marine Headquarters 3 Admirals. Moreover, is such a person actually Luke's subordinate? No need to make such a fuss. Looking at the shocked three people, Luke shrugged. There are 2 more Logia users like Wiper in the Netherworld Pirate. Hearing this, whether it's Lucci, Kaku, or Khalifa, they couldn't help but be stunned. Gulu. Luke, is this true? Khalifa looked at Luke in shock. Kaku and Lucci also couldn't believe it. How rare is the Logia ability? Usually, it would be good if you could recruit a person with Logia ability. How long has it been since Luke left the world government? Did he actually recruit 3 rare Logia Devil Fruit users? After all, the Netherworld Pirate are just a new force disguised as the 7 warlords of the sea, and they are not the Marines who have power all over the world and are the overlord of the sea. Surprised, aren't you? Don't underestimate me. Luke didn't explain much, just smiled and said, the Netherworld Pirate I founded is completely different from the Moria Pirates. Luke-sama, it's getting late. It's time to set off. There, Wiper said in a deep voice, my observation haki has detected that there seems to be a pretty awesome guy with a large number of Marines coming on the sea train. It seems that they are going to receive the warships ordered by Marine here. Hearing Wiper say this, lurking in Galley Law Company, Khalifa, who's Iceberg's secretary, said directly, indeed, Marine has placed a lot of orders at Galley Law Company. A batch of warships are about to be launched recently. Oh? Luke raised his eyebrows. Who is it? Naval hero, Garp. His aura is a bit exaggerated. Wiper said directly. The name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. He is indeed the Marine hero who is rumored to be chasing the Pirate King, Goldie Roger, all over the world, forcing him into desperate situations several times. That unbelievably powerful aura made him, the user of the Rumble Fruit, feel a little frightened. TSK, this is a big shot. Luke raised his eyebrows. He looked directly at Lucci, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Lucci, don't you want to know the answer? There will be a chance soon. Looking at Luke, who was full of fighting spirit. Kaku and Lucci's pupils couldn't help but shrank.